cold. Tuesday comes, we're in cold. Rusty cars and broken dreams. Life ain't easy, or so it seems. Yet on Tuesday, sun still beams. We find hope right on.
Hi, everybody.
Tuesday, oh Tuesday, we're alive in nowhere park. We thrive, laughing, dancing. We survive together. We come alive.
It's 4:20. Where is everybody? I'm just waiting for G-May and all my hippie friends to come meet me at 4:20. Phone's ringing.
Hello, Lisa. I'm here.
Hello, G-May.
Happy 420.
Happy 420. So I was saving, you know how I usually on our 420s, I smoke THC oil, but today is kind of a special day. So
Nice.
I rolled a joint.
Oh my God, I rolled one up too. Wow. And I got these raw 300 hemp papers that you were telling me about. Natasha just loves them.
Yeah, they're good, right?
Yeah.
They're natural and they burn well.
They are. So happy 420.
Happy 420, everybody. Let's all light up.
Let's fire one up. I'm going to fire one up. Sounds good to me. Look, it's Christine Kruger. Ow! She's on the road. She's going to tune in when she gets home.
Oh, that's awesome.
Nice.
She's so nice.
Yeah. All right. So let's pick up this tune. Let's fire it up. If you got it, catch a buzz.
Yeah. Happy 420.
Old guitars, they start to hum. Beating drums, we hit and strum. Joyful noise, forget the glum. Tuesday's here, we ain't none. Neighbors gather, tales they spin. Round the fire, life begins. And there's no
So how are you, Gary?
I'm good. Every day should be Tuesday.
I know. Today is Thursday, but it's got a Tuesday vibe.
Yeah.
Hi, Nana. So nice to see you. Hi, Ivan.
It's Ivan Idea. And
that's nice.
Ivan's been watching
Welcome, you
campaign for
guys.
years and years.
Really?
Yeah, Ivan Idea is awesome. He is a big time
I have to sub him.
Yeah. And then Tia Nana's, she is awesome. She's got a really good voice. She's a singer.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever heard her sing.
Very good. Very beautiful.
Nice. We appreciate you guys for being here.
Yeah, I hope everybody's doing really good on this Thursday at 420.
What are we going to learn today?
Listen,
on the Lisa Noel channel.
Jade Star. Hi.
Nice. I love
so
it.
So nice to have everybody.
Yes.
I hope everybody's burning one.
Yeah, you should be. In fact,
so yeah, Gary, I was thinking, you know, I always come on and I'm always like happy 420. And I always, you know, I just recently started doing live shows and I always start them at 420.
Yes.
And it's such a special time for me. It's such a special thing. And I thought maybe we could talk today about what 420 really means.
Yes.
and the history of it, how it got
Yes.
started. You
I love
know,
it. I love it. So who are these? What is that?
listen, let's
Wafflos?
first,
What is that?
well, let me first start with like, there also, I wanted to do this because hi, Carpet Inspector.
Nice.
I love everybody's name.
Oh man! Welcome to live
So,
training, Lisa.
so people think that 420 was started in so many different ways. So a lot of people think that 420 is a California penal code for marijuana charges, but that is not true. Okay, it is actually a California code which refers to property violations. So it's not that. A lot of people say to me, oh, well, I know what 420 is. It's the police radio code related to marijuana. And that is not true.
Like it says right here, it says 420 started in San Rafael, California around the late 1970s. It started as police code for marijuana smoking in progress.
That's not, I will get to this. This is an awesome. This should be in a museum.
Wow. Really?
And it probably is in the Pot Museum. But I will get to that. That is actually the very first, the first flyer of the first official 420 gathering.
Wow.
Ever.
What is
and that was actually in 1991.
People, Lisa? What's this big statue behind these people?
Well, I will get to that too.
Okay.
These guys are the real creators of 420. But a lot of people also think another false narrative, which is that 420 came from that there's 420 chemicals in marijuana. Not true. Do you know how many chemicals are in marijuana, Gary?
No, I don't.
There's actually in cannabis, there's actually more than 550 chemical compounds.
Wow.
So that's not it. A lot of people also think, which is weird because you can just look this up, that 420 comes from that it's Bob Marley's birthday. But Bob Marley's birthday, I looked up, is February 6th.
Right. So
the real story is...
We're going to find out the real story?
The real story is pretty cool. It was created in the term 420 was created in 1971 by those 5 guys. Go ahead and put those 5 guys up.
These guys?
Yeah, that we had up before that you were asking. Yeah, it was created by those guys when they were in high school in 1971 in San Rafael, California.
Okay.
They were going to San Rafael High School, and they called themselves the Waldos. And they called themselves the Waldos because they hung out. Their usual hangout spot was the wall outside the school. So they called these 5 dudes called themselves the Waldos.
Okay.
And school got out at 3. They had football practice afterwards, which got out at 4. So at 4:20, all the guys decided they would always meet in front of that statue, which is the Louis Pasteur statue, in front of their high school.
Interesting.
And so they used to always at first say 420 Louis, and then they dropped the Louis. But the cool thing is they were Grateful Dead followers. So it's that connection that really made 420 popular.
So, right, because then they probably, it was their little code for getting high. And then when they'd go to a Dead show, they let people know, hey, it's 420. Hey, what's that? Well, that's when you light up, right? kind of.
That's exactly why they use it,
And then
because
the
if you
Dead shows kind of, because I went to a lot of Dead shows. Went to a lot of
you
Grateful
did,
Dead. Yeah. My
that's
bass
so
player,
cool. I love the Grateful Dead.
yeah, I'm not kidding you. My bass player, back like in the early, late 70s, early 80s, his name was Dave the bass player. And he was short, beard, classic horseshoe bald, tie-dye sandals. And the biggest running joke that we had was, yeah, well, come see me and I'll be in the taper section. And he'd name off all those characteristics.
Good morning, world. Good morning, beautiful cosmic nomads. You're tuned into the Cosmos Morning Day Stream, where time is an illusion, and so is your Monday hangover. It's Tuesday, baby, June 24th, and the moon is waxing. Your chakras are texting you, and the universe just sent a push notification. You are exactly where you're supposed to be. Now get up, wake in bed, and stretch. You glorious 420 flower soul. Now let's inhale the stardust and exhale that funky dream where we're dating a sentient mushroom. No judgment here. Some of us are just into shrooms. Today's vibe, radiate like a sunbeam through a stained glass soul window. We're not here to grind. We're here to glide. Embrace your inner flower and bloom, even if your petals are a little droopy pre-cocky. Your aura's got bedhead, but darling, you wear it like velvet. Now, I know some of you woke up thinking, what's the point? And to that I say, the point is your third eye, babe. And it's staring deep into the quantum soup, whispering, you got this. So lace up your sandals, grab that ethically foraged granola bar, and go sprinkle some of that radiant weirdness on the world. Smile at a tree, compliment a crow, befriend a local plant. Remember, you're not late. You're arriving precisely when your vibe hits peak resonance. That's just physics, like emotional physics, babe. So go out there and make this Tuesday your psychedelic canvas. Paint it with joy. Dance through the cosmic traffic. And if anyone tries to harsh your mellow, just bless them with a glittery namaste and moonwalk away. Stay luminous, stay loopy, and always keep your vibe set to interdimensional love frequency. Peace, pollen, and positive paranoia, my starlit siblings. And if you're still horizontal, fused to your couch like a sleepy starfish lost in the Milky Way, hey, no shame in the gravitational pull of cozy. But the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. And you, dear astronaut of awareness, are invited to surf that spin with a smoothie in one hand and purpose in the other. Today isn't just any Tuesday. This is Galactic Alignment Light, the beta version of your awakening. That strange dream you had? Probably a download from your higher self. That itch to do something weirdly specific, like organize your incense alphabetically or start a kombucha stand in your driveway? That's not random. That's divine inspiration, baby. Now, take a moment and gaze inward. Not with your regular eyes. No, no. They're still defrosting. With your soul eyes. Yeah. What do you see? A field of dancing sunflowers? Maybe a sloth in a hammock reading your Akashic records? Good. Lean into that vibe. Let it swaddle your intention for the day. And as you move through the world today, remember, every traffic light is a chakra test. Every annoying coworker is a disguised angel teaching you patience. And if someone cuts in front of you at the juice bar, offer them your place, your peace, and maybe even your Spotify playlist. Here's your affirmation, etched across the stars in biodegradable litter. I am the love child of a lava lamp and a lightning bolt. My existence is a blessed neon accident of joy. Repeat it till your dog or your cat starts levitating. And if at any point today you feel overwhelmed, anxious, or mildly concerned that your life is becoming one long interpretive dance, just remember, you're not lost. You're just vibing in incognito mode. So slide those toes into the velvet sandals of serenity. Smile at your reflection in the spoon and go chase that sunbeam like it owes you rent. We'll be right here tomorrow, strumming the strings of the cosmos right here with you. So, until tomorrow, positive vibes, peace and love, stay high and stay wise. This is your Daystream, signing off. Tuesday comes, we're in cold. Rusty cars and broken dreams. Life ain't easy, or so it seems. Yeah, on Tuesday, sun still beams. We find hope right on.
Hi,
the
everybody.
streets. Tuesday, oh Tuesday, we're alive in the Nowhere Park. We thrive, laughing, dancing. We survive together. We come alive.
It's 4:20. Where is everybody? I'm just waiting for G-May and all my hippie friends to come meet me at 4:20. Phone's ringing.
Hello, Lisa. I'm here.
Hello, G-May.
Happy 420.
Happy 420. So I was saving, you know how I usually on our 420s, I smoke THC oil, but today is kind of a special day. So
Nice.
I rolled a joint.
Oh my God, I rolled one up too. Yeah. And I got these raw 300 hemp papers that you were telling me about. Natasha just loves them.
Yeah, they're good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're natural and they burn well.
They are. So happy 420.
Happy 420, everybody. Let's all light up.
Let's fire one up. I'm going to fire one up. Sounds good to me. Look, it's Christine Kruger. Ow! She's on the road. She's going to tune in when she gets home.
Oh, that's awesome.
Nice.
She's so nice.
Yeah. All right. So let's pick up this tune. Let's fire it up. If you got it, catch a buzz.
Yeah. Happy 420.
Old guitars, they start to hum. Beating drums, we hit and strum. Joyful noise, forget the gum. Tuesday's here, we ain't numb. Neighbors gather, tales they spin. Round the fire, life begins. And there's no
So how are you, Gary?
I'm good. Every day should be Tuesday.
I know. Today is Thursday, but it's got a Tuesday vibe.
Yeah.
Hi, Nana. So nice to see
Yes.
you. Hi, Ivan.
It's Ivan Idea. And
Oh, that's nice.
Ivan's been watching
Welcome, you
campaign for
guys.
years and years.
Really?
Yeah,
that
Ivan
rocks.
Idea is awesome. He is a big time
I have
music
to
producer.
sub
Yeah.
him.
Yeah. And then Tia Nana's, she is awesome. She's got a really good voice. She's a singer.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever heard her sing.
Very good. Very beautiful.
Nice. We appreciate you guys for being here.
Yeah, I hope everybody's doing really good on this Thursday at 420.
What are we going to learn today
Listen,
on the Lisa
I was
Noel channel?
Jade Star. Hi.
Nice. I love
So
it.
nice to have everybody.
Yes.
I hope everybody's burning one.
Yeah, you should
So-
be. In fact,
So yeah, Gary, I was thinking, you know, I always come on and I'm always like happy 420. And I always, you know, I just recently started doing live shows and I always start them at 420.
yes.
And it's such a special time for me. It's such a special thing. And I thought maybe we could talk today about what 420 really means.
yes.
And the history of it how it got
Yes.
started. You
I
know,
love it. I love it. So who are these? What is that?
listen, let's
Wafflos?
first,
What is that?
well, let me first start with like, there also, I wanted to do this because hi, Carbon Inspector.
Nice.
I love everybody's name.
Oh man! Welcome to live
So-
training, Lisa.
So, so people think that 420 was started in so many different ways. So a lot of people think that 420 is a California penal code for marijuana charges, but that is not true. Okay, it is actually a California code which refers to property violations. So it's not that. A lot of people say to me, oh, well, I know what 420 is. It's the police radio code related to marijuana. And that is not true.
Like it says right here, it says 420 started in San Rafael, California around the late 1970s. It started as police code for marijuana smoking in progress.
That's not, I will get to this. This is an awesome, this should be in a museum.
Wow. Really?
And it probably is in the pot museum. But I will get to that. That is actually the very first, the first flyer of the first official 420 gathering.
Wow.
Ever.
What is
And
this
that was
big
actually in
statue behind these
1991.
people, Lisa? What's this big statue behind these people?
Well, I will get to that too.
Okay.
These guys are the real creators of 420. But a lot of people also think another false narrative, which is that 420 came from that there's 420 chemicals in marijuana. Not true. Do you know how many chemicals are in marijuana, Gary?
No, I don't.
There's actually in cannabis, there's actually more than 550 chemical compounds.
Wow.
So that's not it. A lot of people also think, which is weird because you can just look this up, that 420 comes from that it's Bob Marley's birthday. But Bob Marley's birthday, I looked up, is February 6th.
Right. So
the real story is...
We're going to find out the real story?
The real story is pretty cool. It was created in the term 420 was created in 1971 by those 5 guys. Go ahead and put those 5 guys up.
These guys?
Yeah, that we had up before that you were asking. Yeah, it was created by those guys when they were in high school in 1971 in San Rafael, California.
Okay.
They were going to San Rafael High School, and they called themselves the Waldos. And they called themselves the Waldos because they hung out, their usual hangout spot was the wall outside the school. So they called, these 5 dudes called themselves the Waldos.
Okay.
And school got out at 3. They had football practice afterwards, which got out at 4. So at 4:20, all the guys decided they would always meet in front of that statue, which is the Louis Pasteur statue, in front of their high school.
Interesting.
And so they used to always at first say 420 Louis, and then they dropped the Louis. But the cool thing is they were Grateful Dead followers. So it's that connection that really, made 420 popular.
Well, right, because then they probably, it was their little code for getting high. And then when they'd go to a Dead show, they let people know, hey, it's 420. Hey, what's that? Well, that's when you light up, right? Kind of.
That's exactly why they use it, because
it's Dead shows kind of, because I went to a lot of Dead shows.
You did?
Yeah.
That's so cool. I love the Grateful Dead.
Yeah, I'm not kidding you. My bass player, back like in the early, late 70s, early 80s, his name was Dave the bass player. And he was short, beard, classic horseshoe bald, tie-dye, sandals. And the biggest running joke that we had was, yeah, well, come see me and I'll be in the taper section. And he'd name off all those characteristics. And the thing is, there's like 1,000 of those guys down there. There's 1,000 guys that look exactly like Dave. And he would drive an orange VW bus. The not like the Bug, the one that was like a Volkswagen.
Oh yeah, you mean like the hippie?
Yeah, and he took me to so many Dead shows. I went with him. And
that is so cool. So you know that, like, okay, so in 1971, one joint would get you 10 years in prison.
Yes.
So yes, they had to have code, and they were in high school. You know what? Gary? One of these 5 guys, his dad was one of the head narcotics agents in Marin County. And so he would sometimes, at a big bust,
one of these Waldo dudes?
Yeah, these are the guys. Their dad, one of their dads, and he would take, at these big weed busts, he would have little samples, and he would keep them in the trunk of his car. And these high school kids would steal that weed and smoke that weed. And that was probably some really good stuff. So, but I mean, they had a lot of connections to the Grateful Dead, and it was really, a lot of people credited the Grateful Dead for creating 420. But it was 5 high school kids who just always hung out.
Right. So because of the secrecy,
they took care of their
5 guys. Right.
One of them became a roadie to Phil Lesh, who was the Grateful Dead bassist.
Yeah. Awesome.
So I mean, they were in there, And
not only that, the 420 is now celebrated.
Hi, Raymond.
The 420 is celebrated all over the world.
All over the world. It's a main, huge.
It
means so much.
You would go to prison if you got caught with a joint in the 70s, right?
Yeah.
You needed
I would
code.
have this right here. Oh. Yeah. You'd be hiding your weed. So much different now. Hi, Allie. So yeah, I mean, this is such a fun story, and it parlays into the whole idea, of us hippies, getting together and, creating love and community, and we picked this 420 time up, and I love that. I love that whole idea that we did that, and it was also, High Times. I think we have a picture of High Times.
Yeah.
High Times was the first one to really do an article about 420 Wake and Bake, because the guys were like, it doesn't matter if it's 4:20 a.m. or 4:20 p.m. It's the best time to get high.
Right. No one specified, if it was a.m. or p.m. I love that. In this High Times article, did it mention the Waldos at all?
Yes.
It did?
Yes, it did. And, there is, you want to pull up the flyer? Actually, yeah, let's go to the flyer. Because, it's just so funny and cool. This is the first flyer of the official 420 meeting ever. And it was at Mount Tam, which is a beautiful place, in Marin County, which the guys used to go up there and get high.
I'm about 45 minutes from Marin County.
Okay, I was wondering. It's beautiful, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
California is just a beautiful, beautiful state, man. It just really is. From San Diego to Gasky, which is in the very, very tiptoe corner.
Oh, wow. So you know what? You know what, Gary? I did go to, well, I actually worked in San Francisco for 1 year. I worked at the studio, and 2 times I was allowed, the owner of the studio came in and said, do you want to go to the Grateful Dead bud place and get some bud with me? And so it was an experience. We drove out to this compound. It was beautiful. And it was the best bud I've ever had. And that was a long time ago. And we have good bud now, but it was purple. It was 3 shades of purple. And it was tight. It was the buds were like so tight.
Oh, man.
I mean, and the people were so nice there. It was crazy. Just so
what's going on with this Wake and Bake? This was their official little flyer or something?
This was their official flyer that they put out for everyone to meet up at Mount Tam. And if you couldn't get to Mount Tam, you were to get a group of your hippie friends and get high at 420. And this is really cute. In the helpful hints, it says, try to give yourself a few minutes to relax before smoking at 420. And hold your hit as long as you can.
Thank you.
If you can, hold it until 421.
Yes. Well, you know, it's funny that you say that because
make sure you have enough paraphernalia so everyone is included. I love it. Make sure that you're in place where there's no heavy winds, no cops, no messed up riders.
No heavy wind.
Because they're up in, you know, and how to get there. That was really funny too, because they said you'll just run into a hippie and they'll and they'll direct you to the right place. It's adorable. Hippies are adorable. We add color to the world.
Yeah. Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's actually awesome, man. And this High Times article, what year did that come out? It was 91 article?
I think so. So. Because
91 article.
Yeah. But also it's really interesting is what I forgot to say in that flyer is they did spread the wrong information about how 420 got started. Because you know, they said right here that it got started because it refers to a
it makes for a better story, right?
A California penal code, and that's not true. But I mean, see, that just shows you how misinformation gets spread a little bit, and then people believe that.
Sure.
You know, so I just thought that it would be interesting to tell the story about the Waldos.
Yeah.
Now you know how 420 got started. But I think I think it has become such an important, deep spiritual saying for hippies. You know, it's like, let's get together and get spiritual and, you know, promote love and peace. You know, what can we do for each other? I mean, that's what 420 means. That's, you know, I think.
Well, hey, happy 420.
Happy 420, everybody.
All right. Happy 420.
I think it's important, especially now, to, like, you know, not forget who we are and to, like, have a good community, you know, to be here for each other, you know, because we live in some just crazy times right now, you know, and we need to start standing up for our rights again. Can you believe it?
Absolutely. I mean,
it's like, what, did somebody throw us back into the 70s? Well, and now we need to rise up.
Look, you know, I was a hardcore activist in the 80s,
I know.
the early 80s. I was an
love that.
activist, man. I went to a lot of stuff. I went to a lot of, they called them civil disobedience demonstrations back then. And we'd go down to Nevada. We'd go to these like nuclear places where they're, you know, doing nuclear fusion and stuff and all this weird stuff. And they would fucking draw this line. You go down there as like, when I was in college, when I went to San Jose State. And we go down there and there'd be like hundreds of kids from all different states. And you go down there and they draw this big line, right? And that's why it's civil, because what you do is once you step over the line, you just turn around and put your hands behind your back and they arrest you. There's no like freaky shit. It's just actual civil disobedience. And it was crazy, right, man. You'd have all these different people. You had this one guy who was dressed up like a priest or Jesus or something. He's dragging this cross, and it was just like, you know, it was during when we were trying to get them to stop the arms race with nuclear weapons. You know what I'm saying? Anyway.
Yep.
But we were also trying to get pot legal, and they would not give us the fucking permits, man. Me and a bunch of other people, we tried to rent the San Francisco Civic, the San Jose Civic, and the Oakland Civic all on the same day on, believe it or not, 420. We wanted to have a simultaneous concert.
Exactly.
Trying to legalize, and people signing a petition to legalize marijuana. It's legal now. But see, if we would have succeeded, I think it'd be a lot different than now. It wouldn't be these black market prices that they're gouging. And they get like 80% of all the money. The city regulates it all. But anyway,
I know. And the taxes are incredible. And we just go with it because we do want it to be legal. Right? You know?
So I just kind of know firsthand what it's like to stand up, you know, to try to legalize marijuana, man. I was there. I did it. I lived it. And we failed. But it eventually, you know what happened? But somehow it just got on the ballot because they knew that it was a cash cow.
Yes, exactly. When money talks, right? It's like that's, you know.
Well, what I'm trying to do right now is I got a new song coming out called Blue Sky Fade Away. And it's just about this topic. It's about the Pacific North Patch and plastic and the DuPonts and how they, it's crazy. Well, because see, we kind of got hit with a double-edged sword because even though the marijuana is legal, I am not keen on how it's packaged. It's packaged in plastic and it's fucking everywhere. Okay. There's some really good vendors that put it like in glass bottles and stuff like that. That should be like a mandatory instead it's more expensive. But these pre-rolls, they put them like in these little plastic, like little cigar. So now all of a sudden there's just millions and billions of these things fucking going into the Pacific Ocean.
You're right. And when you walk down the street, you know, here and there, you see the plastic containers and like, oh, yeah, that's not what we want.
It's not what we want. So what is this here?
That is the beautiful view on Mount Tam, where in 1991 they had the first official 420, where that is what that flyer was from. And that is the view. And the 5 high school kids, they were great hippies. They were awesome. They were really adventurous. But they used to go up on that mountain and get high and get spiritual.
Yeah. You know what's a trip is the high school that I went to, it was a total like Rydell High type situation, man, you know? And
really?
Yeah, they had a smoking section.
Oh, that's hilarious.
You could smoke. It had a smoking section. So you could smoke cigarettes. Wow. And that was like, you know,
they don't have
to blend in a little weed when you're smoking cigarettes. You know what I'm saying? People would even, mix it.
Yeah.
Cigarette.
Oh, you know what?
Tobacco.
I don't like that. That makes me nauseous.
Oh yeah, get you high though when you're really young, burning brain cells.
Yeah. Well, I was at a work one time, and the owner was really cool, and he was smoking a joint, and he's like, "Yeah, you want some?" And it was one of those half and half ones, and I smoked that, and I was like, ugh. It made me really dizzy. I did not like it. So if you're gonna pass somebody one of those, you should probably tell them there's nicotine in this.
When did you start smoking? You got a story on that? Your first really good buzz,
Me?
Yeah. First time you smoked.
Are you serious? I do have a story, but I don't know if you want to hear it. But I do.
Of course I want to hear it. Why not?
Oh, right, Gary, you asked. You're going to, okay. So this is why I started smoking weed when I was 15, okay? When I was 15, I had my baby. I was pregnant, and I was throwing up every day. And my friend's brothers was a hippie, and he was like, and one day I was just like, oh, green. I mean, I didn't. And he's like, girl, I don't know if you should tell your parents this, but I know what will make you feel better. And he gave me a little bit of weed. And so I smoked a little bit, and I felt so much better.
Yeah. So it just totally helped you.
But my dad does smoke weed.
Right, so it just totally helped you medically, kind of, right?
Yes, and then then I just I like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't drink.
Yeah.
I don't do anything else. I just smoke weed.
Nice. Me too.
Yeah.
I was 14. I was actually 14. And it was in like the 8th grade. Let me see here. Where's my go? And sure enough, I think it was 1977 or something like that.
1977.
Well, actually, it's interesting because the way that my birthday fell and my age fell on the time period was always easy for me to reflect upon my childhood, because in 1971 I was in the 1st grade, in 72 I was in the 2nd grade, in 73 I was in the 3rd grade, rinse and repeat. 79 I'm in the 9th grade. Now I'm listening to Ronnie James Dio and Ted Nugent and fucking, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's a drastic difference from 1976 and 1979. There's a huge jump right there, because you go from disco and the Bee Gees and 6th grade and Innocent to 7th, 8th, 9th grade, 14, 15, smoking weed, Judas Priest, fucking Ozzy Osbourne, Black Sabbath, fucking Rolling Stones, Beatles. You know what I mean? You get all this music that come with smoking weed, So that's when I smoked my first joint.
Yeah. So I was reading like what these guys were listening to in 1971, and I know them all except for, I have to be honest, one of them I don't know. So they were listening to the Grateful Dead, Santana, Bob Dylan. Love them. But the 4th one I need to check out, which is New Riders of the Purple Sage. Do you know those guys, Gary?
No, I don't.
Okay, so we should check those guys out. That's who they were listening to when they were getting high and when they created the 420.
I don't think you could have a bigger stoner hosting this episode with you. I've been smoking for I'm coming up on a half of a century.
That's why I wanted to have you on here. You are one true hippie, Gary.
I'm like a lifetime study.
That's why we love you. You rock.
Well, there's
I'm a true hippie. I am definitely a true hippie too. So yeah. You know, hippies don't all have to be the same. That's what we love. We love diversity, right? We love that everybody's different.
Absolutely.
I love
and
that.
That's the thing too, is that's why I think for me, you know, growing up and starting on Motown and disco and then, you know, metal and Stones, and I never have ever not liked a genre. You know what I mean?
I like all
hip-hop,
genres.
I like rap, I like country, I like jazz.
I do too. I have to say, country is the one. Now, I just did 2 really cool country songs with Gary, and he just rocks in them. But there is a whole group of country songs that I don't relate to. They're really twangy, really simple. They're really whiny.
You want to hear
and I don't like them. But there's a whole other, that I love. And I do love some of the old stuff. I love Dolly Parton. You know, I love all that stuff. But there's some of the
country tune.
Big and Rich.
Lisa, you believe that? You ready?
What?
Are you ready? Are you smoking weed? I hope you're time to light up. Let's get there. Everyone, if you got it, light it.
What are you looking for?
This. All right. So speaking of country, you want a little sample? You want a little sample?
In this rusted trailer park, where the stars don't seem to shine, living out in the end of nowhere, but for now this place is mine.
Dreams flow with the dusty wind. Moonlight never shows its face, but in this beaten down old trailer, I'll find solace in this space. I'll find a way.
All right. Yeah. Some good country right there we got coming up for you. If you're just joining us, happy 420. We have
happy 420.
Gotten a ton of information on.
We have some cool people here, so.
Yes. We found out the origin of 420. And I got to tell you, before the show started, I didn't know the answer. I found that all out today.
And this is for Ian. So
we got Ian's guitar shop out there. We have.
I hope you're not at work.
Foundering.
This is good stuff.
And, you know, hey, Art, we're happy for you that you were able to put down the marijuana injection device. We're happy for you. Raymond's in the house with us hanging out. Lisa, look at that.
Hi, Raymond.
Let's get a little music to go, and let's go check out what's going on over in chat. Okay, so we still have that going. All right, so Allie Patches is here with us. Isn't that awesome?
I know, I love Allie.
We were talking about last time about how you guys are both artists.
Yeah, it's so fun.
So I think I have a little something here. What is this that we are watching?
Yes. This is my GoPro of a, we talked about, remember last time I saw you, Gary, I was explaining this commissioned painting. So, did you stop it?
Yeah, I stopped because I just want to look at it real quick. Well, still, that's really cool, man.
So this was a commissioned painting. This girl got a hold of me on Facebook, and she asked me to create a painting for her that will draw her soulmate to her. No pressure at all.
Wow. Almost like Like a love
So this is
spell of
a
some kind,
painting of
right?
her. Huh?
Some kind of love spell, but through art.
Yeah, so it was really fragile, I mean, it was,
Yeah.
So yeah, so I wanted to paint. I wanted her. She was so stuck on love, and she needed to live life. She doesn't need to sit back and wait for somebody. She needed to live life. So I wanted to, show her back away from the shadow.
Yeah.
So that not like she's waiting for somebody. I wanted her to be like she's just enjoying life, and that person will come to her.
Yeah. Like she's coming to life right before our eyes. How long do you think a piece like this took you? A couple weeks?
Oh my God. So I had this on GoPro. So just, I don't know. It did take me hours and hours and hours.
Yeah. Nice.
But I love painting.
And this is oil on canvas?
No,
medium?
This is water. This is watercolor.
Oh, just watercolor?
Watercolor.
I never used watercolor.
And sometimes you'll see that I use watercolor pencils sometimes, and sometimes I use, which I love, is these watercolor pens.
Nice.
To kind of go in and accentuate things.
Yeah.
So fun.
I put you in on the hair right there. I like the little positive things written on this picture frame over here.
Oh yeah.
There it is.
There it is. And then it does show the side of it too. So I did the sides of it.
Yeah, that's large size.
Oh yeah, it's big. It's big. See, I painted clouds on the sides. I always like to do the sides of the canvas.
And look, you got the guy walking down the beach with the shadow. The mysterious.
Yeah, he's walking towards her.
The mysterious.
I hope she found her soulmate.
Yes, she did too. So what else is going on? We know we got the episode of Barbie coming out. Anything else you're working on? Anything else fun and exciting going on?
Well, yeah, I'm working on a lot of songs that I just need to finish. I started a lot. I need to finish up the Barbie episode with you, and I need to do another Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl episode. The last episode of the Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl that I did one of the first things I've ever done in my life, which is I did a love scene with myself.
Yeah, I know. That's classic. That's classic. As you dabble into your content, there's a lot of goodies in there. Let's just put it that way. Right?
Yeah.
So, you doing any stand-up?
I haven't been out doing stand-up recently. So what I really want to do is I think, I think it would be great if I can write some new material and do it here on YouTube and see what you guys think of it, and I need to get back out there.
Yeah.
But, since honestly COVID, I haven't really been back out on the stage. Yeah.
I like definitely can't wait for the next episode of Kitty Chick and Bunny Girl, because the Ava character to me is one of your best characters. I'm serious.
I do.
There's a
Thank you.
Completely different person, completely different temperament, completely.
I talk different. I try to.
Dictation, but I can't wait to get back to that. But you haven't done some stand up in a while, huh?
Yeah, not in a while.
Doing more stand up soon.
Yeah, since I was doing less stand-up, then now I do more like shooting. And, you know, I started doing Farby, and I started doing, you know, really my roots are mainly acting, you know, comedy acting. But
Okay, well,
I do love doing stand-up. Stand-up is the hardest thing ever.
It is. I'm scared of it. You know me, I did it once. I wrote all my stuff the night before, all my bullets, and then I filmed it. And it's terrifying.
It's terrifying. Well, it is terrifying actually, because it's like instant playback, instant comeback. And, you know, there's a bunch of drunk people in there.
Do you have
to totally feeling like they can say anything they want.
Do you
know,
smoke
so
weed
not
ever?
only,
Do you ever smoke weed before you do your set?
This is what I feel. Anything you do in life, like if you're going to go perform, since I do always smoke weed, I'm going to just keep my same, you know, I'm just going to do what I always do. And yes, I smoke weed.
There you go. Well, I got a clip here.
And yes.
I got a clip here of some of your stand-up. You want to give me the setup on that? Just part of your
I beg coins. Welcome.
Huh?
What? What'd you say?
I said I have a clip I'm going to play. I want to check out a little stand-up. You guys ready for a little stand-up by Lisa Noel?
Okay.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, let's do it.
Here we go.
I'm a Gen X Wokester OG. Gen X being
I think it didn't start from the beginning,
so
but that's
I've been taking care of myself since I was like 5. I had my first babysitting job at 7.
All right, here we go, and away we go.
So I'm a Gen X Wokester OG. Gen X being I was a latchkey kid, so I've been taking care of myself since I was like 5. I had my first babysitting job at 7. I know how to use a rotary phone. I know how to read and write cursive. I understand the struggles of rewinding a cassette tape with a pencil. And I have personally witnessed the birth and death of MTV. So sad. Being a wokester means I am a protest-ready vegan enthusiast, #activist, social media warrior who believes in eco-friendly everything, and who lives in a never-ending episode of Black Mirror. So sad. OG for me means original grandma. I had my daughter when I was 15. My daughter had her first baby when she was 17. And no, I'm not going to stop wearing pigtails just because I'm a grandma. And if you think I should, what? Because I'm too old? That is microaggression. And that is your problem, buddy. That's ageism. You need to check yourself before you wreck yourself. Being a wokester is a big responsibility, but being woke is really lonely. My friends and family don't understand me. I start talking about intersectionality, and my friends are like, what intersection? Wait, are we talking traffic now? So I finally told my mom that I'm bisexual. So now when she calls, she's like, so how are they doing? I'm like, Mom, it's just me, one person. Bi doesn't mean that. But being a wokester, man, it's all about like truly understanding what's happening underneath it all. You know, fighting for truth and peace and equality with love and compassion. And all I ever get is, Lisa, why are you so sensitive? And I'm like, why are you so insensitive?
Ow! Oh, man. Great material, especially with just everything that's going on right now, you know. just funny stuff. OG vegan. How can a vegan be a gangster, right? I'm a gangster, but I'm a vegan.
I'm a little gangster. What you mean? What you mean?
Awesome stuff, man. If you're just joining us, we're hanging out. We're chilling with Lisa Noel on her channel. We are 420 friendly. And we're teaching you the meaning.
Yeah, see, we always use that word. Yeah, I forgot about that saying. 420 friendly. Yeah. See, we always use it now. And now you know where we got it from. From the 5 high school kids, the Waldos. From San Rafael. You know what? From California. A lot of good things come from California.
Yeah.
Good weed does come from California.
Yes.
It does.
A lot of dating sites out there in California.
Oh, man, there's so many crazy dating sites. They have those ones where you all meet and then they set a timer and you're all at the table for, I mean, everybody has different times, but the one that I know that it was only like for like 10 minutes or something.
Right.
10, 15 minutes.
Right.
And you ding.
She didn't even, I did that. And I sat down once and she just goes ding. And I got up. I didn't even say anything. Just ding. I don't even like the way you look. Ding. Ding. Next. Crazy, man. But there are some good dating sites out there. In fact, this might be one right here. Smoke Up.
We live in a fast-paced world. We all want love, but who has the time to go through all the dating crap of falling in love? Now, there's an answer. Date Me Once, Marry Me Forever Rapid Dating Service. Here at Date Me Once, Marry Me Forever Rapid Dating Service, we understand that finding the love of your life shouldn't have to take you your whole life. It should take you one date. Here at DMOMMFRDS, we cover a variety of love needs. Are you dreaming of your one and only true love and still believe in love at first sight? We cover that. Have you already had 1 or 2 shitty marriages and ready for a mate who isn't on antipsychotic meds? We cover that. Okay. You've been with a lot of assholes, and now you just need combined income to qualify for that house loan. We cover that. Due to our patented question interrogation, you will be matched up with the perfect need-fulfilling mate. Join today for first date free and 20% off lifetime membership.
Too much. Too much.
Please join my dating service.
You see those videos that are out, those pop up in your algorithms yet, where they use AI to see, hey, let's see if your girlfriend's on any dating sites, and they've been together for 8 years. It's kind of like a 30-second cheaters,
Oh, that's hilarious. I know that the show Cheaters. That's a crazy show. Oh,
yeah, one now.
That's a show you don't want to be on.
The guy goes around and he goes, hey, give me both your phones. And then every time they're like, that's not me. That's someone else, No, it's you got to have your ID to activate it type trip or something. I don't know. Anyway,
that's
dating
hilarious.
sites, 420. You go on a date and like she doesn't smoke weed, right? Like, all right, well,
that's no
it's probably not going to work out, right? Oh.
No, you know what? I mean, a lot of times I have actually, been the only, like, I've had a lot of times where I have had no girlfriends that smoke weed. So only, my guy friends smoke weed. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that about?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, man. But I quit smoking like 5 years ago. I smoked like a chimney. It was just ridiculous. Did you ever smoke cigarettes at all?
No,
No, never. Good
never.
For you. Good for you.
Yeah.
I quit. It was hard. I liked it though, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do. And it made smoking hemp so much better. It really did. I saw that.
Yeah.
Did you see that Netflix thing where they were that Juul vape pen? They had cannabis vape pens for that looked like USB ports that you put in your computer, like a USB stick.
Yeah.
And I watched a documentary. I never knew it, but I guess there was a certain age bracket where they were just like vaping at school, vaping on the bus, vaping everywhere. No one even knew it because it's just, I thought that was pretty interesting. We had to sneak away, growing up to go get stoned.
Right. It's so easy. Yes. That's what you're saying. The convenience of these are amazing.
Absolutely.
But you always have to be careful to do the ones that are official. Because do you remember, was it right after COVID or right before? They had that problem with they were making these with vitamin E. They were making the fake ones and people were getting sick on vaping. Do you remember the young kids were getting really sick on vaping?
Oh, man.
Do you remember that?
No, I was out of the loop on that one.
Oh, yeah. It was really scary. And I even had a few fake ones and it's made me start to get really sick and it was really scary.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they always need to regulate that stuff, the fake ones,
Yeah. I saw one of your videos, the cotton candy. The cotton candy video. You know that one?
The what one?
Yeah, the cotton candy one.
Oh, you mean the fur tape one? You mean the
yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yes, that is another one of my products that you can purchase.
Oh man.
I have a commercial for it right here. You want to check it out, Gary?
Let's check it out.
Have you been preoccupied recently, like I have with my new friend Larry? And neglected brushing your cat, and now your cat's hair is out of control? Here's your solution. The Dr. Kitty Crumbs Kitty Cat Cotton Candy Fur Collecting Tape. Hi, I'm Dr. Kitty Crumbs, cat psychiatrist and host of Kitty Corner, and I'm so excited to endorse the Dr. Kitty Crumbs Kitty Cat Cotton Candy Fur Collecting Tape. Have you tried all kinds of cat brushes and nothing works? Now there's Dr. Kitty Crumbs Kitty Cat Cotton Candy Fur Collecting Tape. With our patented fur magnetizing Velcro seal tape, your cat is groomed with just one swipe. And for those days you forget to shave, the Dr. Kitty Crumbs Kitty Cat Cotton Candy Fur Collecting Tape is there for you. Buy your Dr. Kitty Crumbs Kitty Cat Cotton Candy Fur Collecting Tape now. We live in...
Wow, what happened? Wow. We lost
Did you
there's
lose
a nice little
me?
power surge right there.
Ah. Are we
I
back?
love it, man. I was just cracking up, and it's cats are everything. I got a few friends that have been posting cat videos and dog videos, just filming and it gets crazy amount of numbers. Google loves it. They open up portals and
We love our cats as cat people.
yes.
So now I'm a cat people and a dog person.
Yes.
I have one dog and 2 cats.
There you go. I love it. That's what I had at one point.
I'm surprised my dog hasn't jumped up on me.
Okay, so we're coming up to the hour mark. I want to thank everyone that's been here and hanging out with us. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much. That's you just make it fun.
Right. And action-packed, good time. Now, tell me just a little bit more about the Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl. Now, we had the pilot, Stranger Danger was episode 2, and then episode 3 was Unicorn Karma, right?
I think so.
And then 4 was Unprecedented.
Yeah, that was a heavy one.
Wokes, Tokes, and Jokes. So
yes, that's the one with Gary.
Are you going on? Are you going on episode 6 or 7?
Yeah, I think so. I think I've done 7. I think I don't know. I don't know. I think it's 7.
Nice. That's crazy. So you're gonna be working on
it's hard, you know, to keep everybody together, and so I with the Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl, you know, it was tough, you know.
Yeah.
People come and go, and so you have to.
So, and you're going to continue to Woke Up America. I have a clip of your Woke Up America. Wow.
Oh,
we are
yes.
Stoned over here, man.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, just this kind of goes along with like clearing up the real truth about how 420 started. Okay. Now, this is clearing up the truth on that terrible lie that J.D. Vance and Trump said about the Springfield immigrants eating dogs and cats. But this is the real truth. This is a real story, because I just went there and got the real story for you.
Did you see the one where they showed the kids translated like one of Hitler's speeches into English? And they're like, we finally get to hear, and it starts playing, and he's all, they're eating the dogs and the cats. It's funny, man. Like he was the one saying that. Anyway, I thought it was just the funniest short that I saw.
Oh my God, I didn't see that one. Believe me, they had some funny.
I didn't see it coming. I thought you were just going to hear, you know, some of his speech.
Yeah, that's what makes it funny sometimes, when it's, you know, it takes you off guard.
So Woke Up America is going to be up next. And this
I'm going to start my Woke Up America again. I'm going to start my series again.
Yeah, I thought it was this is awesome. This is Lisa Noel, ladies and gentlemen, Woke Up America.
Welcome to Woke Up America. I'm Elle Noel.
And I am Agnew McCarthy Cornwallis from The Right Way.
Tonight, we're going to talk about what is happening in Springfield.
It's horrifying.
What's happening?
Well, I'll tell you what's happening. Immigrants are eating pets.
There's no proof of that.
Everything is a nothing burger to the Democrats. I'm going to Springfield to prove it.
Let's go to Springfield.
Let's go to Springfield.
We're going to Springfield.
We're going to Springfield.
You guys, see you in a second. See you in Springfield.
We'll see you there.
Hey, it's Elle here. So I have good news and bad news, all right? So, like, here's the deal. I have been working on lowering my carbon footprint, okay? So instead of flying, I decided to hitch a ride on my neighbor's tour bus, and they dropped me off in the wrong Springfield. That's the bad news. The good news is this is the Springfield. I just hung out at Moe's Tavern drinking Duff beer with Moe, Lenny, Carl, Barney, and Homer. By the way, the guys think that the whole pet eating thing is a conspiracy.
Anyway, and then after that, I went to the Quickie Mart and I bought this squishy from Apu. He's so adorable. And then after that, I smoked a joint outside the Quickie Mart with this really cool bus driver named Otto. And he said that he could just take me to the Springfield, Ohio. The Springfield that I need to go to. It's just one Springfield over. So I'll see you guys in Springfield, Ohio. Otto, see you there. I got a joint for the road.
Good day, this is Agnew McCarthy Cornwallis coming to you from Springfield, Ohio, on location. Home to J.D. Vance, not exactly Springfield, but Middletown, where he grew up poor in a shack, barefoot until he was 14, but that's beside the point. We're here to find out about the rumors of Haitian immigrants eating household pets, dogs, cats, iguanas, parakeets, hamsters, what have you. I'm here just to find facts. So let's see what's going on in Springfield.
Hi everyone, it's Elle. I am here in Springfield, Ohio. Now, are Haitian immigrants eating pets in Springfield, Ohio? No. It turns out that it's all a racist conspiracy. Now, let me tell you how it all got started, okay? It all got started with a woman named Erica Lee on her Springfield Facebook group. She said that a neighbor's friend's cat disappeared and one of their Haitian neighbors might have taken it. It turned out to be a false story, and Erica, she regrets the post, and she feels really bad about the racially charged fallout. She writes on Facebook, "I screwed up royally." Meanwhile, a Trumpster named Anna Kilgore called the cops and reported that Miss Sassy, her Maine Coon cat, was busy and that her Haitian neighbors took her cat and ate it. A few hours later, Anna found Miss Sassy in the basement. Anna apologized to her neighbors. Now my question is, how can you lose a Maine Coon cat in your house? It's a Maine Coon. Anyway, I decided to go and talk to Miss Sassy herself, okay? Now she told me she's very embarrassed about this whole thing. That she's a part of a Facebook group, a cat Facebook group, and they're all voting for Kamala Harris. So she's like really embarrassed about this, okay? She is also a huge Taylor Swift fan, and she wanted to make sure to give a shout out to Taylor Swift's cats, Meredith Grey, Olivia Benson, and Benjamin Button. A shout out from Miss Sassy to you guys. So I found out that the Haitians in Springfield are here legally. They're working, getting along with everyone, and they're not eating pets.
No woman, no pride. No love Marley, man. Love Ziggy Marley. Oh, hey, man. Don't you know what's going on, man? Barbecue, man? What you barbecuing, man? This smells good. Mind if I have a little bit? Oh, thank you, Madison. I mean, stranger. Ah, black Haitian with white arms. Vertiligo, man. So sorry, man. But I'm gonna enjoy this. Jerk Christ on a crouton. That is not jerk chicken. That is jerk terrier. Look at that dog collar. Lord help me. Jerk terrier? America, I think we've found the truth about Haitian immigrants eating pets. If a dog collar doesn't prove it, nothing will. Coming to you from Springfield, Ohio, sad and dismayed, I am Agnew McCarthy Cornwallis.
This is Elle. Peace out.
Ow!
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Hi, Natasha. Get in here.
I'm
It's
here.
so good to see you. I never see you.
What's up?
What's
I
up,
love
girl?
that. That was so cool. What's up, girlfriend? You're a sister friend too. It was awesome. Yeah, that was good stuff.
Thank
Yeah, that's the
you.
best kind of comedy is satire. You're always going to find something amusing in satire, and because it's so true, there's truth to it, and it's like, you know, it's almost comical, right? Isn't that how it goes?
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like doing
That's
satire.
interesting. Right on.
I like doing satire, but that last part was like really stinging because, you know, they
yeah.
obviously didn't win. So
Yeah, yeah. I felt it too. I was
like,
like,
damn, I hate to see that, but
yeah. Right
it's
on.
okay. We're all going to survive.
Right, right. That's a great affirmation. Cheers to the positivity. Ow.
It's so good to see her.
Yeah. Let's see here. So you remember your Cosmic Catnip line in Groove Trek with the Mitten Kittens?
Yes. I
Top
love
shelf
Groove
Cosmic
Trek.
Catnip, right?
Yeah.
See if I can find that.
These are the voyages of
I
the
love Groove
Challenger.
Trek. So good.
Where is that?
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. But, not until we start smoking the weed, right? Good times, man. There it is. See, we were talking about doing this too, where we're going to pass the doobie, right?
Yeah.
With Chuck and
Right.
stuff.
Catnip.
That's my favorite line. Cosmic Catnip.
Catnip?
Top shelf Cosmic Catnip.
Top shelf cosmic catnip.
Yeah, the hand comes in. You know what I mean?
It was so cool. So fun.
Good stuff, though, man. You know, the Cosmic Catnip.
That's so cute. Yeah, I loved Groove Trek.
Yeah.
It
I'm
was
going to
so
start
great. It had
releasing
some
it. Yeah.
killer songs in that.
Yeah,
Gary,
you know,
killer
it's funny because when we did Groove Trek, you know, we used most of my music we used for just like almost like sound effects for transitions. But this guy Warren, I See Monkeys, he shows up to the project. He comes to all the meetings. He comes to all the workshops, and we're working. He's like, "Hey, G May, man, I got like 50 songs, whatever you need." And I picked out like 9 or 10 that I just thought were, and then I love these. And he's like, "Yeah, just have at it." And I just used them throughout the entire Groove Trek series.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for I See
He's
Monkeys,
cool. I love his
He-
music.
yeah, he is just so awesome. It's unbelievable. I See Monkeys. This guy right here, the guitar player.
Yeah.
Professor Groove Monkey.
Yeah, that was
And
so
we
funny.
talked about with that whole Return of the Cats and how I identify as a cat. And then we were going to do Return of the Cats.
Yeah.
And there's tons of footage. I got all the templates. I mean, it just, for some reason, it just fell apart, man. We fell off the wave.
Yeah.
That's how stuff is
You know,
sometimes,
that can happen really easy
Yeah.
when you have all these different people, and that's why it's, you know, it's hard to keep everybody together, you know.
Right.
I
Yes,
know.
Absolutely.
I know. That's why, you know,
That's kind of where you are with the kitty chick too, kind of, you know you're going to do another episode. It's just when, right?
Yeah, I just, it's going to be soon. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to make it about the show, you know, because
Nice.
we have a lot to talk about now. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that makes it a
Natasha!
great, really good show. What's up?
I just yelled your name just because I felt like it.
Lisa Noel, same like way back at you. Right on. That's so cool.
I got to
Awesome.
tell you, Lisa, your woke video. I am so in love with that video. I wish I could have sang backups on that. It's just, I
that's
think it's
cool.
just a killerest video
Mhm.
and a killerest song.
I like
Have you
your
seen
stuff.
the woke song?
I think so. I probably have seen it with you, and
Let's
I
see,
always
I
like
think-
everything that I see that's Lisa
There it
Noel.
is.
So I'm just like, oh my god, this is so awesome. That's perfect. I
Yeah.
love her. I love how she thinks.
Oh, this one.
This was
I can't really hear it.
Strutting her stuff with rhythm in her feet.
I love the backup singers.
She's got the looks, and when she speaks, boy, she's got 'em all shook.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She ain't no joke. Keeping it real.
I love it, Lisa.
Always stoked. Always woke. Eyes wide open, mind so clear. Gonna fight that fight, make the truth appear. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
She can't be wrong. She's intelligent, witty, and oh so strong. Raising her voice, standing her ground. Miss Woke, she's the best all around. Ooh-wee.
Oh, really?
I love it.
That's one of my favorite parts is when the backup singers are all, oh, really?
I love how you flow when you are doing your videos, Lisa Noel. You just have such a natural, like a really natural rhythm to like.
Can't hear that.
Oh, okay.
I can. Thank you.
Oh,
Okay,
cheers!
okay.
Right on, yay!
Very good.
All right on.
I don't have to turn this down as much.
Love music.
It's such a killer video.
It is a killer video. Like I would listen to this driving around and sing along. Everything.
Light it.
Yeah.
You got weed, light it up. What's this doing, Natasha?
Oh.
She's the best all around.
Love it. Love it. So what a good stream we got going here, man. A lot of good times. Thanks everyone for hanging out.
Yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out, and thank you, G May, and thank you, Natasha. Man, I don't always get to see her, so that was nice.
Yeah. And we learned something today, folks. We learned where the term 420 came from. These guys right here.
Yep, those guys right there, the Waldos.
The Waldos, man. Secret code. Beep, 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 beep. 420
so
out
much.
back. Right.
Yeah, those three.
It's a nice time too, because I think most people like, that do that whole 9 to 5 thing, right? Well, they're all locked up till 5, so 420 is, you get a little jump on them, right? They're all still working,
Well, hopefully, if you have to stay at work until 5, 6, 7, maybe you can sneak off to your car and take a tiny little, these work really nice little hit.
Absolutely. Let's twist up another one. We're going to take a small break, but we will be right back, so don't go away.
Good morning, Polly. It's Tuesday. Good morning, Farby. Wait, what? It's Tuesday? Living at the end of Nowhere Park, tin roofs and a trailer spark. Dusty roads lead us away, but Tuesday keeps the blues at bay. Neighbors meet as the sun goes down. Laughter echoes through our tiny town. A little light in the world so bleak. Tuesday nights are the joy we seek. Oh, Tuesday's our favorite day. We gather and we dance away in the heart of nowhere. Spend Tuesdays our kind of friends. Wheeling out beneath the stars, guitar strung from rusty cars. The worries fade like smoke in air. Tuesday brings us hope to share. Kids are playing, swinging high, chasing fireflies neath the sky. A taste of freedom, a touch of cheer. On Tuesday, life feels sincere. Oh, Tuesday's our favorite day. We gather and we dance away in the heart of nowhere. Spend Tuesdays our kind of friend. Tuesday's our favorite day. We gather and we dance away in the heart of nowhere. Spend Tuesday's our kind of friends. Tuesday's our kind of friends. Woke up with the sun, ain't no blues today. Tuesday's here and we're ready to play. No traffic jams, not an ounce of break. At the end of nowhere, we got our gateway. Yay, Tuesday, no worries round here. We'll crack a cold one, let out a cheer. Life without strife, we hold it dear. In our trailer park, the vibe's clear. Frying veggie bacon, the sizzle pop. Neighbors got the grill, smoke rise to the top. Kids running wild, crowd starts to hop. Tuesday at the trailer park, the vibe is clear. Yay, Tuesday, no worries round here. We'll crack a cold one, let out a cheer. Life without strife, we hold it dear. In our trailer park, the vibe is clear. Frying veggie bacon, hear the sizzle pop. Neighbors got the grill, smoke rise to the top. Kids running wild, crowd starts to hop. Tuesday at the trailer park, the vibe is clear. Old guitar strumming, rhythm in the air. Troubles drift away, man, we just don't care. Sunsets golden, skies painted fair. Tuesday's our sanctuary, a perfect square. Weak stress fade when we come together. Rain or shine, ain't no matter the weather. Drop our woes in this laid back tether. Celebrate life all day forever. Tuesday, no worries round here. We'll crack a cold one, let out a cheer. Life without strife, we hold it dear. In our trailer park, the vibe is clear. In our trailer park, the vibe is clear.
The blues is leaving blues deep down in my soul. Cause the world's eating friends when it should be eating bowls of greens and beans and all the plants that grow. Gotta love our chickens, cows and pigs, let them happily crow. One meal at a time, we're changing the world. With every veggie burger, every leaf unfurled. Animals are buddies, not bites or a dish. Let's make a pact to grant them this wish. Rabbits hop in fields, fish swim in the brine. They're sentient beings, not yours or mine. To fry or grill, or serve up with wine. Let's save our friends one meal at a time. Oh, the turkeys and the ducks, they wanna live free. Not on the platter, but under a tree. So let's sing it loud, in rhythm and rhyme. We'll change the world, one meal at a time. One meal at a time. We're changing the world. With every tofu scramble, every nut that's spurled. Animals are housed in every line. They're not our meals, but let's save them in prime. So here's to the vegans with hearts so kind. See animals as friends with their own state of mind. We'll sing the blues till it's no longer a cry. To love our creatures, one meal at a time. We'll sing the blues till there's no longer a cry. To love our creatures, one meal at a time.
I'm a liberal snowflake with a warm handshake, a smile that's never fake. My heart you can't take, got a spirit of love and ache, the soul always on the make. A free spirit woman dancing in the rain, never tied down, never chained. Every step I take leaves a trail of heartache, but I know I am awake. No rules for me to break. In this world I create, got no time to hesitate. A free spirit woman dancing in the rain, never tied down, never chained. Break. In this world I create, got no time to hesitate. A free spirit woman dancing in the rain, never tied down, never chained. Got a trailer at the end of the road. A dusty path is where we abode. And the stars, lots heavy load. Tuesday comes, we're in cold. Rusty cars and broken dreams. Life ain't easy, or so it seems. Yet on Tuesday, sun still beams. We find hope right on these streets. Tuesday, oh Tuesday, we're alive in Nowhere Park. We thrive, laughing, dancing, we survive. Together we come alive. Oh, guitars, they start to hum. Beating drums, we hit and strum.
Hi, Allie. Hey, everybody. Welcome. Today I have G-May with me. Hey, G-May.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Happy 420.
So we
Happy 420, everyone. So, did anyone see the SAG Awards? Did you see the SAG Awards?
Oh, the Saga? These the Saga Awards?
Yeah, did you see them?
I
They
missed
were on Sunday. Did you miss them?
it. What happened? What are these, the winners?
Those are definitely the winners. Yeah,
No, what
we'll talk about it.
What exactly Saga?
Yeah, the SAG Awards, it was on Sunday, and it was pretty inspiring. It was really fun to watch. I personally think that it is definitely an indication of who's going to win the Oscars. Yeah, it was fun. So, I mean, they started out the show. The fun thing that they started out the show, they have this, they call it Style Cam. And you know, at the Oscars, when they take their pictures, they're all stilted, but the Style Cam, they just let people walk up there and they're just all, they just have fun. And their outfits is really cute. Yeah.
Do you think that the industry has changed a lot ever since, like, you have like Netflix and all these different mediums, Hula and this and that, and you can tell that there's a little bit of filming difference between that and how it used to be 20 years ago, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's so different now, actually. There is no specific, these are the months that we shoot the pilots. So everyone, all the actors are like, ooh, it's pilot season. We don't really have that anymore. It's all mixed up now, actually, Yeah. And the other weird thing is, like, since living in Hollywood, it's very mixed up because now, I mean, people from Wisconsin or Texas, everybody can, apply to jobs, to Hollywood jobs, where it used to be you had to live here in Hollywood. I mean, things have changed a lot, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I noticed that you see all these actors that used to be like on the mainstream hardcore big corporate film people are now all kind of getting gigs, on Netflix and
Yes.
what are some of the other channels that are out there like that are?
Well, like there's like Netflix, like some of my favorite series right now are on Apple TV.
Yeah, it's
Fucking rocking series on Apple TV, like Severance. Severance is so good. It's really good. Hulu has originals now.
Yeah.
Hulu. So, I mean, some of the, like right now. So when they did the SAG Awards, they started out with the actor in film, and who won the actor in film was Kieran Culkin. It was A Real Pain. You can watch A Real Pain on Hulu right now. That's where I watched it. And so, yeah, I mean, they have so many different, that's it, A Real Pain. And I recommend this film.
And
this give this film thumbs up.
This is on Hulu?
Yes, you can see it.
Watch it.
And so that's the interesting things with all these different streaming, because you could just look around and you can find the films that you want to see.
So what's this all about? I haven't seen this, The Real Pain.
Yeah, it's good. You know, I mean, I recommend it. So I watched Real Pain. I actually was in the mood for something super exciting, right? But this is more character driven, you know.
Yeah.
About two cousins that are completely different, and their grandmother died, so she left them money to go to Poland to go on this tour, this Jewish tour on the camps.
Interesting.
Yeah, yeah, and it's really character driven, and it's really good writing because, you know, without showing a bunch of past scenes, they build Kieran Culkin's character. Like, we could really, halfway through, they haven't shown us any past, but we have built what his character is like. And that's good writing. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I have to have good writing. You know me, and it's just like, I think the last time that I actually went to like an actual movie theater and watched a movie, me and Natasha went, and you're not going to believe this, we went and saw 50 Shades of Grey at the movies. What would that come out like? Yeah.
Was it funny?
Yeah, and you know, and then before that, I took my nephew to see like some Tarzan movie, and I can't take the CGI. I need good quality acting and drama. I don't like, you know, Aquaman where it's just all CGI. I just not
right.
You know,
right. That one looked like a fucking video game. I didn't see it, but from the ad for Aquaman, it looked like a video game.
Yeah, and
so good.
Everyone knows how I feel. I want the Godzilla in the rubber suit. I don't want the CGI Godzilla. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, so A Real Pain. So the interesting thing is, so this is what there's like two kinds of actors. There's like the actor who can play parts that are so different from them. And then there's the actor that is so good at playing who they really are. And I think that Kieran Culkin is really like this character. And you could really tell when he gave his acceptance speech.
And
he's just out there. He
won an award for this, huh?
Yeah, he won Best Actor. So I recommend A Real Pain. It's very good. Jesse Eisenberg, the other guy in it, he wrote it. And you can tell, you know, he's the Jewish dude. He's the conservative, shy guy, you know.
Yeah.
And he said that he hired Kieran Culkin only strictly because his sister told him to. Oh. And he said that he highly respects his sister. So Kieran Culkin, when he was accepting his award, he thanked Jesse Eisenberg's sister for recommending him. And it was obvious she recommended him because he is exactly like that. So yeah, see that movie. It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
It's really down to earth. Don't expect a lot of exciting things to happen. It's just very character driven.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then so the next one that won in the order in the SAG Awards was Actress in a Series, which is Shogun. I did not see Shogun, and I don't have a photo for Shogun, but it's Anna Sawai, and she's that beautiful young girl, and it's great. Shogun has been just every year. Shogun wins.
Wow.
It is like
I've never
just
heard of it.
Do you remember the Shogun with Richard Chamberlain when you were younger? Do you remember that?
Kind of.
Richard Chamberlain?
No.
Now they redid it so that not all white people are playing the non-white parts.
Interesting.
So yeah, so that wins a lot. Then the actor in a series was also Shogun. The female comedy in a series was Jean Smart. Do you guys like Jean Smart? She rocks in Hackers. And I do not watch Hackers, but I wish I did.
I'm so out of the loop, Lisa. I'm out of the loop.
I think Hackers, the reason I don't watch Hackers, which is really tough when something is on HBO, because I don't have HBO. So I don't get to see that one. But I do see Only Murders in the Building. I watched that. That's on Hulu. And Martin Short won male actor for comedy series.
Oh.
And they all talk in this, man. Selena's really cute in it. Who doesn't love Martin, right? I love Steve Martin and Martin Short. And together, they rock. So, and they always have really great guest stars on that. You should watch that, Gary. Do you have Hulu?
I
You
don't
will like it.
like I said, I really don't watch any TV. I don't go to the movies. I do watch Netflix, though. I watch Netflix. There's a few programs. I love the documentary.
And there are some things I would recommend for you on Netflix for sure.
But I love Martin Short. I go all the way back with him. I mean, I used to watch him in the late 70s. After Saturday Night Live, we would watch Second City Television. Before it was even popular, people really didn't even know about it that much. And I just loved it. The characters that he played on Second City TV, Jackie Rogers Jr., freaking, oh my God, just love him to death.
Yeah, I love them. So that is, I thumbs up on that series. Watch that series. It's really cute.
So what's this Only Murders in the Building? What's the premise?
So they all live in New York in this old, expensive, posh building. And so they've had two seasons. And I don't want to give it away. It's about the first season. There's a murder in the building, and then these guys don't really know each other, so they all get together and they have this murder podcast. And then there's another murder in the second season that comes up, but it's like a kind of an over the top comedy. Yeah.
Well, you got some cool people hanging out with us in the chat room. I see Allie Patches in the house.
Hi, Allie.
Rich New Design.
Hi, Rich.
Cool. Seven
Thank
Dust.
you guys for being here.
The Art of Floundering is here hanging out with us.
Has anyone seen any of these movies we're talking about?
I haven't seen any of them myself.
Chime in if you have, please.
Yeah,
So the next one in the line was female actor in a comedy series, and that's Jessica Gunning in Baby Reindeer. I don't have a picture of that either because I don't watch it, so I can't really talk about it, but it looks fucking over the top hilarious. It's about a stand-up comedian who is kind of crazy in his own self, but then he gets a stalker who won't leave him alone. It's a true story.
Wow.
He wrote it, a true story that has happened to him. So I kind of really want to see this series. But
I like stalker movies for some reason. I don't know what it is. I'm saying what's those ones? The Hand That Rocks the Cradle. You know those?
Oh yeah. Those are all the classics of the women stalkers. Women stalkers are the best, right? Right, Allie?
Action started it all, right? I mean, but there's more. It goes way back, right?
So here's another one on HBO that I've not seen either is The Penguin. Does anyone watch The Penguin? It looks so styled. The color and everything looks so cool. But Colin Farrell, who is cool, is a great actor.
Is that like the Batman Penguin type thing?
Yes, it is. It is. And it's all dark and the colors are just, it looks good. It looks really good.
I dropped the Batman thing like probably 20 years ago. There's a zillion of them, right? A zillion Batmans, right?
There's a zillion. I mean, should we bring up a movie now? Okay, so I watched The Joker. Now, I watched The Joker, knowing that it has already gotten the Razzie Award, the worst movie of the year. So I already knew that. So that's why I wanted to see it. I was like, Lady Gaga in the worst movie, one of the worst movies of the year? No.
Yeah.
I saw it. I see why it had problems. It was visually gorgeous, honestly. It was visually beautiful. But what they did, it was musical. And what they did was really weird. They took a bunch of old, really popular 70s songs, and that's the soundtrack. So it wasn't original music. And it was...
That kind of sounds attractive to me. I love 70s music.
I know, and it was all the music that we love, the Carpenters.
Yeah.
It just didn't. There was something that didn't fully do it, and so I like after I saw it, I was like, yeah, I see why people and here's how Joaquin came up with the idea was that he just dreamed it. So maybe he dreamed it, and he's like, this is amazing. So
wow, that's crazy. This whole Batman series, what is there like? You have Christian Bale, you have Ben Affleck, you have all the people that played Batman. There's like 4 or 5 of them, right?
Yeah, who else? Did what's his name?
It's off the top of my head.
J-Lo's Ben
Keaton?
No, Ben. I want to say Ben Affleck. Is that his name? He played him too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people did. Yeah, but this is where the female actress. Actually, they don't call it actress anymore. They call it actor. Female actor in supporting role. That I noticed that because when I was jotting down my notes, I wrote actress, and I noticed that they called all the females female actors. And in my business, it's kind of funny. I don't give a shit what people call me, actor, actress. I don't care. Yeah. But I have talked to some female actresses, and I called them an actress, and they're like, I am not an actress. I'm an actor.
Yeah.
I'm like, oopsie, sorry. But this is the movie that I saw that I can talk about. Emilia Perez.
Emilia Perez.
So Zoe Saldana won female actor in a supporting role in motion picture. I love this movie. This is the best movie. Emilia Perez. Now, the reason I say this is because I don't really love musicals. And I heard about this movie, and, I want to see it. I didn't even know it was a musical. So I'm watching this movie, and I'm watching it, and it starts in the singing. Huh?
It's a musical?
Yeah, it's a musical. And they start in the singing, and I was like, and about halfway through, I loved it. And the one thing is, musicals always take me out of the storyline. I was never taken out of the storyline in this. Everyone was so good in this film. Wow. I loved it. I mean, I highly recommend this film.
Without giving it away, I mean, just what was the premise? Is it like boy meets girl, boy loses girl?
No, the premise is basically, well, it's set. The premise is the Mexican cartel.
Okay. So it's the Mexican
And here it is. Here. It's all about set in the Mexican cartel, and this is what it's about. If you are stuck in a place where you can't be a good person, what do you have to do to get out of that place? so that you can become who you want to be. That's what it's about without giving it away.
Right.
So it's really good. But the so interesting because Carla, Carla Gascon, she's trans. That gives it away. But she was so inspiring. She won a Golden Globe. I think it was a Golden Globe she won. And she got up there in her Buddhist outfit. And she was like, she said what I said. Everyone needs to do whatever they have to do to be who they are so that they can be the best person that they are.
Right.
And I think she inspired a lot of people, right? So a lot of people, Carla Gascon looked into her and stuff. And that screwed her up. Screwed her up, man. So big controversy. People unearthed all of her negative comments and posts that she made. They're really elitist. They're really racist. And she's been kind of banned. She wasn't even at the SAG Awards.
Who's that?
She's Carla Gascon, who played the lead in Amelia Perez. She played the lead, and she wasn't even there because she has so much bad publicity now. Basically, she was nude. So, I mean, in a weird way. I mean, So, yeah, that was interesting, but that is a great film. It's done by a French guy.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, I don't
I've seen that.
want to get off on a tangent, but
Oh, yes.
the actresses are here to entertain us. Sometimes when they start getting doing things that are up and beyond that, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, just stick with acting, Anyway, that's unfortunate that she got in a bunch of trouble. I don't even know who it is. But.
Yes, because I was super inspired. I was like, oh my God, she's gonna be such a cool person. And it's kind of heartbreaking when you're like, oh my God, this person's gonna be so inspiring, and then they turn out to be just super shitty. Like, I'm it. But
for me personally, when I think of movies, man, I have my favorites, my all time, and usually most of them are films from like a long time ago, where you're like, wow, that was awesome. That. Like, have you ever heard of a movie called The Cincinnati Kid with Steve McQueen? I mean, with Paul Newman. It's called The Cincinnati Kid. It's got Anne Margaret, Carl Malden, Cecil B. DeMille. Oh my God, it's just like one of my favorite movies of all time because the acting, it's like a car movie. It's like set in like the 30s Depression area, and they played this game called Cincinnati. It was a card game that they played. It was really hard to cheat, and all these underground games, and just, man, when you actually look at the storyline, they don't rely on CG. They don't rely on sex and violence. They rely on just good old-fashioned acting, and I love that.
Right.
So that's why I'm kind of out of the loop, because like I said, if I do go to Netflix, I just watch the reality stuff and the documentaries.
Right. You know what, Gary, I would recommend, but I don't think you have Apple TV, but you would love, if you see something and it's from a novel, it's usually really good. This is from a novel. It's called Disclaimer, and it's Kate Blanchett, and she rocks in everything she does.
Yeah.
She was up for she just didn't win it, but she was up for leading lady in a limited mini series. Disclaimer. Oh my God, that's exactly what you're talking about. The writing is so good. The writing is so good with that. Yeah.
And then there's the movies too where they just really freak you out, where it just leaves an impression on you. Like, still to this day, I can't watch The Exorcist by myself. You know what I mean? You get up, you lock the door, you're like,
Yes, this is that. I know.
you know what I mean? It's so good. It's so freaky.
So good. So good.
What type of movies
Well,
are you know?
this is the first year that I think ever that the female actor in the leading film role was from a horror movie. I mean, that just blew me away. It's The Substance. And I have like 4 or 5 pictures from The Substance because it's my favorite. I mean, my 2 favorites are Amelia Perez and The Substance. Demi Moore. Demi Moore.
I love
Demi
it.
Moore won the award for the best female actor. And this movie is a horror movie. It's a horror. It's a low budget horror movie,
Oh my God, I love it.
but it's psychological. So when you see it, don't expect to see like, you know, a lot of crazy horror scenes. It's more psychological,
Yeah.
but it's about Hollywood. So it rocks. It's about age. It's about, you know, a woman dealing with getting older
Wow.
in Hollywood
That's
and, you know,
Yeah.
getting left behind.
I think the last like super corporate mainstream thing that she played in was like Charlie's Angels or something. And that was a big comeback for her because I think she got kind of banished out of Hollywood or something. I'm not sure, but I remember hearing something about that. To hear her come back and get an award, that's pretty cool.
What happened was she married Ashton Kutcher, right? And you know, she drank. She, you know, her and Ashton, they tried to have a baby, and she had a miscarriage. She was 6 months pregnant, lost the baby, and she just had a lot of problems. And then she got heavily into drugs, and they broke up. He cheated on her. Do you remember that? And that was embarrassing for her because she was always. That's when she was going on line all the time. I think it was YouTube. I can't remember, but she would always like do like these lingerie stuff, and she would always be like, "This is what Ashton gets to screw every night."
Oh my God.
It was all, but she wasn't thinking.
She was
right.
airing it out.
What?
She was
Yeah,
airing
I
it
mean,
on the internet.
yeah, you don't remember that? All that? Her and oh yeah, oh my God, that was like so long. And then so when they got a divorce, she kept partying, but then she almost died because she was having a party and she did whippets. She was doing wine. She was doing like 12 Vicodin a day, and she almost died. She passed out. They had to take her to the emergency, and she cleaned up. And you know, it's so great to see somebody come back, right?
Yeah.
So now she won this award, and I think she's 62.
Wow.
Echo, how old is Demi Moore? Demi Moore is 62.
Is that Alexia?
Yeah.
Glad she's here with us.
So if you guys need to ask her anything, she can help us.
I like Demi Moore. One of the reasons too is because I don't know that much about this and that, but I did watch, and I know that she treats her ex-husband Bruce Willis, who's suffering from dementia. She treats him really, really well. They got a good relation. She's really compassionate towards that. And I saw her. They were roasting him before it got real bad, and she came on the roast, and you could tell that they still. It's not that they love each other, but they have respect for each other.
Absolutely.
But she was roasting him, and you could just tell that she
have a good relationship.
She was a cool person. They're down to earth. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So it was really good to see that. The Room is my favorite movie. The Room. You mean The Room that was voted the worst film ever made?
Really? And she's
yeah.
in it?
No, she's not in that. But I'm just looking at the Art of Floundering podcast, and it said, and
let me get over that.
But the room is interesting because I'll tell you why The Room is interesting. Because James Franco made, I can't remember what year, The Disaster Artist, about The Room. And I remember when that guy who made The Room, he was trying to get that movie out everywhere. I remember he was renting out, he's rich. He was renting out all the little spaces and trying to get people to go to that movie. It was the worst movie ever made.
Wow.
But The Disaster Artist, so James Franco makes The Disaster Artist, and he's booming. He got the Golden Globe too, I think, and he's ready to set up to get the Oscar, and he was Me Too'd.
Wow.
He was teaching at the acting school that I went to, which is called Playhouse West, and he was, sleeping with all the women, and he would be like, okay, this is a orgy scene, we all have to really do it. And I mean, they were doing some bad stuff there.
Yeah.
So he was called out and he was dropped. He didn't get the Oscar. It was just like Carla Gascon, exactly the same thing. So that's kind of an interesting, yeah.
Look, Rich New Design says Val Kilmer. And I got to tell you, I love Val Kilmer so much because
he was probably the sexiest.
He can do so much, man. He plays Jim Morrison. He plays Doc Holliday. And just to be an actor to go from Jim Morrison to Doc Holliday and nail it. And the list goes on and on and on. And what's so unfortunate, it broke my heart the other day because I'd never knew it, but he's not doing that good medically. Yeah, like a tracheometry or something. And
yes,
and you look at him,
he lost his voice.
He's such a beautiful man. He was such a killer actor. He was so vibrant in those roles. You're just like, wow, it's hard to see him like that. It's
right, like Christopher Reeves and What Happened. They have a documentary like in a couple days, I think, of Superman, of Christopher Reeves. I think it's on CNN. But has anyone seen The Complete Unknown? Because that's about Bob Dylan and Timothy.
I haven't seen that yet.
Chalamet. He won the Best Actor.
Oh, you won an award for it, huh?
Yeah, so that's all for him. Yeah, he won the Best Actor for this movie right here. And when he gave his speech, he said that this took up 5 years of his life. So I don't know if it took a long time to film, or I'm not sure what he meant by that. But
where is that?
Dedication.
Can you watch that on Netflix, or where do you watch something like that?
I'm not sure. I have a feeling that A Complete Unknown is still in the movie theaters. I think that one is still in the movie theaters. And that's also the weird thing, is that some movies you can see now, some you can't. It's weird.
Hey, I got a question for you. I haven't done it yet, but my brother tells me about it all the time. He says it's awesome. I guess they have these movie theaters now where you go in, you get a recliner, a waiter comes up and takes your order or something like that, or you type it in.
You can have drinks, cocktails.
Yeah, he says it's really expensive though. He goes, you go there, it's like $100 or $200 easily. I
didn't know it was that expensive, but
well, I mean,
it could be
like a steak dinner and meals and
exactly. See, that's a fancy, yeah. Yep.
You done that at all?
Only one time with Dina. Remember Dina? On my birthday, she took me to one, and we had cocktails, and I felt weird, like getting really slammed at a movie theater. But of course, smoking is more my thing. I would rather like smoke and watch a movie. But yeah, I've done it. It's kind of weird. Yeah, and I think they're just trying to do everything they can to get people back to the fucking movies.
Yeah, and you know what too is
they're doing what they can to get people to the movies.
Back in the theaters, yeah, and the drive-ins. I haven't been to the drive-ins in a long time, but
you guys, do we have drive-ins?
A little speaker, and you hung it in your window. Remember that?
Yeah, they brought it back during COVID. Do you remember that? We had some, and it was like I mean, it was really kind of special, but I think they closed them down.
Yeah.
Because they were not at venues where they were always, they were at weird venues. They were pulling into like
Me and Natasha, 25 years ago, me and Natasha would go to the drive-ins, and I have like one of those Ram F-150 gigantic trucks. It's real high.
Oh yeah.
And I'd put a queen size mattress in the back bed, and I'd back up, and we'd be in there on a queen size mattress in the back of my truck with just tons of pillows and our own popcorn, and we'd go to the drive-in.
That's
people that are backed in with their truck.
Yes. Yeah, we did everything at
We love going to the drive-ins, man. We used to party in the 70s. The drive-ins was like the funnest thing to do,
It wasn't just the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, but then, I don't know. When did I think it's about the 90s that they got rid of them.
So
early 90s.
So this Complete Unknown, it's just pretty much like what, just the Bob Dylan story, basically, right?
Right. It's Bob Dylan's biography. It starts when he hasn't made it yet, and it.
How old is he now? Ask Alexia how old he is.
Who?
Alexia.
Bob Dylan?
Yeah,
Echo. How old is Bob Dylan?
Bob Dylan is 83 years old.
He's 83.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is another one that I definitely want to see, the Complete Unknown. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Here's another one that I also want to see because I love her. Is she was up for a female actress and she didn't get it, but it was so fun that Demi Moore was up for it and Pamela Anderson. Pamela Anderson was up for Best Actress for Showgirl. And I really want to see Showgirl too, but that's still in the movie theater. And that's about a showgirl. That's about Vegas. That's about how they're closing all the big shows. And she's a showgirl losing her job. It looks good. It looks good. So, and I love Pamela Anderson. So she's on this kit. About this character? Do you know about her kit that she's on now that she never wears makeup?
I watched that.
Yeah. So she looks beautiful without it, but that's her thing now.
I think she looks absolutely gorgeous as she's aging. She doesn't need any makeup. She's gorgeous, man. And that's it. I like that for some reason. I mean, look, anyone can do whatever they want to make themselves look good. I'm into that. But
Yeah.
like Natasha doesn't even wear makeup. I don't think she's.
I know.
never
How good she looks.
ever,
Right.
That's
what I love. I love everybody doing their own thing because, I love that Pamela's doing that. I mean, at the same time, I love Dolly Parton. I love her.
Fuck, how old is she? Jesus.
Echo, how old is Dolly Parton?
Dolly Parton is 77 years old. She was born on January 19th, 1946.
She.
In Center, Tennessee.
77?
Yep, she's 77.
Well, she's still got some kick in her. I thought she was probably a little older. I thought she would be a little older, but yeah.
Have you seen her outfits? She has the best body. And Jane Fonda has the best body too. And so speaking of Jane Fonda, during the SAG Awards, Jane Fonda was so inspiring. She won a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Yeah.
And Gary and I, we tried to download her speech because I wanted to play it because it brought me to tears, to be honest with you. But she was just talking about how we all need to, rise up. And she said, and by the way, that just means we care about one another. She just rocked her speech, man. Look it up.
I'm a big Jane Fonda fan. because for starters, you know, we all know that she comes from that Hollywood family bloodline, you know, but she's in the beginning, and when you watch these movies that she's in from like the 60s and stuff, right? Awesome acting. She's really, really good. And her life was such a killer life. She's what, 87. She's gone through all these different phases where she's, you know, taking drugs, smoking weed, activist for, you know, civil rights, to, hey, you know, I partied real hard. It's time to get healthy and exercise. You know, she went through all these different phases, and I think she's just a beautiful person. I really do. I love her.
Right. You know, if there's anything, and it's so interesting, she's kind of responsible for us getting the VCR too, you know, because of all her tapes. She promoted that. But I think her, the bruise on her is just when she was doing her activism, is when she went to Vietnam and she sat on a commie tank. And then she went to the prisons, and she, you know, she went to the prisons, and there were some men who handed her notes, and she handed them to the communists.
That she spent a life.
Yeah, they really got down for her for a long time, and I even was kind of bummed about that. But you know, people make mistakes, and we make mistakes. You know,
everyone does. Yeah, I mean,
when you say you're sorry, or you see that it was a mistake, that's what Carla. If Carla Gascon did that, I think people would have been softer. But she like doubled, tripled down with what she said, and it was like, oh gosh. Yeah. It's
no doubt that she definitely lived a life of always trying to stand up for the right cause. You know,
Jane.
Yeah.
Cool,
you know,
and that's important. That's, you know, a big thing.
And then her films too. Her and her brother and her dad had such awesome films. Who can ever forget Easy Rider? Her brother with Peter Fonda and Dennis Hopper and Jack Nicholson. Great movie.
Yeah.
Movie. He's like, hey man, we're eating their food. But you know who my favorite actor is of all time? Take a guess. Take a guess. No, you don't have to take a guess. There's so many. I was like a needle in a haystack, huh? My favorite actor is a guy named Tom Berenger. I think he is incredible because, listen, not only is he Barnes in a World War II movie, he's his character Barnes in Platoon, okay?
God, I wish we could pull up a picture because I think I know who you're talking about.
And then he was also the piano man in Eddie and the Cruisers. He played the keyboards, okay? He's a keyboard player in the movie Eddie and the Cruisers. He was the catcher in a movie called Major League. Tom Berenger is...
Listen, now Tom Berenger's not the one who went out with Heidi Fleiss, is it?
Is what?
Does anybody know? Is Tom Berenger the dude who went out with Heidi Fleiss?
I'm not sure. I just know his movies. The point I think what I'm trying to make is, because I don't think you've seen too many of those films, is like you talked about earlier, where he plays one character and then he's over here playing another character that's just completely fucking.
He's a true method actor.
Into it. You wouldn't even know it. You would be like, wow, really? Okay, he plays that and that, you know?
Yeah.
We are the 420 flower people.
League is like a baseball movie about the Cleveland Indians with Charlie Sheen, Tom Berenger, Wesley Snipes. It's a baseball movie.
I mean, I was just like, It's interesting how we can actually watch what happened to all these people's lives. You know, I mean, Charlie Sheen, he's kind of sick right now. He has AIDS.
Well, it's weird too. You notice how like a lot of them will get into the buzz where they always kind of play in each other's movies because look, Charlie Sheen and Tom Berenger both played in Major League, which was a huge hit. They both played in Platoon, which was directed by Martin Scorsese.
Huge.
Platoon won tons of awards. So yeah, it's weird how you kind of, you know, see like the same people, you know, in movies. You're always going to get the same little clique of people, you know.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Western movies?
Yeah, Westerns are not really my favorite.
Yeah. There's a lot of
What's
cool
your favorite Western? Are they your favorite?
The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly with Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, that's I mean classic.
Yeah. You know, the music soundtrack and there's something about
my favorite bad guys in that.
There's something for me as a young male growing up in the 70s and maybe early 80s. It's bizarre how it sounds. You could always, now you can find them anywhere, but back then you can only find a good old school cowboy movie on a Saturday afternoon. Back then there was something, I guess it's a guy thing or something, I don't know, but watching an old Western on a Saturday afternoon was just like magic for a young dude growing up. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, that is a thing. That is a nostalgia thing that we don't have anymore.
Yeah.
TV used to be different because TV used to be we had 5 channels, everything came on a certain. I remember my mom sent us to the Saturday matinee and we would pay with, this makes me sound really old, but I lived in a really tiny town. We would pay with Pepsi tops. And she would just leave us there all day. Like it was in the middle of the city, and we were like fine.
Yeah.
We don't do that with kids anymore, but
I think it was around 1978 or 79 is when the transition really took place, because back then, you had the TV, you had the rabbit ears, you had the VHF, the UHF. You get 3 or 4 channels here, then you switch it over to UHF and you get like channel 20 and 36 and 44, and you watch the Flintstones. And it was about 1978. All of a sudden, the cable companies started coming out and they gave you this little box. It was an A-B switch. Remember that? You switch it over to A or B, and that's how you got more channels. You're on A, and then you get more channels. You switch the box over to B, and you get more channels. And then that was like the very first one. And you got to remember, I'm in the 9th grade at that point, smoking weed. So I saw when the whole transition come to go from that A-B box. The next one was you got like a little box, and then it, you have the different channels that you click through. That was just right around 1979, 1980. And the same thing with the telephone. Back then, if you wanted a phone, you called the phone company, and they came out and they installed the phone. And then right around 1980, they're like, "Oh, we don't do that anymore. You got to go buy your own." They were like, "What? We got to go buy a phone? There's a phone company. Come put a new phone in, And that's when they started selling phones, and they started introducing, caller ID, and before if someone called, you write down a little note on a piece of paper and you'd put it in a basket.
Yeah,
but it was right around that when television and phone kind of took off, you know what I mean? Yeah. And water too, because back then I remember it was like maybe 1981 they started selling bottled water. It's like, what? Water? Right? You know what I mean?
Faucet, huh?
All right. So what was after The Bob Dylan movie.
Well, the last winner was ensemble cast, and that's Conclave. Now, Conclave, I'm not really, I've heard it's an amazing film. It's about picking the next pope, but I'm not fully, I don't know. I might see it, but there's a lot of other films I want to see before Conclave. But it was with Isabella Rossellini, which I do love her. And yes, Tom Sizemore. Thank you. Tom Berenger is the other Tom. Because Tom Sizemore, I was like, oh yeah, he was obsessed with Heidi Fleiss, and that was a weird story. So yeah, Conclave. It was the last one that won. Yeah. And another film that I saw this year, it wasn't up for any awards, and it should not have been, but I didn't really love it, and I was excited to see it, was The Fall Guy. Did anybody see The Fall Guy? Because that's, yeah. So yeah, The Fall Guy was, it's a lot of dialogue, and it just, what that was supposed to be about, right, Gary?
Which movie are we talking about now?
Fall Guy.
Oh, The Fall Guy?
Yeah, it was based on the TV series. Now, I never saw the TV series. Did you? Fall Guy?
Oh, no, The Fall Guy TV series?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's ringing a bell. I kind of remember it. Yeah, I watched The Fall Guy. I would have to see it a little bit to just kind of bring it all back. But yeah, I watched The Fall Guy.
Who was that? Was it the $6 Million Man guy who was in Fall Guy?
No, that's Steve Austin.
Yeah.
Who married Farrah Fawcett.
Yes. I always had a crush on Farrah.
But this is, let me see if I can share this. This is Tom Berenger. Maybe this will ring a bell.
Yeah, let me see. That's your favorite actor?
Yeah. You see this dude?
Oh, yeah. He's
Tom
awesome.
Berenger. This is Barnes from Platoon. He played just so many good characters.
Platoon. That's that really good.
Eddie and the Cruisers. He was the keyboard player.
Yeah, so good. Yeah.
I wonder how old he is. But look, there's if you've never seen Platoon, it's
How old
probably.
is Tom Berenger?
Tom Berenger is 75 years old.
Tom Berenger is 75 years old.
He plays in a lot of old films too. He played in this one where it was like I forget the name. It's a really famous movie. He played like a homosexual from New York or something. So his career has just been just all these different characters. And if you've never seen Platoon,
I have. It's so amazing.
It's an amazing movie, man.
Like an apocalypse. It's just like you have to yeah. I think one of my favorite dudes is Matthew McConaughey.
I love Matthew McConaughey so much. I love him. From
who is the guy?
It was such a killer movie.
What movie?
Dazed and Confused.
Everything he does is killer, but yes, that was good. Great.
He was a teenager. It was his first movie. It was about a bunch of stoners graduating in 1970s Texas. It's called Dazed and Confused. Really cool movie.
So look, the Art of Floundering podcast says he highly recommends Conclave. There you go. Thank you.
We're coming up to Conclave soon, right? Did I show that?
I have a poster of Conclave. No, show it. They were cute. They all came up together because they won Best Ensemble for Conclave. So the four actors went up on the stage. Yeah. That's just, it right here. Yeah.
What's this all about? Conclave.
I wish he could tell us, but it's about picking the new pope. That's what it's about. It's about picking the new pope when they have to replace the pope, and all the everything that goes on with that. And I love John Lithgow. He's great. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
So we have this Substance movie.
That's
a horror movie. I've never even heard of it. Is this what she won the award for?
Yes, this is what she won the award for, and it's this kind of off indie horror movie made by this woman, Coralie Fargate. Demi said this. She said it landed on her desk and she read it and she said she couldn't turn it down. This is a picture of the substance. So it's that's what it's about. It's about her
epic,
trying to
epic, audacious horror masterpiece. That's what they said about it.
Yeah. So it is so interesting that she won on a horror movie. Yeah. And, Dennis Quaid. I forgot about Dennis Quaid. I love Dennis Quaid. Dennis Quaid is in this movie, and he rocks. And the young girl in this, I just saw her in another movie, and she's really cute. She's really good. Yeah.
That's a weird picture, huh?
Yeah, it's a weird picture. Again, when you go to see this movie, just know that it is an independent film. Because I was kind of expecting horror, crazy, but the scenes are kind of limited. The sets are kind of limited.
What's the definition of an independent film? What does that mean? It's not bankrolled by corporate people?
Yeah, and kind of when I think of an indie film, definitely it's independently. It doesn't have a lot of money, so it doesn't have any big special effects. It doesn't have a lot of
funding.
Yeah,
I think that's one of the things that kind of didn't appeal to me as far as like mainstream films, where I dropped off completely. That's probably why I've never really seen a lot of these, is because I just, the CGI and I never felt there was good quality films, man.
The most interesting thing is Hollywood is kind of favoring the independent films. And you could really see that in the winners in this, because they were all kind of independent films. I mean, who was snubbed? Angelina Jolie. Hers was independent though, but in Maria. And Gladiator, which was not independent, was snubbed.
Right.
And that's Washington. He was pretty much snubbed. And really favoring the independent films.
Yeah.
Real Pain, Leah Perez, Showgirl, and The Substance with Demi Moore. This is going to be, I personally think this is going to be Demi's big comeback. I do. I think we're going to be seeing her more. And I think, she was really fragile and emotional in her speech. And at the end, she just, it was really funny. The Sega word must be really flipping heavy, because every single person was like, "Oh, this is heavy." But at the last, she looked at it and she was just like, she kind of was lost for words, and she was like, "The little girl inside of me thanks you," and she was misty-eyed. So it meant a lot to her, and I think it's going to bring her back. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Lee Majors was in The Fall Guy. That's got.
Yes, that's what I thought it was. Lee Majors.
I remember it now. And I think he had Heather
Yeah.
Locklear was like his little
Yes.
Female.
So the film is different than a little bit different than that setup. But what is the guy in the film and the guy in Barbie? Ryan Reynolds or no, Ryan? Yeah, Ryan Gosling or Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling is so great, and he's just coming out of Barbie, and then he did Fall Guy.
Yeah, see, I liked that movie, The Notebook, because it was good writing, it was good acting. You fell in love with these characters, Noah and Allie. See, when you can recite something without, it's not like I'm looking at anything or looking at notes or anything. I just going, we're just ad-libbing. We're going, you remember characters, you know that those actors did something right?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And those are the type of movies I like where there's not some type of religious or political message that they're trying to use that movie as a vehicle for. See what I'm saying?
So you like films that are like more like about a slice of life every day?
Or just, yeah, that is someone's imagination, and then they've said, hey, I'm going to make this film, like, and that's usually the older ones. Like, you ever see that movie with James Caan when he was really young? It was called it's like from the 50s or something, called Lady in a Cage. Ever seen that?
No.
Where it's like a real, highbrow area in Hollywood, and she's an old, actress, and she's paralyzed. She's in a wheelchair, but she has this elevator that takes her to the different floors in her house. And one day she was stuck in it, so she hits the alarm. And the alarm goes off on the outside of her house for help. But a bunch of lowlife thugs show up and abuse her, and it's got a great ending. Live in her house, and they take a bath. Dysfunctional shit, But the point is, it's just a fucking old movie. It's just the killerest acting and the killerest story. That's the kind of shit I miss. You know what I mean? So when you go to this stuff where like these movies where there's always just like I was saying, where there's like a political message or a religious message, you're just like, oh man, is this an infomercial or is this a movie? Like,
yeah.
I'm not bagging on any one religion, but I'm just saying, like 2012, Noah's Ark. You know what I mean?
I mean, if they're really slighted conservative,
they all got CGI in it, and it's just like, you're just like, man, can I just go get a movie that's got a cool storyline?
Well, you know what? The Old Man on Hulu, I highly recommend that too. Who is the guy who plays the dude? He's in The Old Man. And it's so good. It's like that kind of espionage, government,
Yeah.
Echo, who played the dude?
The dude is played by Jeff Bridges.
Jeff Bridges.
Yeah.
Remember we had a scene and we were talking about Jeff Bridges, Gary?
Yeah.
Jeff Bridges. I love Jeff Bridges. Jeff Bridges in The Old Man. That is a good series, and that's on Hulu.
I think because we can all relate to the character of the dude, right?
Huh?
You know what I mean? We can all relate to that type of character. Just
The
having
dude?
smoking some weed. The dude.
He's that's very
Friends that are like that. You know what I mean? I got like 3 or 4 friends that are just like the dude,
yeah.
But hands down, one of the greatest 2 movies of all time, Dumb and Dumber and Dumb and Dumber 2.
So funny. I don't think I saw
so
this.
funny. It's unbelievable, dude. It's just
So
like,
funny. So you like Jim Carrey, right?
well, I mean, it's just more of the writing. The acting is good, but the writing is just side splitting.
I like Jim Carrey.
You
He's
know,
such a different person now.
They want to open up an ant farm store. It's like, wow, that's not a good idea. You know what I mean? So it just goes on and on, you know. When they find the suitcase and they think the person's named Samson, but it's the name of the luggage. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they are so classic. You know, here's a musical that I do love, is Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Oh yeah, I did it. You know.
So I mean, it just like can just be funny now, and it spans all these years. You know, it holds up.
Yeah,
know?
Because that was the entertainment back then. In the sense that when we talked about, hey, there's only 3 channels on the television at 79, 80, you know, there used to be these places. You remember these? It spilled into the 80s and 90s a little bit, but it was really big in the late 70s, where you went to these midnight stuff, or whether they were showing Three Stooges, or they were showing bizarre movies, or they were doing the Rocky Horror. And the people were really down front acting it out. And
everybody got together in a group and did things. Even when we watched TV, we all were watching it together because we knew that. We were all watching The Cosby Show, or we were all watching, you know, whatever Family Ties, or whatever it was. You know, we're all watching it together, you know. And that's what's so different now is, you know.
Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin song remains the same. You go and you sit, and they put it on the thing with lasers, and you know that a lot of that stuff doesn't exist. And you think about it, man, the stuff they could do nowadays. Maybe I'm out of the loop. Maybe there's stuff like that, but you actually were involved in it. You threw the rice, you threw the toilet paper. When she said Janet, everybody screamed out Janet. In the 80s and 90s, I went a couple times where no one was acting out front. No one was throwing rice and this and that. No one was. There's all kinds of stuff you need to repeat during the movie.
Yes.
And like, where's your neck and stuff like that. So to be part of that, I'm sure there's probably somewhere where you can go where they're still doing it full blown, right?
I think in Hollywood, they used to have, a couple years ago, they still had at midnight, they would do the Rocky Horror Picture Show. And everybody would do their thing. Yeah. Yeah. But COVID kind of screwed up a lot of things, honestly. You know, yeah.
Yeah. What are you going to do? The world's an imperfect place. I'm going to light this joint.
I'll join you.
But like you said, too, it's nice. I think I should give these movies a try then, because that's what kind of turned me off about it. But I think there's so many alternative mediums now instead of just the corporate.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I don't think Amy's really here too much. So I have been wanting to ask you. Tell me how. So I made you watch Barbie because Barbie is a satire kind of Barbie. And what did you think? You were like pretty down on it. Was it just the commercialism of it, or what?
I you know, it's not like I didn't like the Barbie movie. I watched it, but I certainly think that things are designed for certain temperaments and certain people, man. They really know what they're doing. I mean, I think first off, it did have a good message. You know, self-empowerment. Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter if you're a guy or girl, this, that. We're all human. You should be proud of who you are, right?
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
But it's just, I don't know, maybe only watching it once, too, you know, has something to do with it. But for me, it's, I really don't, the computer generated stuff just really, really gets me. And it has to be like that for that movie. So don't get me wrong. You know what I mean?
Right, because it's Barbie. Although, listen to this. You know the beach, all the beach scene? They rented out a huge studio in the valley, and they created the whole beach inside. a studio. They created that beach. But I know, like, her when she was driving and, you know, little things and stuff. This is what I like about the Barbie movie. I know that it was Margot Robbie's idea, and she went to them. So in a way, it was an independent film. It was Margot's idea. It was Margot's script. She had this other woman, I can't remember her name, Greta, directed it and helped write it. And so it was kind of exciting because it's all a woman's project, and Mattel let them do it. And you know that they put all this money. You know, they spent like $100 million. Oh, you know, we didn't talk about Wicked yet. They spent $100 million on Barbie, just on advertising for it. But what us actors love about that is it brought people back to the movies. It saved the industry practically, because we were coming out, you know, doing the strike thing. But Margot Robbie, it was exciting that she did this, because what she tried to do before Barbie is she actually wrote a Harley Quinn, and she wanted to do this whole woman Harley Quinn thing. And they were like, no, they wouldn't let her do it, because they didn't want her to have control. They want to do stuff like that. So I thought it was neat that she got to do Barbie and bring Barbie to, you know, a real person. That was fun, you know.
Yeah.
Barbie is important. And I mean, when Barbie came out, I don't know if you've seen, Gary, you're on my Facebook, but a bunch of dudes just like freaked out, were like attacking, like, Barbie is such a terrible thing. You know, she makes women feel like they have to be skinny. When you're playing with Barbie, you're little. You have no pressure to be skinny. You don't give a crap. Number one.
They have the pressure of magazines and fucking.
We're not thinking about that.
Right.
What was exciting for us was that Barbie, for me, was that Barbie was the first doll that I didn't have to take care of. Barbie had boobs. She was an adult. Barbie could have a life. All my other dolls were baby dolls. They were babies. You know, we could just, you know, give them a bottle. But Barbie, we could buy her a Corvette. And she could have G.I. Joe as a
Right.
So she was exciting to us, because she allowed us girls to, you know, be creative.
I can imagine it. And my take on it is that I thought it was innovative. I thought it was pretty cool, because they tried blending these different mediums and stuff. And then also too, it's got to be it's appealing, because for people that, like, if I grew up and I was a girl that played with dolls and Barbies, I would love it. I'd be like, oh, finally they made a Barbie. Let's go.
That's how we felt. Yeah.
Like, you know, a movie about, you know, like Rounders. You ever seen that? With Matt Damon. Rounders, are the card players.
Yeah, I didn't see it. Okay. I know of it.
My point is, that's where I'm like, hey, I want to go see that. See, so I bet Barbie was kind of cool, but then there's probably some of the Barbie community that are like, well, I don't like the way they did it, but I thought it was cool. I thought that
they did have to be careful.
It hold my attention, because I'm not in the CGI. I didn't grow up using Barbies and stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
What kept me in it was just to see what they were doing, and then it was actually kind of cool how she went from the Barbie land, right, to like the real world. So that was kind of cool. Kind of borrowed into that a little bit, you know.
Yeah. And I like the actors. I like her, actually. I like her a lot. And I like Ryan Gosling. He was adorable as Ken.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And you gotta love Will Ferrell. So how could you not like Will Ferrell? He's played so many goofy characters, you know.
Yeah.
There's I am Dr. Rick Marshall. You are Chaka. I am smarter than you. Lost in what's that movie? Lost in the river raft. They go down the river.
Oh,
He's Dr. Rick Marshall, and there's Chaka, the little monkey, and I forget. It was an old,
I don't know.
one of his best movies, man. But you know what movie that I want you to watch? I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's probably the greatest movie ever, at least for me. See, that's the thing too, because I think you and I are, like I'm into like a lot of the Mel stuff. You're into a lot of the, you know what I mean? I'm into the cards, horse racing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A movie called Deuce Bigalow, European Gigolo. It is hilarious. It's called Deuce Bigalow.
That's not Ben Stiller, is it?
No, Ben Stiller's on.
Is that Andrew Dice Clay? No. Who is it?
I'm not sure. But speaking of Ben Stiller, man, his stuff is crazy, isn't it? My favorite is The Heartbreak Kid. You ever seen that?
Oh my God.
See, that one just, oh my God.
See, we're so funny. Is that you've seen a lot of these older, like really funny, good.
The actress, I forget her name, but she's been in all kinds of shit. She's fucking awesome, man. She's all. But the premise basically is he's just a kind of goofy little dude, lives in San Francisco, owns a sporting goods store, always trying to find love, meets this girl, everything's perfect. For weeks, they just fall in love and they do all the cliche stuff and they laugh and they're together and they're so happy, and now they're going to go down to Cabo San Lucas. So they drive down there, and now she's actually just completely fucking psycho.
Crazy.
All her shit starts unsurfacing. She's got a deviated septum, and she's got like shit coming out her nose as they're eating. And then she's all, and at first it was all like PG and vanilla. And then she's like turning into a total tyrant. And then she's like, well, I still got to pay off the $50,000. And he's like, $50,000? What? Because they're getting planned to get married, right? Yeah. So I told you about my cocaine addiction and how I owe, and then when they finally make love, he wanted it all special with candles, and she was with like gangbangers and owned all kinds of money. And she's like, you want to pile drive? And just, anyway, you've got to see it. It's called The Heartbreak Kid, man. And who else is in it? Megan McConaughey. I love her. Megan McConaughey? Megan McConaughey. Yeah. Megan McConaughey.
Oh, I can't picture who that is. No. If you wouldn't tell me who the girl, the lead is, I probably wouldn't know.
But they get down there, she gets sunburned, and it's just a cool movie, man. And he meets the different girl down there, and anyway, man, these movies, I'd say up to the 90s, I always watched them all. I could recite. You could name a movie, and I could recite shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think so. This is one movie that better rom-coms. I really never liked them. Romantic comedies. I really haven't watched very many of them.
Right.
I don't know why.
Yeah. There's a slew of them. And they all started with, it all started a long time ago, but like Sleepless in Seattle, right? That kind of shit.
Meg Ryan. Yeah.
Right.
See, I don't really watch shows like that. But what is your favorite horror movie?
Horror movie is there's a fine line for me with horror movie. Yeah. To me, there's horror movie where you're scared because you're scared, but the slasher movie stuff, I'm not into that at all. I'm not into like pretending to stab people and kill people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
But horror is different. Like we talked about The Exorcist.
Like suspense. Yeah, yeah,
You know what I mean? Or Dawn of the Dead.
yeah, yeah.
You know,
So I
something
mean, right. Like I think
horror I like.
my favorite is Angel Heart. Have you seen that one? With Lisa Bonet and Mickey Rourke.
No, I haven't seen that one.
Gary, you gotta see that one. That is your kind of horror movie. It's smart. It's really good.
Yeah.
It's really good. It's Mickey Rourke is the main character,
Oh, I
and he's
love Mickey Rourke.
trying to figure out who he is.
Right.
Good.
But good horror is good
Right.
horror. Like the very first Hellraiser. Remember that?
Oh, that's good.
Like
Yeah. He's scary.
weird stuff like that, you know.
I mean, Nightmare on Elm Street, I did think that was good. That was scary. That really scared me. Getting you in your dreams.
Right, because because of the vehicle that they used to present the movie was a trip. You know what I mean? Where you had to be dreaming, right, or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. And he
That
was
was
good.
creative. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I said, mainly for me, I like drama. I like acting. I like fucking Bogart, you know, Katharine Hepburn. Was that movie?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of them, but Casablanca.
Yeah.
Oh man, the acting! You got the
Classic,
Germans coming in singing their anthem, and they're all existing with each other in Casablanca, but then they all go off and kill each other and hate each other.
Yeah. Since you watch these kind of movies, let me ask you this, because this is the first movie I saw like that when I was younger. And, you know, I was just blown away. And it was way too, you know, up here for me, but it was called Whatever Happened to Sweet Baby Jane.
Love it.
Have you seen
Yeah.
that?
And her sister, right? Yeah, and she's like, baby
It's
Jane.
only those two. It's only, you know, Betty Davis and Joan, and it just blew me away. I was like, whoa.
Absolutely. One of my favorite movies. That's what I mean. And then, like we were talking about earlier too, Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf?
Yes.
I mean, Elizabeth and Robert Burton and
Taylor.
the entire time interacting and acting like a real couple, like they were, but within these characters.
Yeah.
And then
He
you
was
got
like, on a hot roof.
and then the other two, only two people. There's only four people in the movie. The other two were George Segal and I forget her name. But it was just bizarre. Freaking one of the greatest movies, you know, that you watch. You're just like, there's a bunch of movies like that, I think, too, where there's only so many people in the cast, right? 3 people or 2. See, some is just 2 people. That's hard.
You know, here is someone I do love too. You know, I don't know his person, but I love his work. Jack Nicholson. And I loved his work in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Oh, absolutely.
What was that character's name? I think it was Howard P. McMurphy. Howard P. McMurphy. That was such a good film. I loved that Indian guy. I wish I could remember his name. He was amazing.
Yeah, when you buy into the characters like that wholeheartedly is when you know that they're doing the right thing, because you're buying into it totally. You're just like, wow, you feel for these characters, you see it, and then it's just so real. You know what I mean?
Okay, let me ask you this, Gary. Have you seen the movie Network? It's that old.
1976, Faye Dunaway, right?
Yes. What do you think?
I
That
know.
guy was named Howard Beals. I remember that. His character was the one who said, "I'm as mad as hell." Or shout from your windows. I'm as mad as hell. I can't take it anymore. Remember?
Yeah, I mean, it had the good punchline there, but for me, it was a little too slow. It didn't develop quick enough for me. It was more just like, okay. you know, kind of going through the motions, you know.
Yeah, Faith Dunaway, she was hot.
Yeah.
She was great. Chinatown. Yeah.
Watching older movies for me, like I said, I kind of the same way with music too. After like right around the 2000s, I couldn't tell you, Lisa, Drake, this, that, Taylor Swift, all those people, there's a zillion of them. I couldn't even tell you one fucking song. Okay. Seriously, on the top Billboard 100. Nyjah, Nicki Minaj, this and that, and Bruno Mars. I don't know. You know what I'm saying is I can't recall and sing one song. But up until like the late 90s, okay, I can tell you the Billboard top 100 for every fucking year.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened, but just with film and music, I kind of dropped off in the 2000s. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
and it's also, you know, with along with film, like same thing. We have so much of it. It's just so much now.
Yeah.
So much. So, you know, you have so much to choose from.
And then this whole reality thing kind of came into play, what, about 20 years ago, right? Right, reality TV and acting, or if you want to call it acting, right?
Reality, we got reality shows because of the strike a long time ago. Yeah, we had a strike, and then they were like, what are we going to do? Let's find unscripted material. And it just hit, you know. And, yeah. And people just love that whole voyeur thing. We haven't gotten rid of it. We still haven't gotten rid of it. We still have reality shows all the time.
And let's not forget about, I'm old school. So daytime drama, I don't know if you were into that in the 70s, but that was all the rage.
You mean like soap operas?
Soaps.
Yeah.
Like it was, and even though I haven't watched it in probably 20 or 30 years, okay, I can still remember. It was One Life to Live, you know, All My Children for an hour, and then it went to One Life to Live, and then it went to General Hospital.
Yeah.
Luke
and then there was Young and the Restless. Remember that? Young and the Restless?
The what?
Young and the Restless.
I didn't do the Young and the Restless. I did the ABC, because the different channels, it was ABC, NBC, CBS, they all had their different versions, right?
Yeah. They all had their own.
Weird, you know what I mean? And then the nighttime took it over. Remember with the Dallas and
Dynasty
and
yeah.
And I think what pioneered all that was the Thornbirds and Roots in the late 70s. They were the first ones where, yeah, because I remember it specifically because when it came out, you know, I'm in the 6th, 7th grade, so I'm pretty much together. I'm smoking weed. I'm trying to figure shit out, right? And that was the first one where it was just like episode 1, and then next week episode 2, episode, you know, like these mini series started.
Yes. No. Yeah. You're right.
And then they were like the two model. The Thornbirds was with Richard Chamberlain, where he was like actually kind of,
yeah, I remember. They also had another one.
It was kind of sick when you think about it. It was like a priest that fell in love with the, you know.
Yeah.
That spilled into, did you watch any of those Passions? Remember that? It was
no.
Soap opera. They had a couple of these parody soap operas. Passions, Soap.
Soap is, yes. I used to, this is so weird. I used to, when I was in college, we would get together and watch reruns of that, of Soap, and we would all get high. It was so funny. I don't know why we did that. But yeah.
Time for the big guns. Now let's talk about Disney. Wicked.
Yeah, Wicked. I have not seen it, and I'm so excited to see
I haven't seen it. What's weird is I heard about it, but I have no idea what it's even. I mean,
Yeah. It's supposed to be before. It's the witches before the Wizard of Oz, and how they
wait. Let me get
how
this.
they became who they are. And
Oh, it's about the witches before the Wizard of Oz, like the good witch and the bad witch.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so they went to witch school together, and I don't know. It's the story of how they separated and how she became green because she wasn't always green.
Wow, and they probably have like names for them, right?
Yes, they have names for sure. Yeah, I can't remember their names, but it looks beautiful. I'm really excited to see that. Yeah, I mean, listen. Remember we were talking about Barbie, and they gave the commercial $100 million on commercials. Wicked was $150 million on advertisements alone.
Wow. Well, I gotta tell you, seriously, this is all completely new to me. I'm glad I just found this out, because even how I didn't play with Barbie, so I don't gonna go relate to the Barbie movie too much.
Right.
I love the Wizard of Oz, so I'm gonna completely relate to this. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is from the Broadway musical. That was so big that I never got to see that. I always wanted to see, so now I can just watch the film.
Wow. So that's
and
I like the backstory of the witches.
Yeah, it's the backstory of the witches. So I'm excited to see that. Yeah.
I'm gonna check that out. I wonder where you can watch it at.
Yeah, it's at the movie theater still. No, you can rent it. You can pay $20 and rent it right now on.
So if you have like Dish TV or something.
I don't remember which one you can rent it on. Maybe Hulu. I can't remember. But yeah, you can rent it right now for like $20, whatever.
Yeah. How cool is that? That's
cool. Cheaper. What?
That's really cool premise.
Yeah, I heard Cynthia's voice. Have you heard her sing? She has a beautiful voice. Her name is Cynthia. That's Ariana Grande and Cynthia. I don't remember her last name. But
Ariana Grande plays one of the witches.
Yeah, that's Ariana.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's really cute. I think they got along really well because they're like really close friends. So I always like to watch things when good friends do scenes together.
Yeah, she is. I can't really tell you any of her songs because I don't know any of them. But the reason why I know she has a really good voice is because I watched this one clip of her where she's singing the same style as they showed like 7 different other singers: Whitney Houston, Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, and she was like, it sounded just like them. She's that good.
Yeah, she's gotta be. I love her voice.
You know what I'm saying? She could sing any other. She could sing it in the style of Adele. She could sing in the style of Celine Dion. She can. That's fucking hard to do, man. I can barely do a rusted fucking cowboy. Okay.
She has a beautiful voice, and she's from. She was a little girl actor. She was from, I think, iCarly. I think that was the one that she was from, but yeah, she's.
Here's what
she's a little actress.
I watched her brother Frankie. Okay, she has a brother named Frankie.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, and he was on Big Brother about 10 years ago, and that was his thing. Hey, Ariana Grande's my sister. And I know you don't do Big Brother, but Big Brother is a breeding ground for CBS for their programming. It's where they breed their actors. Because they have this one show, it's called Big Brother, where they,
I don't watch movies. I mean, but it has been on for a long time.
Right. What they do is they take 16 people, put them in a house, everybody voyeurism for 3 months, and the people bond with them because they are on every week all summer long.
Yeah.
And they're they all live in the same house, and then they vote them out each week. One person has to leave. Everybody votes them out. So you can see how that'll make enemies, right? But anyway, 80% of all those people go on to play in all their shit because people already like them. See what I'm saying?
Right.
In other words, the system, whether it's movies or music, it's the same type of trip where it used to be like, oh, well, we're going to sign you. We hope everybody likes you. Well, now, no, they just have shows like The Voice or American Idol where, they say, hey, out of all these people who you like the best, and then everybody likes that person because everybody voted for him to win, and that's how they get their little career in the woods, and they don't have to rely on just, I hope it works. They know it's going to work because they just made a lot of money and a lot of exposure and put a lot into this person to be the number one. But the only thing is that person is just an employee of theirs.
And now somebody can come into an agency. Oh, look how many people like me on YouTube. Look at this. Look at that. We can make our, look at Childish Gambino. Look at all these people who have actually created themselves independently and then gone, and
Yeah.
Of course they're gonna pour money into that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting. An actor has to work a lot harder now in a way because there's so many people that are self-promoting.
Right.
Yeah.
And then, and that's just part of the acting and the thing. That's why I'm telling you, even though you don't know much about it, you should check it out because you would be a perfect fucking candidate. I'm telling you. I wanted to send a videotape to them of you. Remember years and years ago, I go, Lisa, man, you should get on Big Brother. Because they would, I'm telling you.
Look at me. I would be like, people would yell at me and fight with me all the time. They'd be like, Lisa, stop smoking me.
I'm telling you.
No.
The producer, I know the executive producer's name. I know her email. You email her a videotape of that you want to be on the next Big Brother. Because they have it every year. They're on, this is Big Brother 30, I think. It's been 30 years.
Nobody wants to see me on Big Brother, Gary.
No, it launches so many careers, man.
Well, I am trying to launch.
And next thing you know, you're on an episode of Jax, and you're on a fucking,
See, now I want that, but I don't know, if it's going to be starting off on Big Brother. Okay.
All right. And then you
But feel free to send me in. Feel free to submit me, Gary.
Well, no, we make a video. Hi, I'm Lisa. It's funny. That's what they do. That's why I actually like that show, because they've stayed true, even though it is a lot of plants in the sense that these are all just people that want to get into business in Hollywood that are applying for it. They try to make it seem like, hi, I'm Candy and I'm from North Carolina, and shit, like they try to get all this different diversity, but really it's just a different diversity of actors that are trying to get into business. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It was an
same
experiment.
like America's Got Talent and some of those other ones. So some of those people are, they haven't like hit it big yet, but they're kind of professional already. Like, the comedians, like this one comedian lady, she was on America's Got Talent. She was a working comedian already. These people are already professionals in their sense.
Right. They bring them in like, what's your name? I'm Cindy from Missouri.
Right. I just give groceries to people, but really they are.
Yeah, it's so fabricated. everything, you know, what you
That's
think.
why I don't watch the reality shows, because I don't trust them.
Right, and no much how it's to me with reality, it's like, well, how much reality can it be if they know the fucking camera's on?
Well,
Like there's gas guns or something, you know what I mean? It's like,
also, once you understand it's on the network, it's a union job, which means yes, it is scripted because they have to know what these people are going to say. They can't just say whatever they want. They have to have time. They you know, it's so, you know, crafted, and it kind of bothers me.
New skeleton where like she's gonna go to his house and then he's gonna go to his house, right? You know.
Yes, they know how you're going to end up in this. Yeah, you can improv in between the lines. Yeah.
You know, there's mainly what got me to, because like I said, I kind of detached when I started recording all my music and started making my own videos. That's been for like the last 7 years. I've been making all this, you know, that I have on my content, I have on my shit, right? And that's one of the reasons why I kind of dropped out from all that too, because I didn't want it to affect what I was creating. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean that's very important. And I was thinking about being an artist, and you know, I was watching Cyndi Lauper, and this is what she said, but it's, you know, someone earlier said it. But as an artist, it's not our job to judge ourselves. Our job is to keep the creativity open and to create, and then, you know, give it out, and it's up to the people if they like it or not. It's not up to us to judge ourselves. We need to keep creating, and that's what we all need to do, you know, keep creating. And it's so easy to stop and judge what we do, and it was like, I can get stuck in that, and then I won't put anything out, so I'll be like, it's not good enough, it's not as good as this person over here. If we never put anything out and we always wait till we're better than that best person, we're not going to do anything. So we just have to be ourselves and just keep creating and getting better at what we do. And you're right, sometimes you don't want to be influenced when you're in the middle of creating something. So yeah, but then you don't want to be left alone in a box either, because you want to know what's going on in the world, because you want to be in touch with everyone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like this fine line, you know, that you have to, you know, be in the world, but yet, you know, be original. Yeah.
Absolutely too. And that's why you got to remember also that to me, it's all about creating, whether it's film, art, music, dance. It's all expression. You know what I mean? And what I learned is that in order to appreciate it, there is no right or wrong, because no one can duplicate what that person's doing in time and space. No one can do it exactly like that. That's why it's so unique and so right and so good.
I like that, Gary. You said that to me before, and I like that, you know. Only you do.
I appreciate it. It's just like, you know, that's why when people come on my show, half the fun is listening to them and jamming along with them. Who you got there?
It's Roxy. Roxy, say hi.
Roxy.
Say hi.
Roxy.
Anyway.
Yeah, we got well, it looks like we got about 15 minutes left in the show. We're also going to towards the end, we're going to give a little sample of the new song and video me and you have coming out.
I would love to do that.
We'll listen to that at the end.
Video, but we finished our song, one of our songs. And I would love to see what they think.
How did you like the stuff I sent you?
I liked it. It was good. It was good. I can definitely work with that. Yeah.
The only thing I feel that I need to give a little bit better is a close-up of me lip syncing, because in the other ones there's only like
and your fingers playing the guitar.
I was shucking and driving because it was just my first session, and I kind of needed to write the words down again, only to get it rock solid tight.
Okay.
I'm gonna still send that because we still got to get the dialogue stuff right.
Yeah. Yeah.
What did you think about that character that I have that I made that could be like his robot? Think about it. Like, what's that? You could just have him standing in the corner.
Oh, that's a good idea. I like that.
Remember, I'm like always messing with shit. I got laptops open. I got a magic jukebox.
You have a robot. That's good, Gary.
If in the park I had a robot, and then that's kind of like our Alexia too. We could pull that buzz where you could like, robot, what is, because you could do the voiceovers of the robot. You don't need me. So all the shit you write for the robot, because you write everything out. That's what I love about doing your stuff with you is it's written out. You know, you write it all out.
Yeah.
You know.
And I think I'm really excited when you do some dialogue. I do want to come into the room and direct you a little bit. It's the first time I've ever been able to do that, so that sounds fun.
Well, that was just the first way.
I'm excited to do this episode with you for Farby.
Well,
and I hope everyone subs Farby, because I think we're going to do some really fun scenes, Gary.
Yeah. Well, tonight I'm going to be rehearsing the other one.
The country song. Gary and I are doing a country song.
Is we got both of those. I send you one wave of stuff. We still got to send you some close-ups of me singing a little bit better the verses, because just little instances where my voice is, you need probably a little bit better lip sync. But you got some groove stuff, and then I'll do that again with the other song, right?
Yeah.
Because you're gonna have two in the okay, and then think about that when you write the scene, because I can have it where it's just that guy there. He's always got
Yeah, I like that. Everybody here first here. Yeah, that's so fun.
You know what I mean? When we're jamming out, you got another fictitious band person now.
I know. That's cool.
The robot, whether he's on bass or he's on.
I know. See, now it makes sense. If
all them, you know what I mean? You gotta name them.
Yeah.
But I thought that would be really cool, because you're gonna drop down, knock on the door, right? Boom, boom. And then I open the door, come on in, and then you'd be like, "What's that? What's that?" Right? And then that's why I have, my intergalactic jukebox.
Yes, I'm gonna make that Happy Days jukebox. People here. Does anybody know who Chuck Cunningham is? And has anyone heard of the Chuck Cunningham syndrome? That is, I'm so curious to know, if people will remember that character, Chuck Cunningham.
Okay, so Chuck Cunningham.
Maybe if I say Happy Days.
Who was he?
Chuck Cunningham was the brother of Joni and Richie on Happy Days. And he was Chuck Cunningham. He was a basketball player. And they gave him like maybe 1-2 lines. And the real actor was like, fuck, forget this. And he quit. And then they hired someone else, and they still never gave him any lines. And then the next season, they just never talked about him again. Never showed up. And then even at the end of one of the episodes, the dad goes, "I love my 2 children." And he didn't even mention Chuck. And so now there is this saying.
Oh, my Lord. Oh, man.
In acting, there's a saying. The Chuck Cunningham syndrome. And it means when you're cut off, completely forgotten about, and no one mentions you again in the storyline. So if you've been if you have Chuck Cunningham syndrome, that means you have been cut off and forgotten. No one ever talks about you again.
Oh, my
And that's who your character is. Gary, you're Chuck Cunningham.
I love it.
You do it.
Did you like his
You
outfit?
exist in the trailer park. Huh?
Did you like his outfit? I thought his outfit was awesome.
I like that outfit. Yeah.
Total Mork for Mork or something, man. But,
Totally.
I can't wait to start shooting some of the dialogue stuff. So if we can do that soon. And then in the meantime, I'm going to work on the other song. And then I'll do the same thing with that. I'll film that.
Country song. Yeah. Yeah. I would love to like end and play our song and see what people think. It's fun to hear. They can hear the song, and then when you see it, what we do with it.
I'm really excited about Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl too, man.
To get back and do that, really, yeah.
I mean,
am too.
But hey, I'm telling you, woke jokes and tokes. If you're just watching the replay, get over and watch Jokes, Wokes, and Tokes, man. It's just my favorite episode,
Yeah, I hope everybody, subs my 2 channels, the Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl Show and Fart. Yeah.
I kind of like this Tuesday time slot for you. It's 4:20 on Tuesday. Because the whole Farby Tuesday
Is our favorite day. I know. I was going to play one of my Tuesday songs because I only have like 4. I think I have 4 Tuesday songs.
I love it.
Yeah, because it's a theme. So yeah.
And it's the Nowhere Trailer Park. My husband called the
End of Nowhere Trailer Park
End of Nowhere Trailer Park
in East Hollywood. And that is really where I live, East Hollywood. Yeah.
Nice. And you just won a Jammy.
Huh?
You just won a Jammy last year for comedy.
Yeah, my jam is back there on my shelf. I don't think you can see it, but it's right. It's shining. I can see it. Yeah.
I'm going to ship out that second one.
Oh, what are you saying? I get a second one?
Yeah, you won another one because you won that one, I thought, a couple years ago.
Yay!
I gotta go. I have to go to the post office and mail a bunch out, but I have tons of these. They are so awesome. Just gotta go mail them out. And
I want another one. Thank you.
You want me to tell you how? You want me to tell you how I did it?
How?
Okay, when you go to the dollar store, you see this on when it gets to be close to the 4th of July, they have these, and it has like this tassel on it. It's like paperweights for like picnic benches. You ever seen those?
Yeah.
99 cents, right? But they have, when you clip all the stuff off with a pair of iron snippers, it leaves just this killer pedestal.
Yeah, and you can slip
It's
the
nice, man, and it's heavy, and I spray paint it gold.
Perfect.
And then I take some tape.
So creative.
Put the tape around here so it gets fatter at the bottom. Okay.
Yeah.
And then these I get at the dollar store for $1.
Yeah.
But like green and blue,
Yeah.
What I do is I spray paint it gold, and then I drill a hole in the bottom of it, and it fits in perfectly nice and snug because it widens, and then boom, it's just absolute killer jammy.
Golden.
And right now I just got done. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I got about 9 of them right now. And I'm going to be sending them all out.
That's cool. That's fun.
Sending them all out in a couple of weeks. Because there's a bunch of people that want it from this year. You want another one this year. I got 2 going out to Empirism in Finland. It's going to be awesome, man. Because what's kind of cool is you're starting to see these jams.
Cool that everybody's so far away sometimes.
Right.
That's neat. I love that.
So.
Well, Gary, thank you so much for coming on and talking about films with me.
Well, we won it. We just winged it. It was just us smoking some weed and talking about movies, you know.
Yeah.
I had a lot of fun doing that, and a lot of fun learning about these new movies and stuff, and that there might be some integrity coming back in these independent movies, you know.
Yeah, because it's like this, you know, think of the money, you know, you make 10 films out of the money that you can make out of one big film, you know, and that one big film might not get the money back. And that's the bad thing about big films, you know, and Hollywood is seeing that, you know, because it's all about money, you know.
Yeah.
So that's good. I like to see the independent films coming in. Yeah.
Nice. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play, give you a little snippet of a video, just a little, so you can get an idea of what we're doing together. You want to give us the setup on the name of the song?
The Nowhere Tuesday song, is that what you're gonna play, right?
Exactly.
Yes, it's about the trailer park. It's about the end of Nowhere Trailer Park on Farby. So it's
Yes.
called Nowhere Tuesday, and I really love this song.
Yes,
This is
and
it's our song.
Gonna probably be the next episode released on Farby too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
You know,
this is just a little bit. So
extra song every
out.
week.
check it out.
Neighbors gather, tales they spin. Round the fire, life begins. And there's nowhere we always win. And Tuesday's the day it draws us in. Skies so wide and hearts are free. End of nowhere where we be on this day. It's you and me, celebrating life's degree.
Just a little sample. Just wanted to give you a little sample. Lisa, thank you so much for having me on your show. And we are going to end this thing with a little love. The theme song to the Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl, written and performed by G May and Mamsie Graham. The Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl Show. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Daisy Lane's from Hollywood, and Ava woke, she understood that kitty chicken bunny girl spread love. Had aspirations to go far, but ended up as children's stars. 'Cause kitty chicken bunny girl spread love to the whole wide world. Say na 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 na, yeah. Kitty chicken bunny girl spread love to the whole wide world. Kitty chicken bunny girl spread love. Parker Pebbles writes the jokes, and Donna Dolphin tells the folks that kitty chicken bunny girl spread love. Had big dreams to go far, but ended up as children's stars. Kitty chicken bunny girl spread love to the whole wide world. Kitty chicken bunny girl spread love to the whole wide world. Kitty chicken bunny girl spread love to the whole wide world. Kitty chicken bunny girl spread love to the whole wide world.
We are the 420 flower people. Our collective soul is our steeple. Love is our religion. Peace to the peaceful is our vision. Woked, choked, and stoked. We stand for compassion and love. We take care of our planet and the air above. Being conservative is not our way. We give it all every day. We understand what it means to be free. We believe in you, we believe in me. Together that makes us we, and we should all be free. We understand what it means to be free. We believe in you, we believe in me. Together that makes us we, and we should all be free. We are the 420 flower people. Our collective soul is our steeple. Love is our religion. Peace to the peaceful is our vision. Woke, choked, and stoked. We stand for compassion and love. We take care of our planet and the air above. Being conservative is not our way. We give it all every day. We understand what it means to be free. We believe in you, we believe in me. Together that makes us we, and we should all be free. We understand what it means to be free. We believe in you, we believe in me. Together that makes us we, and we should all be free. Yeah, we understand what it means to be free. We believe in you, we believe in me. Together that makes us we, and we should all be free.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to my live stream today. Thanks for joining me today on April 10th from Hollywood. So it's a really nice day here today. Echo, what is the temperature?
Right now, it's 78 degrees Fahrenheit. Tonight, expect a low of 57 degrees. By the way, I am.
Oh, can you guys not hear
in the
me?
right place. Was this the device you expected?
Can you guys hear me? Am I muted?
Thank you. Your feedback will help improve the experience.
Oh, good. Thanks, Ian. Hi, you guys. Hi, Wes. So you can hear me. Okay. Wes. So today I just wanted to come say hi to everybody. I wanted to show you my cool beginning that I made. And today I'm coming up with Gary. Are you here, Gary?
Hello.
I have Gary today. Hi, Gary. What's up?
What's up? Catching a buzz.
Good. I love your headband. That
Thank
is
you.
really rocking. It's
What's
so
the
shiny.
420 hippie?
I love
Hippie
it.
show?
I love it, man. How are you today?
I am absolutely fantastic. I'm feeling good. I got one twisted up.
Good.
I'm looking forward to just kind of hanging out and smoking some weed and
Yeah,
talking
today's
with
just
you.
like, yeah, it's just a hangout day, man. You know, I know something really fun is going on at Camp G-May this Saturday.
Oh yeah, this Saturday we have Flower Fest.
Yeah,
This.
that's awesome.
This is a poster that Allie G made for the festival.
That is a great poster.
She is so
It's a great
awesome.
mom.
She is so good to me. She made the Kurt Fest poster.
Oh yeah, I
And
love
these
that.
posters will go on forever, but she is so proud to be her friend and her colleague, and you know, for her to do stuff like this for me is just crazy. You see your name up there in the co-hosts?
Ah, I do. Actually, it will be my first time that I co-host with you,
Yes,
Gary.
yes.
You know, because I just recently started live streaming. It's like a whole different
Animal.
It is. It's a
Yes,
whole
than just making
different
videos
animal.
and yeah. Compared to just making friends by posting videos and watching other people's videos. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes. It's so different. Yeah, I love that promo. So, what time is Flower Fest on? 7 o'clock? Oh no, you started.
It's there's 16 artists, and the headliner Leela, she goes on at midnight. So we're gonna start about 5:30 Pacific.
Okay.
And there'll be 16 artists. You know, we usually say 4:20 because in case 3 or 4 more people join, then it would start at 4:20. But I guess it starts about 5:20, which just means it's 4:20 somewhere, right?
Exactly. It's always 4:20 somewhere.
Yeah. So, thanks for being here, chat. Look at that. You got Rich New Design.
I know that's awesome.
Guitar Shack.
Gary, who made those really cool pink shrooms that you guys had on that you were showing last Saturday? Did Wes make those? Or is that Allie?
Mess.
They do them together.
These, you mean these overlays?
I love those.
Yeah. Just like Allie, you know, does really great things for my channel.
Yeah.
So does Wes. You talking about these overlays, right?
Yes, those overlays.
Yeah, that's
yes.
the work of Wes.
Yeah, I love those little shrooms, Wes.
Yeah, Wes
So
is awesome.
cute, so nice. Yeah. Pray to the aliens. That's hilarious. Thank you for stopping by.
Let's see here. Yeah, but he does such good work. And he's always pioneering new techniques and new things that we can do, you know.
Yeah, that's fun. Yeah.
I'll try to get something here. See if I can. Anyway, how are you? You got one twisted up too?
Well, I'm actually using this, so it's kind of twisty. It's twisting me. I don't know. I just before we came on, I got an email. So I was kind of feeling weird because, you know, yes, live is just a whole different animal. Yeah. And last time I was live, we played a little bit of my Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl show. Sure. And at the beginning of it, I had this song that I did for it. And I used GarageBand. If you're a musician, you know about GarageBand, right?
Yeah.
And I did this little guitar thing that I got from GarageBand in the beginning. Well, this guy, he put a disclaimer on it. And like, I'm like super sensitive, like it's been really bothering me. But today I just got an email that he dropped it. But listen to this. I should not have.
I was wondering about that because you're telling me about
that. Yeah, so what it was he said that he created this song in 2019 and that I ripped off his song. But we were going live stream and I did that song in 2017 and I put it on, and it's on my Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl channel from 2017.
Right.
So he put a disclaimer on me for a song that I did 2 years before he did.
Right. So in other words, in other words, he's all, you stole that from me, but he put it out 2 years after you put it out.
Yeah. And I felt, and you know, like I hate discrepancies. I hate to like fight with people. And the reason I am saying this because you know, sometimes you do feel like, oh, screw it. I'll just, you know, take it out of the whatever. I don't even want to deal with this. But since I was in the right, I decided to dispute his dispute.
I love it.
And you
won.
know, I took a while and I wrote out my thing, and then, you know, just right before I came on,
Yeah. Well, that's, you know, that's the,
you know,
good part.
I got an email saying that he's dropping it. So, you know, sometimes it is worth it to stand up for yourself.
Absolutely. You know what? For me, it's not that bad because all my music, all the videos on my channel, I don't get one copyright strike because they're all mine. Went in the studio, recorded them all. The only time I ever got some copyright strikes was from April Dawn. And that wasn't because she didn't say that I can do it. Like, we did the Someday song together in the video, and I put it up on my channel. But even though it's her song, it's registered, so robots get it. And they say, hey, this song belongs to April Dawn. Well, I wrote him, I said, I have April Dawn's permission to put this on my channel so that I can get all the revenue. And April will back that. But those are just robots that go in there, and 9 times out of 10, they get all that. See what I'm saying?
Oh, I wonder.
Even though April says, you know, it's okay, the robots are still going to pick it up. So you got to say, hey, no, take it off. We're cool. April says it's
right.
cool. See what I'm saying? I had that again with some friends of mine. But most of the copyright strikes that I get are because I have an open mic and people are singing covers, and that's not even that big of a deal.
Yeah.
It's only when, you know, like you said, where someone's like claiming, you know, that that's their song or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Stole it from them. That's different. That's weird. Never had
Since
that.
since you brought this up, is there a difference on YouTube of doing a cover song versus a karaoke song?
Yes, there is. How that works is when you're not monetized, when your channel's not monetized, you don't get the information that you would get when you're monetized. So in other words, there's 4 levels of copyright claims and strikes when it comes to YouTube. 4 levels. The first level is if someone gets up and plays guitar and sings, you know, Freebird or Hotel California or whatever, right? That's considered more of, you're just using the song's melody, and they'll share revenue with you because you're just using it, and they take it as a compliment. You know, like Taylor Swift can go on and look at clips of people playing her songs with an acoustic, and she's like, oh, how cute. See? Yeah. It's nice. Yeah. It's adorable. We'll show revenue. So most of the people that come up on my show, those are the claims that I get. Not even a big deal. Yeah. The second level is people come up and they karaoke, and they use the actual, like, they take like the real music, Steve Miller's album, the actual album, and it's called Stem Cell, and they take the vocals off it, and then they come up and they sing to that. Well, that gets people really pissed off because that's not yours to do that. Okay. Yes. When you sing karaoke, it has to be in a different key, and it has to be transposed, and it's not the actual recording. They have to have a license to use it karaoke. Right. Well, the karaoke's come with claims too, even if it's someone else's. Really? Because what happens is the second level is, hey, look, you used our shit. You karaoke'd to a Stem Cell track, or you karaoke'd, and that's not cool. We want all the money. So your entire live stream goes to them. So they actually don't mind. They like it because they're just greedy. They're like, can't do that. Sorry. We get all the money. Right. That's why. And what happens is the first level, it's a musical note with a square around it. Okay. Yeah. The second one is a musical note with no square around it, and we want all the money. You can keep it up. Everything's cool, but if it gets any money from playing ads, we get it all. Then the third level is You fucked up. You should not have used this. We're blocking it. We don't like you. Don't do that shit again. Your feed is now blocked everywhere. No one can watch it. They don't even care about the money. They're more pissed off that you used it, so they're going to block it. And then the fourth is you fucked up. I shouldn't keep saying that word anyway. You messed up, and we're going to give you we're going to give you a copyright strike.
Okay.
Like Don Henley, like if you carry, I've heard before that people sing Hotel California and they get a copyright strike. They'll come after you. Don't even sing that song.
Right.
So those are the 4 levels between physically just playing and singing to a track.
Right. So look, how do you feel about AI music? And that is actually the cool thing about AI music is, you're not going to get any strikes on that, right? AI music is.
It depends. You know why? It depends. A lot of the AI stuff is.
If you take it from somebody's channel.
No, it's bait and switch. Meaning that you're not reading the fine print and they're saying you can use it if you're not monetized. But once you're monetized, we get the money.
Oh, wow.
And you don't know it until you get monetized. And then they own it all. So all the shit that you did goes to them.
Well, that's interesting.
And a lot of them are built like that. It's just people don't read the fine print. They're doing it and they're not monetized and just having fun.
Right, because I do hear.
And then they still get all the money from that. People are out here. They want the money. That's what they're out here for. People want the money. That's what the AI shit is driven to do. It's driven for people to use. And then if 1 million people use their shit, they're getting 1 million people. They're getting 10 cents a million times.
Right.
And
who's them?
the same thing with the people that make the karaoke
who's
project.
them, Gary?
The people that make
like
the AI shit. The people that own the AI program that you're going to, and it's free, yay!
Right, like Microsoft or Suno or yeah.
I don't know
which
companies do that and which don't. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to sit here and talk about shit that I don't know about, but
right.
I've read about it, and I've also read that there's also ones that say, free this, free that, and it's the same thing. When you look at the fine print, it's if you're not, because I did that for the Return of the Corn. It's the only out of all my own music for all my stuff, I never have any fucking problems. On the Return of the Corn, I used the suspenseful beginning because I went.
Oh yeah, I remember this.
Suspenseful, and I'm all free suspense music, Sure, there it was free, no problem, and then. As soon as I got monetized, boom, it pops up on Return of the Corn. And they want all the money. Which is no big deal.
Right.
When you get the copyright strikes, whether it's we'll share revenue or we want all the money, if it's a live stream, I don't really care because people don't really go back. There might be a few people that go watch a restream, but 9 times out of 10, people don't rewatch live streams, only because live streams are made for interaction with the people in your chat.
Right.
So if someone goes and watches the live stream, they're really not catching it because they don't know that, Ian's Guitar Shack, hey, what's up? They don't know that he's in the chat room. But anyway, you got to be careful with all that stuff out here because everyone's in it for the money. Most of the people that make artwork, this, that, AI music, free music, the rules change when you get monetized, and that's why they give it free. It's because that's why it's bait and switch.
Right. Well, also they give it free, and then they want you to use it, and then they take a little bit of it away, and then they say you got to pay monthly.
Once you're monetized,
it's all about the monthly subscription, right?
Right. Once they're monetized, they want the money.
Well, even the apps. I mean, just the apps alone. I'm talking.
Yeah, but it's it's internet land, and for me, what I try to do is I only live stream once a week. You know that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's just it started out because I was working with you on the Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl show. I was doing Charliewood. We were doing Groove Track. We're doing all these acting and comedy, and I was making Mac and Pat, and I was like, man, I just want to jam. I don't want any bullshit. I don't want any I don't want to do religion and politics and this and that. I just want to do music.
Yeah, Saturday night is good for that.
And have
Saturday
people
is
come up
good
and groove with me, and that's how it started. And
Yeah.
it's turned into a pretty cool vehicle, man, because this Flower Fest that we got coming up is just really, really cool, man. I'm really looking forward to Flower Fest this Saturday. This is how we spread love into the universe, because there's so much bullshit out there. There's so much division. There's so much hatred out there, that how we conquer it is through love.
Yeah. Yeah.
Love conquers.
No, that's true. There's a lot of trolling. I noticed.
Yeah.
That goes on. My last live, I did get trolled, and oh my God, he's here right now. So I don't know how that happened, but I would just love to ask, why would you troll me? I'm really no, it's okay.
Well, no, you have to do it through your YouTube.
I would actually, it's a really great time here right now to ask why you would do that to someone.
Well, no, I mean,
like he was
that's feeding, to me, that's kind of like feeding, to me, it's like, it's not supposed to give it any energy, because that's usually,
I know people always say that, but there's always something psychological behind it. When somebody does that to you, they are meaning to do it.
I don't see it on YouTube. That's weird. Oh, there it is.
Huh.
There it is.
But anyways, since I'm a writer and I write characters, I actually am super interested in why people troll and would take their energy to do that. Like, I wish I could actually write. Kind of trolling is judging, but it is actually more. It's actually more than judging, because trolling is
well, what it is to me is, it's like, look, you have to know where you're at and where you're going when you live stream. If you go to someone's, to me, and this is my thing, if trolling, what it does is, what it's main to do is, it's to disrupt.
That is true. That is true.
From their flow.
They want to disrupt you.
To get you to focus on them. It's main character syndrome.
Yes,
okay?
It is.
And look, when you're, put it this way, what works really, really successful for me over the last 3 years, because I've had hundreds of them. Okay.
Listen.
And let me give a good analogy. Every action has a reaction. Okay. So whether it's a negative reaction or a positive reaction, it's a reaction. Okay.
Yeah. People want a reaction.
So usually a negative reaction is usually, actually, in all reality, a really, really intense, unhinged, positive reaction. Right. That's the only way you can express things is negatively, and then they want it spun around on them. So what happens is, the worst thing that you can do to that can happen to a troll is no reaction.
Right. I'm laughing so hard inside right now because Gary is such a lover. He is such a beautiful soul, Gary is. And I'm sitting here right now. All I actually am thinking is, oh my God, this is my opportunity to talk to my troll. He is here right now talking. And so but Gary's like, don't give it any attention, girl. And and I'm like, oh my God, my troll's right in front of me. Why did you troll me?
What I don't understand is how the
But,
troll can be blocked.
wait, he's gone now.
He keeps
Oh, he
coming
left.
back. He keeps coming back after he's blocked. I don't know how he does that.
I know. I was going to ask it. See, I asked him point blank, you guys, why did you troll me? And he wouldn't answer me. Like,
Well, I
he
don't
said
understand
something
how
about-
he keeps coming back into the chat when I block him.
I don't either.
And then why he would anyway. It's just like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
hey,
amazing.
man. Oh, man.
Oh my God. Yeah. All his stuff is gone now. So that's really weird. But, yeah. So I'm like, oh my God, you probably don't want to be like, my neighbor if you hate me or something. I would be like, knock, knock, knock. Hi, I'm your neighbor. You know, you gave me this weird look the other day.
Right. Well, and then what I find what happens too is, to me out here is all about gaining respect and admiration from each other for what you
Yeah.
do.
Well,
So
yes.
the trolls have a hard time because they want justification, I guess, for whatever they're doing. Because if someone really meant to be interested in being my friend and truly loving me, then they would, send me an email and say like, hey man, can we chat in a private workshop and work this out?
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Signals got crossed, and you know what I mean? That's what
I know.
I've done it, Lisa, with like 10 people. I had someone, Lisa, check this out. I had someone make a video and say that Camp Jime is toxic and sending death threats, and they hashtagged
Oh
all
my
my
God,
people.
you're so not.
Yeah, and it was just like some of my people work like at churches, some of them work at universities, some of them work here, some of them, the diversity of jobs, and going, whoa, death threats, and I blocked the person, and about 4 months later, they emailed me and they said, you know what? I messed up. You are such a beautiful person. I had hatred in my heart, and you actually are just
Wow.
a beautiful, loving person, and please forgive me. And I had a private with them, and I forgave them, and they're on with their life now, and all that negative energy is gone. And every once in a while, they pop up and fill me in on the positive things that they're doing in life.
See, I like to hear that, Gary. See, that's what I think, but that's what we're like, but I guess some people.
Well, that was a guy named Jack Hunter, and we're good friends now. He said, hey man, I wasn't taking my medication, yada, yada, yada. And now I am, and I want forgiveness, and I rarely,
I'm
this
into
is
that,
your stream, and we take it wherever you want to go. But like on my stream, it's just a music stream, open mic. So it's like,
Right.
Get out of here. We want to talk about you next. It's just all about music.
Right, right. And this stream, like my live stream, I think I would love, I think I would like to do different live streams, but this one is like really like just talking and like, if anyone has any questions or,
Getting stoned. Yeah. It's hard because
stay hydrated. Yes.
A lot of times what happens is YouTube to me is a little more PC. Not politically correct, but a little PG, I meant to say. It's a little more PG in the sense that anyone that's like talking politics or religion or conspiracy, I mean, you're free to do it wherever you want, but most of those platforms are X, Twitch, there's a bunch of other ones where, kind of over here on YouTube, you'd be considered a troll, for that behavior.
Right. And it's like we all kind of try to find our own way on YouTube.
Yeah.
So so it is kind of funny because as a comedian, I did start on YouTube, doing jokes about politics.
Well, that's normal too. That's not a big deal because I do the same thing through my videos. I express my views symbolically through my art. So that's a little different than just being a platform where, hey, but then again, there's every community. I mean, and that brings us back to a good point, Lisa. And that point is that wherever to me, I think, and the good news is I get to think whatever I want. Okay. If I'm going to go to someone's channel, live stream, I'm going to go to the description box. I'm going to read about where I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, I'm not going to go to a vegan live stream where they're all a bunch of vegetarians and be like, hey, anybody want a cheeseburger? You know what I mean? And I might do that not knowing that it's a vegan channel. See what I'm saying? If I don't have enough intelligence to know where I'm at and what the format is, I'm not gonna. I don't think that ignorance is an excuse for that.
Well, you know what? Ignorance is actually a choice. Nowadays, with being able to look things up for real and finding ignorance is a choice. It is.
Right.
And it's rampant right now. I mean, every time I log into YouTube, I see,
is it a good excuse? Oh, I didn't know.
It's not a good excuse.
You know what? Supposed to know.
if you hurt somebody or whatever, like if you're talking about something like that, because here's the deal. If you didn't know, then you should be sorry for whatever you did, right?
Right.
So and then most the people they go the different way,
But here's how it transpires too. We were just started the Flower Fest thing. We were going to tell everybody about how great these performers are and how great of a time we were going to have, and instead, the disruptor was able to see what I'm saying. That get you, off track of what you're doing.
Right. But
that's not going to happen with us because we are creating. How's it going with the new episode? I've been meaning to ask you about that now.
That was so interesting. That was the first time for me. So Gary and I did a scene, and I directed him remotely. It was the first time that I have ever directed remotely, and it was very interesting. What do you think?
What I think is that, first off, let me get something here. I don't have any acting experience. Okay. Actually, I was actually honored to be completely directed by you. You wrote the entire script. You came in, you directed it. You gave me all the information that I needed. You motivated me. I had such a good time. I'm going to try to find some clips of that. I had a blast. I don't know if I told you this. In 1987, because I went to a city college and got an associated arts that's was university transferable, but I didn't have the money, so I had to go to a city college. I did take out of my units, I took an acting class. I ever tell you about that? Yeah.
No.
It was 1987, man. His name was Mr. Forrester. And the class started out, San Jose City College. The class started out with about 37 people. And when the class ended, it was about 5 people.
Oh, wow. Why?
Because the next class, I think it was like a once a weeker for like 3 hours or something instead of
Yeah.
Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Tuesday, whatever it was back then. And I still remember some stuff from that from to this day. Mr. Forrester's acting class. One exercise he had us do was he had us all lay on the ground. Okay.
Mhm.
However you wanted to lay on the ground and completely just relax, and he wanted you to close your eyes.
Yeah.
Then what happened was at one point he had everyone slowly open their eyes, and the exercise is you had to open your eyes and just asphyxiate on just something that's in the room, whether it's something on the ceiling. And then it was like you had to slowly get up and start moving around and imitate what you saw. So as you get up and you slowly start walking around in a circle,
It's really artsy.
kind of like acting like a chimpanzee. So everybody kind of started working like a chimpanzee. See what I'm saying?
Fine.
But it turned into all crazy stuff. Have you ever heard of that technique?
Yeah, I mean, every time you take an acting class, they have all those different things to be connected.
Right.
I've taken some good classes. One really good exercise is to connect with somebody, is to sit right here and have somebody in front of you and look at them in their eyes and just repeat whatever they say. And
Right.
it is very interesting how it can go to a different place. Like I'll be looking at you, and I'll be like, I love your headband. And you'll be like, you love my headband? I love your headband. You love my headband? I love your headband. You love my headband? I mean, it can really, it's really interesting. It can go into just saying the same thing and being connected and listening to the person, because, acting is really, one thing people forget about acting is it's about listening. Acting is reacting. Acting is all about reacting.
Right.
So you have to listen. You have to listen to that person. You have to take that person in. And that's a good thing to do in real life too.
Yeah. Excellent.
So there it is. Yes.
Yeah, so this was some cool stuff. What was kind of cool about this is we were recording and you are watching it from your screen, and
Yes.
you are on the intercom in my room, this production room, so you can talk to me. You can say, hey, say this, stand that way. There's a really good kind of formula that we kind of tapped into for remote filming. And
Yeah. It was really interesting.
Because like I'll do it, and then when I finish it, you'll be like, okay, do it again, but do this or that. See what I'm saying? So that was really, really cool. I had a lot of fun.
And the nice thing for you too was like one time you kind of got out of frame and I lost your arm. So me being able to watch you, I can say, oh, you need to do that again because I lost your arm, scoot over a little bit. If you're correcting yourself, you don't get to see that.
Because normally too, with like, whether it was Groove Trek or me collaborating with people, and you say, hey, okay, you do this, you film that, or stuff like we did in the past for Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl. But you only get what people, it alleviates a lot of mistakes. So we're like, hey, well, cut it off before I pick up the guitar because I don't have the strap on. So,
right.
You know what I mean? You learn a lot of stuff, that you normally would take. You just say, hey, send it to me again. Instead, when you do this remote, you're right there on it. You're like, okay, well, yeah, all right, no, don't do that. Don't say this, say that. You know what I mean? So it really ups the game for
Yeah.
the direction and
And,
things.
and, and green screen also, again, green screen is just, it's a different monster to do acting scene or a comedy scene.
Yeah.
And when, you know, not everybody is there.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's this one part in our song that we did, Gary, where, you know, of course, you and I, we did it separately. We did a song and we performed it. And there's this one part where we were so good, like we both went to the side and looked at the same time. So it really looks like we're looking at each other, you know, but, you know, you miss that a lot with green screen, you know.
Yeah.
I do wish you were here sometimes. I do, you know, it's, it's, again, it's different to do a scene with somebody who's not really here. Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because, you know, when you're in the room with different, another thing, I remembered something too. Mr. Forrester said something about, you always got to be, when you come into the frame or the scene, you always got to be like, the prop is always, you're always coming from somewhere or going somewhere, right?
Yeah. You're full. You're a person. You don't just walking in. You're full of something.
Right.
You're full of something. You're full of emotion. And if the storyline doesn't give you something, give yourself something that you came from.
Well,
Even
you
if
can't
it's
come walking into the frame just like out of nowhere. You gotta have like a broom, like you're coming from somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or,
Yeah.
you know, something that, you know, hey, do you know what you know, it's like you're coming there for a reason. Right?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. That's why so I took the Meisner technique, and we have this activity. It's called door activity. So somebody comes to the door and wants something from you, and somebody's doing an activity in the room. Okay. So you know, it's you know, it can get deep, you know, because you can prepare for something and then you have this whole scene with this person, and you know.
What was kind of cool too is I liked when before I did my scene, you gave me your line.
Yes.
That's going to be my setup.
Yes, because you got to be prepared. You want to be filled
it makes
with
it
that
almost like
part.
we're in the same room. That was what was so nice about having that speaker there. Is you'd be like,
Right.
I don't think you should go into town today. Now I know my line, and now I got the feel of what it was like if you were actually there saying that to me.
Right.
In my response.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Instead of just not hearing that and just saying the line in response.
Right. Right.
So I thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
So my question is, how's it coming along? Did you get to see some of that stuff and chop it up, or?
Yes. Yes, I did. Yeah. Yeah. And
Did you film your stuff?
really good.
I think last time we talked, you said you were getting ready to film the last of your dialogue stuff.
Yeah. Like it should probably be done in like, you know, maybe 4 or 5 days, maybe.
Wow.
Yeah.
Woo.
So let me ask you this, Gary. Do people ever come on live and do premieres? Like when that Barbie is done, could I do a premiere, or do people not do that?
I mean, to me, a premiere is only going to work if you promote the shit out of it. In other words, you make the event a week or two away.
I know, I've been really bad.
Email some of your close friends and some of your followers and Ian, and you let people know. You put it in your community tab every day. You build it. You know, Jeff. You try to get Jeff Chasler to come watch it. You try to get. You see what I'm saying? By building the premiere. To me, I mean, if I was monetized, I'd do something like that. But for me, the premiere doesn't even work. I can't even look.
Oh, you mean because they have a premiere?
I don't even create the event till 5 hours before my open mic.
Because everybody knows about it.
Right. What happens is the best thing for a new live streamer is you pick your day, you pick your time, you go for 3, 4, 5 hours. As sick as it sounds, that's what you do. Because then through consistency, people don't need notifications. They don't need premieres. They know, hey, Saturday night at 7, G-May's got his open mic.
Right.
So you get 50, 60 people, 70, 80, 90, 100 people through time that even if they're not there all at the same time, they have all popped in at least throughout the 5 hour.
It's just weird because sometimes I do wish I had all my Farby stuff on my Lisa Noel stuff, because my Farby channel is like way over here, like all lonely.
Same with Charlie Wood.
I still want to work
about it.
Huh?
We have the same parallels. Charlie Wood has his own channel, and it's the same thing. He has all his content on there, but it's buried. No one goes there. No one's notified. The only way someone's going to go there is if they specifically say, hey, I'm going to go watch some Farby.
Right. So I don't even want to spend my time promoting that because I want to promote my Lisa Noel channel. So it's kind of funny.
You want to actually say to me, what I did was, as soon as I was monetized, I marked all Charlie stuff private. I marked all Grooves Tech private. I made Matt and Pat stuff private. I made it all because
that's what you said.
It stores it for me because you only have so much room on your computer to store stuff. You can't store it on StreamYard because you have to keep deleting stuff. They only give you so much storage. But now that I'm monetized, I can use all that stuff as my inventory, my archives.
Right.
That's what I use it for. And so now I can go and I can play, I can repackage it. Like, here's an example. I just put out a couple episodes of Groove Trek on my channel.
Right. The Groove Trek is great songs.
I did the Mitten Kittens one. I did the Stony McConey. It gets 200-300 views, and then I mark it private.
It's almost 420, Gary.
Oh my God, is it? Oh my God, it's 419. Let's do it. Let's get it.
Oh my God, it's just so important to hippies. That's a 420. No, I actually love it because of what it stands for. I do. Community.
Let's get high. Let's do it. What's this?
This rusted trailer park where the stars don't seem to shine, living out in the end of nowhere, but for now the space is mine.
Dreams flow with the dusty wind.
Happy 420!
Moonlight never shows its face. But in this beaten down old trailer, I'll find solace in this space.
Happy 420!
Happy 420!
Oh. 420.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Happy 420, Paul. Paul's in the house.
Paul's in the house.
Wow.
Oh, you know what that is.
We're getting a call on
420.
hot phone.
I'm getting a phone call at 420. The red phone. Oh, no. Hopefully it'll just go away. That's my troll hotline. That's Charlie's phone.
Is that Charlie's phone?
Well, he has the number. There's only a few people that have the number.
I think Charlie should go on Farby, actually. I do. I think he should be on Farby. Remember all the scary dolls I had in the beginning on Farby?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, that's what's cool, because the good news is kind of like I did, where you have all that stuff as your archive. That way, once your channel gets monetized and you start your following and you have your show every week, once a week for a year, 2 years, you have stuff to dip to keep it fresh. You've already made all that stuff, so you have killer content to share during your show.
I'm going to keep going with my Farbie, and I'm going to start to. I want to monetize Lisa Noel, and then I also want to keep my Farbie and going.
Yeah,
because,
you can. You don't have to be like me. You can leave it all up, because then.
No, I gotta be like you, Gary. Exactly. Screw it. I gotta do everything like you. You know why I feel bad? I don't have a headband like you. Although I can't wear that color that you're wearing, because that is a shitty color on me. Oh my God, I can't wear that color. Your shirt. Oh, I look terrible in that color. I become all one. I look like I'm just like a walking vomit. I don't like in that color. But other than that, that's my goal, to be like you, Gary. No, I'm just kidding you. I'm just playing with you, but I love you to death. But I know that you do your channel your way. Everybody has their own way of doing their channel, and
that's really what it's all about, man. And you should never worry about anything other than what your channel's doing, in the sense that you just give it your all. That's all you do. And be true to yourself and your show,
Yeah. That's really actually why I am on YouTube, is because I love doing my art, and YouTube gives me an opportunity to write and to do my stuff that, now I can show what I can do. I can't just go in and say, hey, give me $200,000 for this short film that I need to do, and I can't show you what I can do. But on YouTube, now I can put things on YouTube, and I actually love it. I love that I can do that.
Yeah, it's actually, for me, it's like, what I always like doing on someone's channel is, of course, reading what the channel's about.
Yeah.
People really enjoy that.
Okay,
so
damn, I gotta write better than.
The more you can put into that, I mean, I'm neglecting mine a little bit right now, because I have one where I can go where it just has any friend of mine that's came on my channel, I have their link. So I grab them all, and then when I do my show, I put all their links on there. And that way, if anybody's watching the show wants to connect, because to me, that's what it's all about. It's all about organic connections, man. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
And that's cool about the festival.
Yes.
Is each person gets to come up for 20 minutes and do their artistry while we're posting their PayPal and their Patreon.
Yeah.
Not just their YouTube links. You know what I'm saying? The festivals are nice because it's a place for each artist to shine.
Yeah.
We get a little cash to help offset their expenses to run their channel.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you always have so many great musicians come up. I love coming.
Yeah, I mean, look at these. This is Saturday. Look at that.
Yeah. I'm reading all the names.
Yeah. Axanacho, Empirism.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah. Valerie.
All these performers on here are just masters of their craft. They're all monetized channels.
Yeah.
And it's their time to shine,
Yeah.
And if you connect with one of them, boom, man, there you go. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
We're going to have two more. We're going to have two more festivals, and then the jammies. So,
wow.
Comedy Awards up for grabs. The co-host.
Time goes by so fast.
The music video masterpiece is up for You know, Jade Star won the music video masterpiece. That's like the finale. The next year, Robin Cheyenne wins it for Hold On. That video is incredible, the Hold On video.
Yeah.
Because it has to be an original video to win the music masterpiece. So, you know, there's going to be 4 nominees for that. And me and you are making a move on that because we're doing 2 together. You're doing 1, and there's going to be a bunch more. And guess what? Guess who is hosting the Jammies this year?
Ooh.
Lori's Mishmash.
Ooh.
She is so awesome. She's built a huge following. She's awesome. She makes killer rock videos and music videos and collabs with tons of people. In fact,
yeah, she's great.
She's getting interviewed on the Jade Star channel right now.
Oh, that's awesome.
So if you're watching, try to pop in there at some point and give them a like. It's a video interview rewind. She interviewed her like 2 years ago. And now
they're doing the opposite. Yeah, I love that.
She is awesome, and she's also co-hosted a little bit, but the co-host award, there's like a zillion co-hosts now. So
wow.
The Golden Voice Award, the new Trailblazer Award. You have people like Scotty Butters, new to cowboy to come riding into camp. Vince Ganelli, this guy just shreds on guitar electric. He's got like, 50 guitars behind him. And it's not green screen, it's real guitars, but it's exciting to see what's going to happen with all these festivals. It's exciting to see all the killer comedy content because you got Get High or Die comedy.
Yeah, is that Allie and Wes? And
yeah, you got Charlie Wood doing his stuff.
Oh my God, he's so great. I love
it. Right. You got a lot of good comedy stuff out there,
Yeah, so Saturday,
Farby, you know what I mean? You got Farby, and then you got the Green Screen Award too, which you won last year.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, rightfully so. I think, in the sense
that, where's my jam? My jammies right here.
Yes.
I put my jammy there because you're always like, "Where's your jammy?" And today I'm like, "Well, my jammy's right here."
The other one's in the mail because you actually won 2 jammies. You have the jammy for comedy series. You won a couple years back, and then you also have the Green Screen Award. So
yeah, I kind of I got this feeling that maybe like you owe me a jammy.
I do. You want to hear something funny? You want to hear something kind of? I got to the point where I had with Google, I had never deleted anything ever. I mean, a little bit here and there, but. What I mean by when someone emails me or I send someone something, I've never deleted anything, right? And they just said, "Sorry, you're maxed out."
Yeah.
So I started again. I went and looked, and it was just like 6,000 emails or something. I don't know, some absolute crazy gorilla.
Probably
math,
more than that.
Yeah, just this gorilla math, right? And so I started doing them, but it only It only let me delete like 15 at a time.
I know that's why I know that's what I'm going through too.
So I just said fuck it, and I just deleted everything everywhere. I'm like screw it,
All right.
But everybody,
right, that's what I need to do.
Yeah, everybody's mailing. I blew it though because I had everybody's mailing addresses.
So you do not.
I had certain stuff that I was keeping stored. You know what I mean? Anyway.
Okay, so you don't recommend that.
But you learn, you live and you learn. But the good news is I can send shit now.
Good. Yeah.
I'm at 0. I think it said it was at like 99.9 or something.
Oh, I know. Mine's way too full too. I have I'm sure yours was more than 6,000. I mean, because mine's like way up there.
Yeah.
Like 20,000. I'm like 4 at a time.
Yeah. So, look, wow, man, an hour goes quick.
Ian, so Ian got a jammy?
Ian's got a jammy. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Ian's a jammy winner.
And what is your jammy for, Ian? Yeah, see, everyone
He got a
does.
jammy for Track Jammer, Fruit Looper.
Oh, cool.
Because he'll make tracks and then jam to them.
Yes, he's so good. Yeah,
You
I
get
know.
the keyboards cooking up, and he's got a song called Kazoo Boy. I gave him his nickname Kazoo Boy, and one night he comes on my show,
That's
and he
great.
starts jamming, and he starts singing Kazoo Boy.
That's awesome. Yeah, I like to go visit Ian. on
I
the
miss
channel.
Ian. Me and Ian came and he opened one of my festivals. I forget which one it was. Once the festivals got going, he opened the show. And,
Oh, that's cool.
He's really hard to map down to play on the festivals. You'd be like, hey, you want to play the festival? He's, oh, no.
Hard to map down, Ian.
Hey, I'm like, well, you want to play the festival? He's, oh, no. Not for any other reason that he just doesn't want to play it. I don't know.
Oh.
He's a great guy, man. Me and Ian.
Yeah, he's
We
fun.
got a few private workshops. And what I like about Ian is he knows the whole Groove Trick storyline. He
Okay,
knows
that's-
the Charliewood storyline. Because there's storylines to it. You know, there's
Yeah,
a
I know.
storyline to Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl. There's a storyline to Farby.
Yeah.
So he talks about the Beakers and the Lizzies and the arena. He talks about Indiconia and Smoking
That's awesome.
Monkeys and so the Sun Queen and Balance. One of my favorite is the
That was
Colorful
colorful
Energy.
energy.
In fact, I got to make a little episode of Group Talk. Remember how I was repackaging it?
Yeah.
For the Mitten Kittens. That way it's not all this content. I just took the Mitten Kittens and made it one little quick 2-minute vid. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I have them somewhere. I'll repost them, but I want to do the Sun Queen one because it's so cool. It's me, her, and Mamsie Graham, and
I know, she's
basically
cool.
the storyline
Yes,
with
the best
Indiconia.
outfits. I
Right.
can't believe it.
The storyline to Indiconia was Indiconia was this planet of Indica, and we went there and we, started getting filling up, and there was a giant that was protecting it. She captured us and captured Conductor McFunk, and what ended up happening was the Sun Queen came down, and her message was pretty much like, look, we grow the best stuff ever. Take what you need, but don't take more than you need.
Yes.
Okay.
So spiritual.
So we were down with that, and then she's all about balance, and she's all put a joint in your left hand, and then it shows Mamsie floating up. They're
Yeah.
all like meditating and
I know. That was so,
balance. It's all about it's really cool scene.
I know.
In fact,
I loved it.
it just totally reminded me of that. I got to go clip it out and do that and release that.
I know.
After
I thought you guys were still going to go on with that, and then, it stopped. I was sad.
well, what's funny about that is I actually have an episode that's 3/4 of the way done, fully done.
Oh, wow. I hate it when that happens. You should just
And I
try
still
to.
have all the templates that I was going to use for everything that I wanted to do. I still have colorful, but what just happened was we have to. Mamsie wanted us to do the buzz where we freeze him. The captain gets frozen,
Oh, yeah.
and then we have to get a new captain. That always
Yeah.
happens in all of this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's
So we
hilarious.
it just kind of washed out. The wave got ridden.
Yeah.
It's all waves. The buzz. Like right now,
Oh,
you're
it's-
hardcore riding the Farby wave. this next
Yeah.
episode.
And it's hard when, you know, the wave slows down, you know, you lose some people, you know.
Right. And then that's when you jump
You
on
can
the wave.
decide to pick that wave and or go to
Yeah.
another wave. But
And that's when you jump on another wave, or have little mini waves
Really
that you're just
inspired.
nibbling on, right?
what?
Or have just these little mini waves that you're nibbling on.
Yeah,
They're jumping on another big wave, you know. Hey, this Farby's a big wave. We've been working
Thank
hard
you.
on this thing together. I've been having a
I
blast
need the captain hat.
working with you, man.
Well, yeah, I love, so my creativity, you know, I do like to keep going. So take the Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl show, for instance. You know that is just a wave, and then, you know, losing Dina not being in it, being all weird, and you know, you can change things, and that's what I'm going to do with the Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl. Is I'm going to make it more about the kids show and make it, you know, about comedy, you know, and making fun again of what's happening. You know, it took me a while
Use it as a
to,
vehicle for how you feel about what's going on.
yes, again,
Yeah.
again, use it for that, but it took me a while to like really start to even want, I mean, like, I was bummed when, you know, Trump became president again. And then I think of like, I felt like I just like froze for like a little while. Just like, you know, now I'm back and it's, I can deal with it. But
Yeah.
whoa, you know, it was weird. I actually had this feeling. I was like, shit. I do not even want to do comedy about that dude anymore.
Right.
You know, it was like a exhaustion, and I didn't want to go back there. And
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
but it's life, and comedy is about life. You know, it really is. You know, especially if you do stand up. I know,
Yeah.
you know, people. You get your routine and you talk about whatever it is, you know, being a mom or whatever it is, you know, but sometimes, you know,
Yeah.
they never talk, if they're never, ever, ever in touch with what's going on, you feel that. You feel that out of touchness. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, I think you do always have to know what's going on with the world if you're,
Yeah. I mean, you know,
I do.
like I said, I mean, it for me, in all reality, only because I think maybe because of my age and the fact that I spent a good long period of life with only having 3 channels in the radio. So you
Right.
get your information through the library. You know what I mean?
So yeah.
So
So
now
what,
with all this stuff, you know what I mean? There's just so much information on anything. I mean, I could watch 100 videos that tell me how good coffee is for me. And I can go over here and I go watch 100 videos that tell me how bad coffee is for me. And that
Right.
goes with eggs, sugar, red meat, politics, religion. Everyone's going to have, you know, something. And then they start using different words like, you know, well, blah, 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 could, blah, blah, blah. So it's not really saying that that person did that. It's just saying that he could. So that's how they dance around misinformation by saying, instead of saying, you know, hey,
Right.
Johnny, you know, hit a home run, that's thing, but Johnny could hit a home run is completely different. Or sources say, or so, you know, and then you got to remember my feeling too that, hey man, the internet was seed funded, you know, and created in its own by the Pentagon. So
right.
it doesn't matter if you're Facebook or this or that or whatever you are, you're on the internet. They control the internet. So any information you get comes from that, either this, the computer, or your television.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you got to navigate out there. But I think
the deal is this. There's a lot of shit out there. There's a lot of opinions out there. but we can never forget that that doesn't mean that the truth isn't the truth.
And then again, too,
Right.
my
The truth
position
is
on
there, like, you know.
Right. My position on all that is it's hard for me to decide what the truth is, regardless of what it is. Okay. So what I have to do is I have to go off of what I want and what we all want and we have in common. We want equality. We want
Yes.
peace. We want harmony.
Yes.
We want justice. We want,
When we get older, we would like
we want
to,
clean water. We don't want people that ruining
right.
the planet. We
Exactly.
don't want racism. You know what I mean? We all want that. So to me, getting back to that is what is most important, is what we want instead of what we
Absolutely.
don't like. See what I'm saying?
What we need to get back to is taking care of our earth and taking care of each other.
Right? Because when you stick with that, it's hard. You're not getting put on either side.
Yeah.
There's a lot of us that are just like, red, blue, fuck, red, blue, green, who gives a shit? Both wings belong to the same bird. It's the same
Right.
thing. Negative, positive reactions. Boom, boom, boom. All day
It's
long.
like-
Keeps you kind of separated a little bit. But when there's no reaction, that's when it doesn't work. And then there's just love. And you say, this is what I want. I want things. Look, we all know we want our civil rights. We all know that.
Well, yeah,
Right.
because like this is the first time I've ever heard my mom be worried that she's not going to get her Social Security. And it's also the first time in my life where like here in Hollywood,
Well, that's just fear mongering. That's not going to happen. Your mom will always get
oh,
Social Security.
that's what they're talking about now. That's so actually this week I was inspired by one thing, and that was Cory Booker. And he actually stood up and said that and said, please
Well, that's
do
commendable.
worry about, he said, do worry about your Social Security, because that is on their plan to
Well,
get rid of
commendable.
Social
I mean-
Security, rid of Medicaid, rid of Medicare. And Cory Booker, for 25 hours and 5 minutes, he went
guy right
on the
here?
Senate floor.
This guy right
Cory
here.
Booker. Cory Booker. He's right there. And look at his face. You know why he looks like that? Because he's been on the Senate floor for no bathroom breaks, nothing, for 25. Because if you leave, you get cut off. You're filibustering. So he was on the Senate floor for 25 hours and 5 minutes, speaking against Trump.
I heard about that. I didn't. I heard about it, but
So the thing about it too is that he made history. He made
Right.
history because the person who held it, let's see, it was in 1957. It was that racist white dude, Strom Thurmond, and he was actually against the civil rights. And that's what he was a Democrat, because back then it was opposite, and it's so weird that things change like that. But back then the Democrats were
Right.
the racists.
right. And the
Um,
Democrats did great things for the civil rights movement and the Cesar Chavez. Listen, I grew up right here in what's now called Silicon Valley. Okay.
Yeah.
And it was the at one point, and it still is, but at one point it grew some of the best in the world. Have you ever heard of the Gilroy Garlic Festival?
Yes.
All the-
Absolutely. I know about
Gilroy-
that.
I mean, it's like,
Weird.
put it this way: when they start to ripen and get ready to harvest, the wind blows it. I'm like 20 minutes from the Gilroy. I smell the garlic come blowing through.
I don't like the smell of garlic.
Well,
But
all they
yeah.
had out here was the Ford plant and the Del Monte plant, because this whole thing was apricots, peaches,
Yeah.
oranges, apples. I mean, cherries galore. And it's Silicon Valley now, but I was here when it was that. And you had
Wow.
all the people that lived here either worked in the fields, and that's when that whole Cesar Chavez movement was going down. I was a young kid riding my little dirt bike through orchards. So that's what I mean. It's like I lived a lot of my life, you know, by the 90s, a lot of that wasn't even an issue because we won. Things were equal.
I think that's why everyone is so sad.
A little bit, you know.
Now we're regressing, and we're all like, what? We already took care of that, and now we're pushed back to 1971. So it's like we're exhausted.
That's nice that, you know, Senator Booker, I guess, was trying to, you know, stick up for civil rights. I mean, right?
Yes, absolutely. Cory Booker was sticking up for basically Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, the life that we know it. People's rights, equality, you know, the right for a legal immigrant to not be picked up and taken to El Salvador, one of the worst prisons ever. And now many stories are coming out. Just like right here, we had a really awesome makeup artist. He was obviously not a gang member. He had a crown tattoo on him because he was a makeup artist, and he was very feminine. He was gay, very feminine. They came up, they picked him up, they took him to El Salvador. He's in El Salvador prison right now. And you know,
so
they're trying
in
to
other words,
many stories like this. These men were picked up. Now they're in the El Salvadorian prison, picked up by the Trump administration. Now they're in the Salvadorian prisons, and you know, they have attorneys, and we're trying to get them out. And
so in other words,
why is this happening?
There's definitely
it's ridiculous.
It has to be a little more ran just a little bit better in the sense that, of course,
absolutely, they're just picking people up.
No, because look, we all feel the same way. Look, if there happens to be a guy that they let out of prison that is, you know, in America, and he should be in the prison, he escaped and he's over here, then yes. But like you said, if there's someone that isn't that scenario, they shouldn't be rounded up and taken there.
No,
there's a fine line in between who is really because the justification on the other side, Lisa, is these are actual hardcore gang members that were life in prison and now they're running around over here.
Right, and
that's a fine line. There's people that aren't fit that MO, so it has to be investigated a little bit better, right?
Absolutely, they're rounding people up, and they're not. Okay, so what they were doing is they were rounding people up, and they were judging people on if they had a crown tattoo. And if they had a crown tattoo, they were saying they were part of this Salvadorian gang member.
Wow, so just having the tattoo, you're guilty.
Yes, and that's crazy. So a couple days ago, the Homeland Security, so I live in Hollywood, and a couple days ago, on the local news, Homeland Security came and they went to several of the elementary schools, and it is our law here now that we don't let them in. So they were denied access. But what are they doing trying to come in? Are they trying to arrest the elementary kids? Because that's crazy. So these things are happening, right? And I wish I could ignore them, and I wish it wasn't happening, and I wish I could just pretend like it wasn't happening, but it's happening, and it's crazy. And so, do we talk about it? Do we not? It's crazy. It's like, you know.
And here's where he gets.
We've had protests.
Here's where it gets even crazier, Lisa. It gets crazier than that. How it gets crazier is that's just to be a citizen. Then once you're a citizen, you're supposed to be protected by the Constitution of the United States of America. Okay.
You are right. Yeah.
Do you know how many of your constitutional rights have been taken away from you since 1999?
Yes, a lot. As a woman, a lot.
Those constitutional rights have been taken away from you, and it's going to keep continuing.
Right.
So
especially now that,
it's important to me when I sit back. That's why when I sit back and I listen to all these politicians, okay?
Yeah.
But not one of them, they're saying, the border and this, and these are the hot topics, but not one of them are saying, we're going to get you back your constitutional rights that you lost.
Well, actually,
and because as we keep losing those, we're slipping closer and closer to totalitarianism.
Absolutely. To having a dictator. And is that what we want? No, we don't want that.
The politic things to me is just a smokescreen. That doesn't mean anything. What means to me is what's actually happening. Once again, I'm talking about what I want, not anything else. Okay.
Yeah.
I want illegal. Okay. When the World 9/11 happened,
right,
they passed the Patriot Act the next day. Okay. Something they've been trying to pass for 20 years, but no, it's not going to happen. Okay. People have constitutional fucking rights. But the day after 9/11, the Patriot Act passed. And what it was is because they had just created Homeland Security, and because you might be a terrorist, illegal search and seizure doesn't apply to, you don't have that constitutional right anymore. If they think that you're a terrorist, they can seize you and search you. You have no rights. Another one, due process of law. Okay. You do what's called, you waive your rights when you have to go to court. That allows the court to give you 3 months to have a jury of your peers. If you don't waive your rights, they have to have you, it's called due process of law, they got to have you in front of a judge within 3 days. If every single criminal didn't waive their rights, the whole system would collapse. Because they wouldn't be able to, everyone would go free because they don't have enough judges to try everybody. Okay?
Already right now
Right. So what happens is you have that due process of law. Well, you don't have that anymore. There is no due process of law with the Patriot Act, in the sense that, once again, if we think you're a terrorist, okay, another one is illegal wiretapping. Okay. Before, if you wanted to listen in on people's conversations, you had to get a judge to give you the wiretap, and it took a while. Now, because if you might be a terrorist, they can listen to anything. All your phone calls right now, everything you do, everything you text, they're watching.
So right now, I mean, so that is what is happening.
Worse, man. I can even tell you more. Well, you won't even be able to sleep.
And Trump is using all that and doing even more. And now there's a big fight with the judges and Trump. And now, but the Supreme Court is a clown court because it's all set with people that he put in there. So now he has invoked the that law of the 1786 war law. That is what you just said. Also, they can just deport you. They can just pick you up and do whatever. They don't need a judge. You don't have a say. So
well, that's because that. And my point is that's because the constitutional rights that we keep losing. I did an experiment. I took my cousin's phone, and he got another phone under his plan, so he could have 2 phones at the same price.
Okay.
So I said, well, let me use it for like a couple months. He's like, no problem. So I took that phone and I took this new iPad that I had, and on one iPad, all I did was punch in pro-Trump, 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 all the stuff that I watch, kitty cat videos on top of that, this and that, whatever. And then on the other one, all I did was pro Kamala, pro Kamala, pro Kamala. And after 2 months, anything that came on my phone without me even choosing it was
Algorithm.
Trump going to do this, Trump going to do that, Trump says Trump's going to start eating dogs, Trump's bringing back the firing squad, Trump, all this just massive fear mongering, massive, and it like disguised like as news on my phone. I don't even want to, only because after time of me, the algorithms of me, they know exactly how to feed me.
Right. Do you know what? You know what, Gary? I think
with the other one,
I think that is where our world is going. And
it's
that is
wrong. It's like there's so much misinformation on
there
both
is
sides
misinformation.
that ruin it for the reality.
That's true. But minus that, like maybe like I'm swinging into like a different like comment, but I have noticed this. This is what let me tell you, Gary, this is what I've noticed. I said, minus politics, we are going into, with AI and with how our technology and our mindset, we are all going into our own worlds. We are basically like all designing our own world.
It's true, because
in a way,
2019, yes.
Yes, and that's what's scary for me as an actor, because I think instead of wanting people wanting to watch big films now, they want to make films of their own with them in it. Like people who aren't even creators, like they have so many apps that you can insert yourself into the storyline, and you can put your whole family.
Here's the sickest part about it, Lisa. Everything that I've talked about, that kind of like where I'm coming from, I have no idea if any of that is really true or not. I can't really stand by it because it's all just coming from the same information source. So what do I really know?
Well,
you know what I mean? All I can talk about is shit that I've seen. That
like,
kind of
I get what you're saying,
right?
But you and I, like, we're kind of different. Like, I think, now I agree with you. We got to wade through all this shit to get to the truth.
Because we all want the same thing. We want justice.
But don't ever forget.
Peace. We want.
Right. Some things are about opinions, but some things are, facts are facts. The truth is out there. Now, here's something. Last week, an Italian group of scientists just fucking froze a photon and unfroze it. Now, that is fucking huge. Nobody's talking about that. They think, now I read this article going with what you're saying. It was a science article, and now I can't find it. And now I can't find anyone else really saying it, but they talked about when they froze the photon. A photon is a smallest unit of energy, which is light. So they froze light, which we didn't think that we could even do. And they froze light, and then they unfroze it. And they talked about, it's quantum physics, which is so hard for me to understand because I'm not smart. But, quantum physics, and they unfroze the photon, and it, instead of going in one line, it now went in two lines. What does that mean? That possibly, it's on such a macro level, and many scientists would say it's on a way too small of a level for this to happen. But some people are like, you know what? They could have just split time. We could literally be on an alternate timeline right now. And would we know it? No, we wouldn't even know it.
We don't know.
So that's crazy.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I just saw a little clip of Elvis Presley, and it really, really hit home for me. They were like, blah, 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 blah. They were all, the reporters all, what do you think about the Vietnam War and what are this and the Black Panthers and, blah, 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 and you know, and just going on, and then puts the mic right in his face and he's like, ma'am, I'll tell you, I'm just an entertainer. I like to just keep that to myself and leave it to the people that, you know. He's basically just saying, man, hey, look, I'm just an entertainer, you know. Keep those topics to the people that, you know what I mean? Because everybody has an opinion. And it was nice to hear someone just say, hey, man, I'm just an entertainer. I want to continue to be an entertainer, so I'd rather just keep it to myself.
You know, I mean, I think a lot of entertainers do that, to be honest with you. I think a lot of entertainers, they say, I personally would like to know what some people think, but then they don't speak up about it. So then I'm like, oh, I wonder what they think, you know. Yeah. I'm kind of like a voyeur like that. Like, I love to know what people think, and I ask way too many questions. And don't bring me to a party. I'll probably ask all the inappropriate questions, but from my heart.
Love it. All right, well, we've been going pretty good for about an hour and a half.
Yeah. Thank you so much for visiting with me, Gary.
Yeah, you know, and then we get all into with me and you. It's more like philosophy politics, because we both want the same thing.
Exactly.
We're both just trying to wade through all the fucking bullshit that's out there. You know?
Yeah.
Trying to figure out what the fuck's going on, man. What's really going on?
Exactly. And you know, how much do you put into your life? How much do you take in? How much do you let it affect your art? You know what I mean? It's all those things are, you know, to me, interesting, actually. Right. So and thank you so much for,
you know, thinking about, like I said, not for me, I try not to get caught up too much in anything other than what I think I want out of all this. You know what I mean? I want my constitutional rights back. I want to spread love into the universe. You know what I mean? I want to do good things.
Your art,
good content. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because just like the troll thing, it's just another, all that other shit's just another distraction. Keep you from creating.
Right.
If you just,
I know it, but to me, it was like kind of interesting because, like, how many times, like, you know, I'm so weird, but how many times do you really get to, like, usually trolls, they troll you and they leave, you know, but like, I wish that he would talk to me about why he felt like that or whatever, but you notice he didn't. It was, like, but that's, you know,
right.
It's interesting to find out about, because I was like totally asking him, and like he just still, he kept popping in, but he wouldn't answer my questions. So it was really interesting.
Well, what I find interesting about it is, you know, there was definitely some miscommunication on, you know, somewhere, and on the last stream that he actually came and did all that weird stuff. And then, you know, I think the right thing from there is that when you went and tried to communicate with him about it.
Yeah, I went to his channel.
He didn't address it or deleted it and say, hey, yeah, I'll chat with you. You know what I mean? He just didn't respond to it. And then they come back over again. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of like, wow, really?
I know.
That's kind of why. You know what I mean? Like, we gave you the opportunity to chat with us and you didn't take it, yet you want to come back in and keep sneaking in the chat room. It's just weird.
Why? Yeah. So if you're going to do that, talk to me, you know, but yeah, it's so interesting.
Maybe I can do that. Maybe I got some channels. I mean, I got a few friends out there that I can,
you know, it's just funny. Like, did you see?
If you wanted, I could email him and,
it doesn't even matter, but the next,
if you wanted to chat to me about it.
No, I mean, you know, you are right. You can only put out so much, you know, energy on it. But like when they're like, come right in, then you might as well just be like, oh, hi, what, you know, what's up with you? Are you okay? You're such a mean person. Honey, what's wrong with you? I think I should have been a psychiatrist, actually.
I like the new craze. I don't know if you've heard the new craze, the FAFO.
Oh, what does that mean?
FAFO, acronym. Fuck around and find out. In other words, if you can attack someone, they're going to attack back.
Yeah.
Which is funny anyway. It kind of defeats my whole trip, but it's just a new thing that's going around like the internet. You see a lot of the people doing mimes and little videos and stuff doing the FAFO.
Okay. So I have to check that out.
It depends on.
I think that's funny when people grab on to something like that, and yeah.
But I'm really looking forward to this next episode of Farbie, and I'm looking forward to the Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl. Are you think you're going to be doing that this year? Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl?
Absolutely. I'm going to change the thing, and I'm going to make it more shorter videos and just about the channel. So I do still want you to be on there as Axel. So yes.
We always talk about bringing Mickey Cox back too.
I know. I'm totally open to that, man. So yeah.
Very unique character.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to being there this Saturday at Flower Fest. So that's cool.
Yeah, and I miss Herbie so much too, man. I've known Herbie for like 40 years. I don't even know if he's still alive. I hope he is, but Herbie Juiceball Jenkins. My one buddy. He a Vietnam vet. Okay.
Wow.
Did 3 tours in Nam. Got a nice little check. Had like a little 1-bedroom apartment in like San Mateo, a couple miles outside of SF. How I met him is I haven't been when I was young growing up. I used to go did a lot of crazy stuff, but I'd go to the horse races.
Okay.
As a kid growing up, and you know, there's a lot of videos out there against it, but I don't know, man. I know a few trainers, and those they all get treated like gold. I'm like, you know, there might be people that lower level or something do weird shit, but no, man, those they're pampered. This is these horses are groomed and fed and babied, and anyway, that's where I met Herbie.
So they treat him right.
He was just this old timer, and this is like 1977. Wow. You know, that was the buzz. You would go up to Golden Gate Fields and
go to the races.
Yeah, and as a kid, and you'd only need like 10 or 12, $20 or something. You know, way back then there was like a 10-cent window, just weird. You go now, and it's just, I haven't been in probably maybe 10, 15 years. But that's where I know Herbie from. I mean, like,
yeah,
I've been with him like 500 times, and we always go up to the top. We smoke fucking weed. I make him a couple bets, and all my videos, I'd go pick him up. I'd go to the track, pick him up from the track. And then on that one video, we're filming at the track, and
yeah, that was so cool that he did that little bit for my show.
But what happened is I
could tell he had a cool story.
It's kind of like you said, though, man. After 2019, for me, it, like you said, out here, we're all living out here, going to clubs, playing live, stand up, and now, like you said, we're all here creating our own virtual world, and we've been disconnected from it, right?
Yeah, and even more so than that is the fact that I've been reading on how even just, you know, families with their kids, there's this app, it's called the Jiggly app, and they can go to Disneyland, and okay, follow me here. They can go to Disneyland with their kids, get this Jiggly app, and make all their kids a character, and then they plug them in, and when they go do their Disneyland thing, this app actually creates this beautiful animation.
World, and they all go into it.
Yeah, they create a cartoon, and they're the stars of the cartoon. Do you see what I'm saying?
Wow. Oh, I do something very similar. I've been doing it for.
So it's weird. It's like catering to people's narcissism. And putting them in the middle of everything. So they don't need to go see Nicole Kidman in a movie. They can be in that movie.
That's weird.
So do you see what I'm saying? It's just weird. It's a weird concept.
I have a thing that I do where I go into like a virtual world, and I'm a character, and I run around out in that virtual world, and there's hundreds of other people out there running around, and you make friends, and you run around, and you do things, and you get money, and you get better items and stuff.
So I mean, it's kind of disconnecting us in a weird way and connecting us in a different way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then so it's crazy, man. So, but I think more importantly is whatever you're doing, if you're having fun doing it and you're not hurting anyone and you're expressing your art and you're just doing your thing,
I think it's
you
so
never have
important.
to worry about anything. Just stay true to that and you'll be fine.
I think it's so important for everybody to stay true to their art and I mean, to artists, creators and artists, because that's our soul work. And if you lose that, it's hard for us artists to honestly to function. I'm telling you, it's when you're a real artist, you need to have that, and I think that we need to be connected by art. I think art connects us in the most positive way. And that is where we're going to progress if we stay connected in art.
Yeah. At the very tail end of my music career, I think I hung up my live stuff in 2004. I was in a band called Liquid Sky. The guitar player was Xavier Beauvais. He lived in Berkeley. His mom was 100% French. He was French, and he drank wine, and he was a total French character, spoiled rotten, had a big house, 20 guitars. He was the guitar player. Windsor Damian was the lead singer. He was from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil.
Oh,
he was covered in fucking tats. He had hair down to here. I was the bass player. Liquid Sky. Lloyd Levy's was the drummer. He was the ex-drummer of the Eddie Money.
Oh,
the band The Punch. When Eddie Money's band would come out to the West Coast, he'd use this band called The Punch every while, and Lloyd was the drummer of The Punch. Because he didn't want to pay for musicians. A lot of musicians will do that. They come out to the West Coast and they just pay like a good band to be like their backing band. You got to know all their tunes. And we don't have to ship equipment to people, just them and their equipment. See what I'm saying? Anyway.
That's interesting.
We were really cool, man. We rehearsed at this place called Soundwave Studios, which was in Oakland, right off the bridge from San Francisco. So it was this giant, and it still is, it's still there. It was this giant room. It's 3 stories. I think there's about 2,000 rooms, 24-hour card key, all bands. So many fucking bands and musicians there are. Every room is full. And the guy was really cool, man. He had like there's a lot of amenities. It had where you can drive a car down to the bottom, and it had an escalator that goes up to each floor.
Oh,
Moving your equipment. It had one room where it had a stage, and you could like film with like lights and shit in case you wanted to do like a video. And then he had another like shop, and you paid him rent. I think our rent was $750 back then. And we We had it from like 99 to 2005, and that's where we rehearsed. And he let you do whatever you wanted on the fucking walls. You could sleep in there. And we played in tons of clubs. We played Haight Street Fair. We played all these clubs, but we didn't film any of it. I'm trying to get some pictures and some film, but it's just so hard, man, because it just, no one had a cell phone at all.
Yeah,
that wasn't our thing. It was just grind live, and we were in the studio, and you know, just play live, just grind, and we were playing everywhere. But we hooked up with this dude. In fact, I got to track him down and remember. He ran an artist. He had where they all would set up and do artwork, all kinds of different mediums, oil based on canvas, this guy doing clay, you know, just whatever, all these crazy mediums, you know, one guy doing chalk, you know, while we were doing the festival. We'd get 3 or 4 bands, and then that's
how we were
down there. Yeah,
I was downtown. Yeah, we always mixed the media, and you know, had the art shows with bands, playing.
And then, you know, we were doing okay. We went into the studio, and we were probably about halfway done making an album, and then that's when I wrote this, you wrote that, who wrote that? You only get this.
Why does that always happen?
All this, and I was like, you know what, man? Fucking, I wrote fucking probably 90% of all that shit. I go, I'm fucking out of here later. We split, and that's because halfway through it, Lloyd died. Went to his funeral. He got genres and died. He was a fucking raging alcoholic. That's the only reason why he was in the band. Why he got kicked out of that Punch band is because he's the greatest drummer in the world. I mean, you're like, wow, he's my soulmate drummer, you know?
Yeah, the
drummer. I mean, I played probably like 500 shows with him, you know? And he, but when he started drinking, worst drummer in the world.
Oh, that's
and he was an raging alcoholic, you know what I mean? So you'd get the Soundwave studios, you know, you drive all the way there, you get there for rehearsal or something, and he's freaking passed out at his drums. You know the story, man. You're counting on 4 other people. We even had this guy, Roger Hart, fucking keyboard player, wraparound. He was so fucking good. We actually went through a few singers, but, you know, and then when Lloyd died, that's when I went, and I just went head into my company and just did that. That was the end of my whole music career from a kid. And then it was 10 years later. I always made sure during that 10 years that I had a piano, an old beat piano in my garage. And I'd go work every day and come home and just hit the piano. And it was 2015 or 16, I semi-retired. And I went into the studio. I recorded 30 songs.
Yeah.
From 2015 to 2019. And I've made videos to about 15 of them. So I still have 15 more songs to make videos. Isn't that cool?
That's very cool.
You know what I mean? But it takes what happens is, as you're doing it, it takes a while to make one, and then you're writing other waves too. Yeah. You know, like when me and Mamji hooked up, we did 10 songs.
Oh wow, you guys did that many. That's great. Yeah,
you know did. What I mean? So I wasn't working on
really great stuff that I love. Yeah.
So it's all riding waves. It's all positive energy. It's all spreading love into the universe. It's all having a good time. It's all about getting high. I'm twisting up another one.
Yeah, and being creative.
Thanks for having me, man. And you know, we had a nice open talk, man. We, you know, our friendship got a little deeper.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, we had a great talk.
And we got a little stoneder. How's Paul? Where's Paul?
Great. Paul was on here a little while ago. I don't know. He must be working or something. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, anything else you want to say to your fans out there? All
It's so
three of
great.
them.
Thank you, everybody, so much for coming by. And yeah, I'll find my place. I think it'll, probably be on Tuesdays.
Nice.
So we'll see. Yeah. But thank you, everybody. And just love each
Yes.
other. And we'll see everybody soon.
Love each other.
The steeple, love is our religion. Peace to the peaceful is our vision. Woked, choked, and stoked, we stand for compassion and love. We take care of our planet and the air above. Being conservative is not our way, we give it all every day. We understand what it means to be free. We believe in you, we believe in me. Together that makes us we, and we should all be free. We understand what it means to be free. We believe in you, we believe in me. Together that makes us we, and we should all be free. We are the 420 flower people. Our collective soul is our steeple. Love is our religion. Peace to the peaceful is our vision. Woke, choked, and stoked, we stand for compassion and love. We take care of our planet and the air above. Being conservative is not our way, we give it all every day. We understand what it means to be free. We believe in you, we believe in me. Together that makes us we, and we should all be free. We understand what it means to be free. We believe in you, we believe in me. Together that makes us we, and we should all be free. Yeah, we understand what it means to be free. We believe in you, we believe in me. Together that makes us we, and we should all be free.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here today on this Tuesday, April 29th. I'm in Hollywood. It's 4 p.m. here, and I am just very excited to be here with you. And I would like to bring up my wonderful co-host, the amazing, wonderful Gary. Yay.
Howdy. We
How
are
you
the
doing,
420
Gary?
flower people.
Yes. It's so nice to be here with you and with everyone. I see you're already starting.
I like to get an early jump.
I hope everybody's doing good today.
Absolutely. In fact, it's a beautiful day today. Spring is definitely, right where we want it,
It's a beautiful day here today in California. I went out and took a walk before I came in, and I picked this rose. So
wow.
yes, it is beautiful and springy out.
Yes.
Hi, Kristen.
Hey, Kristen. She is just so full of positive energy, Lisa. I see her everywhere, just
She
spreading love.
is.
She just spreads love. That's what she does, man. She's awesome.
She
We love
is.
you.
She
We love you,
is.
Kristen.
You're full of positive energy, Kristen.
Yes, yes. So good to see her. And then again, Shelly, I know she's having problems with her tablet, but hopefully her phone's working correctly. Let's see what happens.
Ooh, I hope so, Shelly. I hope you're here with us on your cell phone.
There you go. So we are the 420 Flower people. We're just chilling. What's going on? What's the big story this week? What's exciting? What's new?
Well, I finally, you know how I've been wanting to watch Wicked, and I finally watched Wicked. So I can give you a little Wicked review.
Sweet. I haven't seen Wicked, but I've heard about it and I've heard people talk about it. Now, wasn't it? We all know it's like the backstory to the Wizard of Oz between these two witches, but wasn't it also like a Broadway play or something, and then even like a book?
Absolutely. It was a Broadway play first. Yes, I did not see it, so it was kind of fun to watch the film, not knowing the storyline. I did not know the storyline, and that it comes in 2 parts. So this was just the first part. There's a continuation.
They were saying something about that. They were saying that, at the end, you could tell that there's more that you need to know.
It says to be continued. So they did film both of them together. So it's probably going to come out fairly soon,
Wow. Right. In other words, right. So in other words, they probably filmed the entire thing and then, only getting half of it now. Right.
Yeah, a lot of people actually complained. They said that they didn't feel like the storyline needed 2 films. But, I'll have to wait to see the second one, to see how I feel about that. But I do recommend this film. I give this film a thumbs up.
Wow.
So yes, it is.
What's going on with this film? So I haven't seen it.
Yeah, so it is about the 2 witches from the Wizard of Oz, the good witch and the bad witch. Elphaba, is that her name? Elphaba and Galinda. And, I really loved both of these girls' performances. Wow. And they worked so well together. I mean, you could tell that they got along really well. And that really made the scenes neat. But Cynthia Erivo, she played Elphaba, and she is an actress from Broadway.
And this is Cynthia here, right?
Yes. She is my favorite voice right now. Beautiful voice. I just love her voice, and I love her style. I love her look. But she does so great at playing Elphaba.
Well, and you're great with her too.
Pardon?
The reviews are absolutely fantastic with her acting and her voice.
They should be, yes. And Ariana Grande, she was awesome as Galinda. There you go. Oh, look at that. She's such a cutie. And I love that the storyline, the girls start out meeting each other at what is called Shiz University in Oz. And it's so interesting because, if you loved The Wizard of Oz, like I loved it. I always thought Glenda was just the epitome of perfection. She was perfect. She was just good all the way through. But it's so interesting in this, when she's younger, she's a little bit, filled with privilege, and she knows she's popular, and she's kind of a little stuck up. So it's really interesting to see that. And Elphaba is kind of loving. So in the storyline, Elphaba has a sister that is in a wheelchair. So, and also she's born green. And when Elphaba is born green, her parents kind of diss her. Wow. So she has a chip on her shoulder. So it's just about these 2 opposite girls coming together, and I love the storyline. They have good little characters around them. I don't want to give it up, but one person who is in this that I love so much, but he wasn't in it very much, was Bowen Yang. Do you know who that is, Gary?
No.
Bowen Yang is from SNL, but he had a small part in this, so that sucked. But who I loved was Dr. Dillman, the goat, who was the professor at Shiz University, and he was so amazing. He was played by a goat, but the voice was Peter Dinklage. Am I saying his name right? Do you know who that is? Peter Dinklage. I think I do have a picture of him. He is amazing. He is a little person, but he's that actor. He's so good. He's so deep, and his voice is so emotional. And so he does Dr. Dillman. So in the story, which I love because you know I'm a vegan, right, Gary? You know that.
Right, sure.
In the story is all about the Wizard of Oz wants to take away the rights of the animals, and so the animals can no longer hold jobs, and they can no longer be allowed to speak. So Elphaba sides with the animals, and that's where the story, the girls really first they kind of come together, and then that divides them, and that's the story. It's great.
Right, we're going to dabble more. We are going to dabble more into this, but first, look at Bizzle 420 is in there.
Hi, KJ.
Look at that.
Pardon? Hi, Bizzle.
We're going to dabble more into Wicked.
People here.
But look at this. KJ Much is in the house.
Yeah. Thanks so much, you guys, for being here. Rob C. Zombie.
Wow.
Zombie.
Thank you for joining us. We are doing a Wicked movie review. So basically, what you're telling me is these are the Wicked Wits of the East and the West, and they're young. They know each other. They go to the same academy. They both kind of have some things to work through. Both of them, yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. It's a story of how they really come together and then come apart.
Oh wow, they come apart. Yes, that's right.
There's a prince involved. So yeah. Oh, and the other really fun thing is he's not in it a whole lot, but right there, the wizard, Jeff Goldblum plays the wizard.
So the Wizard of Oz actually makes an appearance in the movie?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes, he does. And you know, we have to think back to the original Wizard of Oz. The wizard, he's not such a great guy, we have to remember, right?
Okay.
So yeah, I highly recommend it. Yes.
So are they like in the land of Oz while all this is happening? Are they?
Yes.
Okay, so it's
all in the land of Oz, and I thought when I saw it that it would be CG and it would all be,
yes.
But they went to England on a whole. They built the whole set, and it's amazing. It's amazing set. It's beautiful. Yeah. Well, there you go. That's all real.
Yeah, that's funny that you say that because I did look into it a little. I haven't seen the movie, but what I did hear is that because you know me, I'm not like a big CGI guy, especially when it's massive. Like when I went and saw Aquaman, I just, epileptic seizure type thing. It's all CGI land. This was different. They built and went to pre-existing sites, right? And built all these extravagant sets and then use CGI to extend it,
and in England they already have this kind of they already have this set built up, and then they just built it up more, but they have this whole area in England that is all
and then I guess they built this train. What's this train thing all about?
Yeah, isn't that beautiful? That's the train that actually goes to the Wizard of Oz. Goes to his.
It's almost like a stadium. Look at
Isn't that
thing.
amazing? It's huge. It's huge in England. Yeah.
Now, see, I like that because I like real. I like the, the Godzilla in the rubber suit versus the CGI Godzilla. So when they do stuff like this for me, I really enjoy it because it makes it more epic, just like they did in these big epic movies like Cleopatra and this and that. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. And that's why it is that's why I love it, that it did, stay true to the old film. And what the other thing I want to say is that what I just love is if you pay attention, they drop all these Easter eggs, and it's so fun. Little things about, like Elphaba and her getting wet, and what other things? The naming of the yellow brick road.
Oh, you learn different things about.
Yes, exactly. How the
yellow brick road.
How the yellow brick road came to be.
Now, what about the Lollipop Gang? Do they mention anything about that?
You know what, Gary? They do not. The Lollipop kids, the Lollipop Gang is not in it.
I love that about the Wizards of Oz, the Lollipop Gang.
I know. They were so great, weren't they?
Maybe in part 2 we learn about the Lollipop Gang.
That's true.
Look at this set. Look at that thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like a little miniature. It looks like a miniature set, but it's not.
Yeah, look at that. That looks like a little miniature set too, but it's not. That's a real giant set with cranes and.
Yeah.
And this must be some type of village or something. Hey, Lisa, guess what?
What?
In about 4 minutes, it's going to be 4:20.
Oh, everybody.
So,
AJ.
Just kind of
eggs are too expensive. We need to just use potatoes now.
Yeah.
Because the eggs are too expensive. We need to have the kids paint potatoes for Easter.
Yes.
So Gary, you know how I usually just use my THC oil, but today for our 420 smoke, look what I have. I'm going to be super high in this hour.
Wow.
Yeah.
We are really the 420 flower people. So if you got it, get ready. Twist it up and get ready.
Please get everything ready. We're about ready to take a moment to express gratitude. That's what we call the hippie attitude.
And also in 3 minutes from now, we are going to be firing it up. And we're going to listen to the 420 song of the day. And today's 420 song is...
Thank you, EJ.
A little something you're just kind of working on. You just kind of started creating it. It's still in its infancy, right?
Okay, you guys. So every time we smoke a 420, we're going to have a song. So this song is not done. It's temporary. Please don't judge me on my vocals. It's just temporary vocals. But I never get to see Gary, and I want Gary to do some stuff on this song. And it's a song about the indigenous California hippie. And, I did a lot of research, right? I did a lot of research on the hippie. So we'll talk about it after.
We got 2 minutes before we play the song of the day. And yes, if it's just scratch vocals, that's fine. You'll finally lay the originals. And yeah, I'd love to lay some tracks on this. Now, you made this in GarageBand, right?
Yeah. I just I just kind of start putting things together. Yeah.
Nice. I can't wait to lay some tracks and lay some vocals on it. And you lay your original vocals, but this is going to be exciting. We go live every Tuesday. And every Tuesday at 4:20, you get the song of the day. So fire it up, because we are just about 30 seconds away from the song of the day. Isn't that nice? So let's go over here.
So this song is called Indigenous California Hippie. And it's just about the history, the deep, deep, emotional history of the hippie.
Let's do it. Fire it up. Happy 420, everyone.
Happy 420, everybody.
Song of the
The
day.
indigenous California hippie, peacefully high. Loving with their long hair flowing, they run in tribes. The indigenous California hippie, the indigenous California hippie, the indigenous California hippie, the indigenous California hippie. The males don't do anything except harvest their own marijuana. They may sometimes make music, but the females are much better at that. The indigenous California hippie, the indigenous California hippie, the indigenous California hippie, the indigenous California hippie. The females do all of the work, have sex with everyone. In fact, the males are only good for sex. The indigenous California hippie, the indigenous California hippie, the indigenous California hippie, the indigenous California hippie.
Nice. Nice. I'm not sure
I
if
thought
I
maybe you could do the vocals. Listen, I thought maybe you could do the vocals and, bump up the part where, the males are only good for sex.
right. And growing the weed.
Okay, you guys, that was a joke. But I do want Gary to do this joke song with me. I think it will be funny.
It'll be awesome. I can't wait.
You could put some extra, additional guitar and additional,
Right.
and I think it would be funny. It would be like, I want to do so I'm trying to talk Gary into doing like this duo, like a SNL duo thing with me. And I think my name would be like Sunny Daze, Daze. And I'm trying to think of a good name for Gary, but I can only think of Benny. So if you guys can think of a good hippie name for Gary. But I want us to be like this traveling duo that we go to elementary schools and we teach them about the California hippie, the indigenous California hippie. And we have all these completely inappropriate songs.
Right.
What do you think, Gary?
All the men are good for is growing the weed, and all the women are good for is smoking all the weed.
I love it. That's terrific. That's terrific. Yes.
But the 420 song of the day, that was absolutely a blast. Can't wait till next Tuesday to find out what the 420 song is.
It'll be a real one, okay? Or a video or something, but we always have a something 420 when we do our 420 share. Because that's what it's all about, us coming together and, sharing a moment us flower people, us hippies. But the other thing I forgot to say, the main reason why I wrote that funny song just a couple days ago is because on Facebook, a girl that I used to know, she's a really conservative, right? She is my friend, but we don't really talk that much. But I put something on my Facebook about me being a hippie, and she wrote me a message saying, oh, you should never try to brand yourself as a hippie, because the male like she had to say, the male hippies only grow marijuana, and the female hippies only have sex with everyone. And I laughed so hard.
What a nice person you have.
I was crying. I laughed so hard. And I sent her a bunch of laughy emojis, and she didn't send me anything back.
Oh, man. Yeah. Facebook's, there's a lot of champions on Facebook, but that's what kind of
conservative people don't like me.
So that was your inspiration, right?
What?
That was your inspiration.
That was my inspiration, because it made me laugh so much that, you know, what I'm feeling good about is that I'm getting back into my comedy. There for a while, I was just, I don't know what happened to me, but like the last couple months, I've been just like, I don't know, like frozen with my comedy. Now I'm feeling it again, so that's good.
Yeah, we know how brutal stand-up can be, you know. It's
right, or even like doing, you know, skits. That's, you know.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's take time to get over here and check out who is hanging out with us.
Let's do that.
Once again, Shelly, thanks for hanging out. Looks like your phone's working. Hallelujah. We're glad
good,
to
Shelly. That's good. That's good.
And then, of course,
thank you, Kristen. I hope that's laughy on the song.
Yes. And
see, I told you I was going to do a girl song for us.
Kristen says new moon energy.
Okay,
good.
I love it. What does that mean? Does that mean I should maybe, like, you know, that mean that there's good energy around me, and if I try something, I'll succeed? Finally.
Let's say hello to, does that say EJ Trills?
Yeah.
She said, I had come to see you, beautiful ass. You still got it.
Now, I'm just going to take that, but she might probably be talking to Gary, but I'm going to take it.
She's talking about you, not me. I'm not beautiful. I'm a melted candle. And look at KJ Much, Bizzle 420.
Yeah, I'm. That's so nice. Everyone's here. That's so cool.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us. We're here actually live and in person every Tuesday at 4:00 Pacific. We do our little 420 get high thing, and other than that, we're off creating. So there's a lot of good stuff to come. There's a bunch of episodes. Probably I consider it to be season 1 of Farby coming out over the next month or two, right? Episode 1, episode 2.
So I have this comedy series that I do, and I was kind of stupid, actually, I feel now, to just make it its own channel, because, you know, Farby, she's like so lonely over there, and I'm trying to get monetized, so I've been just staying on my Lisa Noel, and I think I'm gonna move that girl on over to my Lisa Noel. So then Gary, I was looking at my first couple episodes, and I think I might even maybe even do a little, you know, editing, you know, because that was a little while ago. And then, you know, lead up to, I recently did an episode with Gary, and I'm so, right now it's episode 7, but I might combine some of those. So maybe sooner that we could
But
see
you're
that.
going to
But
be officially releasing them on the Lisa Noel channel soon, right? You're going to be
Pardon?
officially releasing them on the Lisa Noel channel, right?
yes,
Soon.
that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to say that, but I'm trying to get to that. Yes, I'm going to take all my Farby and put it on my Lisa Noel. Yeah.
Well, let's see who else is out here with us. We got KJ Much, EJ Trills, Bizzle 420, and then of course your lovely, lovely moderators, Shelly Michelle Morrison. In fact, if anyone's interested in becoming part of your Patreon and help keep this Farby train running, please feel free to join Lisa's Patreon. The links are in the description box.
Thank you,
At least
Barry.
they should be.
I get all
the
shy.
moderators can put it up. And then also Kristen Kruger is also another one of our lovely 420.
Yeah, Kristen is so cool. She's definitely a flower woman, flower power woman.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I like that song, that 420 song is really catchy though, man. Because just like
Really? Do you like it?
we're all free to be who we want to be, man, you know?
That's yeah, and the other songs are more like that, you know.
Yeah.
And that's what it being a flower person is all about, really.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay, so we're gonna shift.
Buddy, we're all different, man.
Yeah.
And that's how it should be.
Exactly. We're all who we want to be. Just like the song says. I love that
You know,
song.
the interesting thing is, you know, I do get a lot of flack from conservatives.
Well, it's
Not
cool.
here.
I mean, it's par for the course. I mean, you know,
But I think
that's
it's just
standard
they
issue, you know.
they need to get out of the box. I think they look at us hippie people and they see that we're happy and we're open and we're living life.
Right.
And we're all different, but we're all,
Right.
you know, about peace and love, you know.
Right. And how could you get mad at someone for being happy?
Kind of are in a box. And I wish we could just all be out of the box.
Well, that's what we're doing here. We are
But if you
spreading
want,
the
but the
universe.
thing is, I have to say, that's the thing about being a hippie, is we do let everyone be who they are. And
Yeah.
that's the thing, man. If you want to really be conservative, that's cool. And we're like totally with you and totally love
Yeah.
you. And we want everybody to just, you know, basically, I think hippies are like, you know, we don't really dwell on what you're doing, but we do dwell on how you're doing.
Nice.
We're not
I
going
like
to come up
that.
to you and be like, what are you doing?
I like
We're going to
that.
come up to you and be like, how are you doing? Because we are here for you.
Yeah.
And that's what I think a true hippie is.
Yeah.
You know,
My
I was
parents-
used to joke before. I hope someone didn't come in and be like, oh my God.
My parents were actual gypsies, descendants
wow.
from the vaudeville era, where you traveled
Wow.
by coach and did vaudeville and sold snake oil and, you know, had a good time.
Wow, Gary. That's a
absolutely.
rich history, actually.
Well, because out here in, you know,
That's true.
California before, you know, the tech boom in the late 70s. So, you know, 20, 30, 40, 50 years earlier, it was just beautiful, nothing but orchard. Cherries, apples, every fruit, apricots,
Lemons.
everything you can
Yeah.
ever imagine. And people were able, believe it or not, to just live off that. They lived off the land and they traveled and they just ate the fruit and, you know, anyway. Gypsy, hipsy, right?
There's Gypsy Soul, baby.
Okay, I'm going to flip the script on you. I want to talk about the Oscars because we did the Wicked review. Now, at the Oscars, wasn't there a movie that just won all the awards or something?
Well, there is, and it was an independent film too. It was Honora. Have you seen it, Gary?
No, I haven't
Yeah.
at all. I haven't even heard
That's
of it.
it, Honora.
Can you believe that? I haven't even heard of it, Lisa.
Yeah, so this girl right here, Mikey Madison, won the Oscar for the best actress
Okay.
in Honora, and I saw that. I have recently seen Honora.
And that's her
Now,
name.
what I say about
character?
Honora? Go ahead.
That's the name of the movie, is the name of the character.
The name? Yes, that is the name of the character. And first, before I say anything about it, I give this movie a thumbs up. I loved
I
it.
can't wait to find out what it's about.
Loved it. It's about a stripper and an
Oh, I'm
escort.
liking that. All right.
So this is Honora, but she doesn't like anyone to call her Honora. Call her Annie. She goes by Annie. And that's really important because in the end, it's just, I fell in love with this movie at the end of the movie. I was that last 1 minute. I knew she won the Oscar, and so I wanted to see this film. So I wanted to see, why she won the Oscar over Demi Moore. Okay, I wanted to see that. There you go.
How long ago was the
Best
Oscar?
screenplay. Look at that. Best actor, best actress, best director, best original screenplay. It was an independent film.
So that was just this year, a couple months ago or something?
Yeah, that's this year. So the film is she's a 23-year-old in New Jersey, a 23-year-old stripper,
Okay.
and sometimes escort. The beginning of the film, I just thought it rocked with reality, and I loved the directing. Because the beginning of the film, they show Honora at work.
Yeah.
And actually, they have this one scene where she's like standing in the strip club and she's smoking this. She's looking around for the next fucking prospect. But they have the camera at this one point. All the girls are doing lap dances, and they have the camera, and it goes and it just scans down, and they're all squished together. Like it really is. And they pan across, and all the girls are doing lap dances, and it was pretty
it looks really cool. I mean,
but then it gets, into, so Honora is a romantic comedy. But, and I don't usually love romantic comedies, but I really did love this film.
well, and then, like you said too, it won a bunch of Oscars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's just a stripper. I mean,
no. So this is what happened. It's it's one of those Cinderella stories, kind of. She is a stripper. Then she talks a little bit of Russian because her grandma was Russian. So a Russian oligarch, young 21-year-old Russian oligarch with some of his friends come into the strip club, and they happen to ask the manager to point out someone who could talk to him in Russian. And so they get Honora, and these two, there you go. They get together, and on a fly-by night, they go to Vegas and they get married. And then his really rich parents find out about the marriage, and they're like, oh, hell no.
Oh, man.
And they are in Russia, so they call a priest who takes care of the house and everything. And he gets a couple thugs, and they go and try to round them up so to force them to get a divorce. And that's what the movie is about. Yeah.
Okay, so
it just sounds like you're like, but it's good. And the reason that she was really good in it, but I'll tell you, I think the reason that she won the Oscar is for that last 1 minute of the film. That last 1 minute of the film It's awesome. And it takes you off guard. And I also think that the director, it was Sean Baker, if you know who he is. He does a lot of independent films, but go way back, and he did The American Werewolf in London. So he's been around for a while, but after that, he just did independent films, and all his independent films are about sex workers. So then now he's at Anora. So he got everything right. He got everything right.
So the sex worker finds Prince Charming.
What?
The sex worker finds Prince Charming?
Yeah, but then it doesn't go so well. It doesn't go so well. Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome.
So yeah, so I recommend both those films, Anora and Wicked. So Wicked, I only paid $6 to rent Wicked, and then Anora was free on something. I can't remember which one. You just gotta look around, and then you just gotta see where you can find them. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to look for the Sonora movie because I don't know. I've never even heard of it, and it looks like a lot of new faces too, right?
So Mikey Madison is a new face, but so the last thing that she's really, I'm so happy for her, because the last thing she did, she didn't have any words, but a big impact. She was in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood with Brad Pitt, and that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was about the Manson family, and so and so she played just one of the Manson girls at the very end in the pool scene.
Yeah.
So she got all crazy, and that probably helped her get audition for this one.
Yeah, that's where I'd seen her.
So,
yes.
Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome.
So yeah.
So you definitely recommend both of these movies, right?
I definitely recommend both of these movies, Wicked and Anora. And if you weren't here before, like a couple times before, I highly recommended Substance with Demi Moore, and she was up for an Oscar.
Yeah, we did that on a stream.
She lost to
the Substance movie. Yeah.
Yeah, the Substance movie is really good, and that was also a independent film. Like who said, independent films can definitely be amazing. Absolutely, Kristen. I think that that's why the Oscars and Hollywood is really noticing that, and it's also a better moneymaker. If if you're going to spend $100 million on a film, you have to make all that money back. So independent films, I think, are like getting a thumbs up in Hollywood right now, because we're having problems in Hollywood. Things are kind of tough. People are going other places to shoot, so we are losing all the business here in Hollywood, and it sucks. Yeah.
Right, and not only that, I noticed a big difference in, and maybe I'm wrong, but just the quality, the angles from these Netflix and Prime, and you go watch all these things that are produced by them, series, not just reruns that they're playing of different stuff. It's a lot different than the actual Hollywood Lionsgate films, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
they're making them a lot less expensive. Making the stuff.
I think they are now. Yeah. And I think that's a good thing, to be honest with you. I think it's a good thing, because then you spread the money around, and you can make more films. You can hire more people. You can, write many more films about different subjects. And, I found it interesting that they kind of snubbed those kind of big films this year, like Denzel Washington in I'm sorry, what is that, Spartacus? I hate those guys. The Spartacus one, or whatever, that he was up and he didn't win anything.
Yeah.
So does somebody know what that movie was called with Denzel Washington,
I love Denzel.
this last year with the Roman thing. I keep calling it Spartacus in my head, and I know it's not Spartacus.
I'd love to do
Take
it.
another hit, Lisa.
I love Denzel Washington. I'd love to do like a Denzel marathon, you know? So many
I
cool
worked with
movies.
Denzel.
Nice. I think my favorite movie of his is a movie called Fences. He's not cool.
He's not cool. But I do like his acting.
Yeah.
You know,
Have you seen that movie Fences? Where he plays like a 1940s trash working for the
is that from a
he's
play?
a trash man, you know, in the 40s in Detroit or something.
No, I would like to see that. I think that's from a play.
The acting is just superb. He's just like a major alcoholic, total alpha male.
He's a really good actor.
The stereotypes, the message, everything is just a great movie. But anyway, speaking of that, I think it's all about like branding, right? You know, when it comes to whether it's your channel or a movie or something, branding is very important to brand yourself
Branding is
correctly.
so important. And that's why I think that I laughed so hard when that conservative woman sent me that text about hippies. I mean, that's so stereotypical. I don't think that that's the brand of the hippie, number one. I mean, to me, the brand of the hippie is, oh my God, you know, fighting for the truth with peace and love and nonviolence. I mean, what did the hippie give us? Civil rights, women's rights, sexual revolution,
absolutely,
free expression, LGBTQ plus rights.
Absolutely.
They fought against wars. They fought for preserving the planet.
I mean, how could you go wrong with not wanting to support stuff like that? Anything that's spreading love into the universe is, you know, hey, it's, to me, it's real simple, man. It's either negative or positive. So if it's something negative, man, of course I'm not going to support that. If it's something positive, I'm definitely going to support it.
Right. So I think branding is very important. I want to really fast, Kristen, thank you. It is Gladiator. Gladiator was a very expensive film to make. And so, you know, it didn't really win the awards that I think it expected to win. But it was expensive to make. Yeah.
Look, Fab Daddy's in the house. He's
Fab
a NorCal
Daddy.
hippie redneck. Howdy.
No, Northern California. You're a California person.
And that's what's so nice, you know. It's just that that same theme, Lisa. You get to be who you want to be, just like the song says, you know.
Yeah. I believe in that.
We all get to be who we want to be. In fact, I want to smoke some weed, so I'm going to do that because that makes me happy. But yes, the branding is important. One thing I got to thank you for is for the last, 4 years has it been? You've always allowed me to use your brand, your image, on my Camp G May in my videos, because they're all originals. It's not like I'm making, you know, Groove Trek, all kinds of cool stuff that you've allowed me to use and incorporate some of your branding into Camp G May, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Well, that's really nice of you to say. You know, I love working with you, and that's how I see it, man.
Right. Well, where else can you get a Hollywood actor with a big joint in her mouth that you get to use for your backdrop on your show, right?
To act rebellious, I guess you're right. I should smoke with the joint. It looks more rebellious, doesn't it?
Yes. I'm very grateful to you for being in California and recreational marijuana is legal. You walk in just like you walk into a 7-Eleven, ding dong, give me one of those, 2 of these, 3 of these, and they'll even deliver it to your front door.
That's how I get. I get delivery. So, but when I go into the pot shops, and it's kind of funny because now we call them pot shops, because before they were just, you had to have a medical marijuana license. Do you remember that? And we used to call them dispensaries.
Yeah,
Do you remember
medical,
that?
it was a dispensary.
And
Right.
that was the wild, wild west, man. We would go in there and, you know, you weren't supposed to smoke there, but then they would like take you in the back and you would do dabs. And I remember the first time I did a dab, I was on the floor. I was like, oh my God.
I've never done a dab. I've never done a dab.
What?
Believe that? I've never smoked wax. I've never done a dab. I've never done any of that. I've been smoking flower for almost, I'm going to be in the Guinness. It won't be long before I'm in the Guinness Book of World Records. Okay. I'm coming up on half of a century, Lisa, of smoking weed.
Yeah. I'm not even, I can't keep track like that. I would just be like, what?
That's 50
But
years.
I think maybe I was just born. I just always smoked.
Yeah. What gets me is like, there were a couple times where, since I grow my own, sometimes if I run out before my next harvest is ready, I go to Cannabis Club, right?
Yes.
And they're all, oh man, wow, I want some hash. This is going to be great, right? I'm going to get some hash. And I go and I get home and it's powder. It's not keef. They called it hash, but it's just weird. It's just like powder, weird powder stuff.
That's not good. That's not good.
No, and then I go back down and I said, hey man, you got any that are like, like Afghanistan hash, where it's just like a chunk, a bar, like a candy bar of hash. And then the guy sells me on it because we fill through the package. It's hard. But when I get home, it's a plastic thing and you open it up and it's powder. I cannot get the actual hash brick.
Maybe it's something with that, because I don't really smoke hash because I feel like hash is, it's kind of makes me, it's not clean enough for me.
Right.
Like if it kind of gives me too much smoke in there. But if I was going to the if I was taking Gary to the pot shop, I would take Gary to the pot shop. I would have Gary get some crumble. And because then you could take a bong hit and you could put just a little bit of crumble on top. And
it's more crumbly than it is powdery.
No. Crumble is like wax. It is wax, but it's just very clean way of doing it.
Yeah.
And you take a little thing, so it's all kind of crumbly. It's not like all in a blobbery blob. And then you put it on top of weed.
Man, I'm telling you.
Oh my God, you guys! I am like, I am like teaching Gary about weed.
Well, no, hey, put it this way.
Not weed. Crumble is way different.
When it comes to organic flower, that's me, baby. Okay. And on top of that, even before there were cannabis clubs, I'm not that far from Humboldt County, so I got a lot of friends, and I haven't seen it in a long time, but you get those vials of oils, hash oil, and you dip your paper in it, and you roll your joint, and then you put a couple drops in the weed. You ever do that with the oils?
Absolutely, and crumble's kind of like that.
Yeah,
you can put crumble in your joint,
and it just makes it burn forever too, because it's got oils on it,
Thanks, Fab Daddy. But yeah, I am super weird.
Right.
I'm totally weird.
Well, I'll tell you what. I like that idea we were talking about too down the road this summer. You going down to some clubs and shit and hitting the street as a roving reporter. I'll stay back here at camp and we'll send you out in the field to see what's happening on some of these clubs on Saturday night.
I absolutely do love to talk to all kinds of people, and that's why I have, you know, encountered so many weird things on Facebook, because I'm like super open. Like, if you're a Trumpster, I'm like, let's have a conversation.
Right.
But now it never turns out well. Like this one guy, and it just kind of ended, and he just kept sending I poop emoji on your face. I poop emoji on your face.
Right.
I'm like, dude, that's so mean.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, there's no doubt that there's
But I would love to go on the street, especially in Hollywood, because there's some fun
Yeah.
people that maybe
Wouldn't that
would
be
talk.
hot? And like ask people like the same question. You get the different responses from each person. You know, just ask them like a simple question. I saw one guy do it. He walks up to girls and he's like, "Hey, would you date me?" Right? And you see all these different walks of life of women, and they're all, "No, I wouldn't." He's like, "Why?" You know, it wasn't a bad thing. It was a funny
No, I
thing.
wouldn't.
It was a funny thing because they're all, "Oh, you're just not my type," or you know, and he was rolling with it. You know, but I'm not saying for you to do that question. I'm just saying that
Right.
there's so many different avenues to go, you know.
There's
when
so
you're
many
out on the
different-
street, right? Asking like a simple question to all walks of life. So
Yeah. So Fab Daddy, well, really, you would come on my thing and defend Trump? You silly.
I love that. Plus, we're here to spread love into the universe and joy and kind of get away from
Yeah, but it's okay.
you know,
It's okay to talk about anything here. Actually,
Sure.
that's
Absolutely.
good, you know.
well, that's a good thing
That's
because
what's so.
my
that's what's
professor
so-
said you never want to put a lid on boiling water. So if someone wants to talk about something, you don't want to put a lid on it. You know what I mean?
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
But Lisa, I had a great time tonight, tonight, this afternoon. So that's it. We have Flower Fest coming up this Saturday, and you're going to be co-hosting that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be fun, huh?
Yeah.
You're gonna have a lot of cool musicians. I'm not exactly sure who's playing this one.
A lot of cool musicians. Brad Example, New Emotion Soul, Mike
yeah.
Molino. I mean, the list goes on. Scotty Butters. In fact, Scotty Butters is going to be live in about 3 minutes. He starts at 5. So when we sign off, everyone make sure that you bop on over to Scotty Butters. He's just amazing, Lisa. He's new to the community, but he comes up on my Saturday open mic, and he was able to make really good friends with Axe and Nacho, which I'm real tight with. And
Yeah, he's cool.
they're just exploding. They're both out there jamming all the time, and just drawing in the crowds, man. So
Yeah.
go see Scotty Butters. When we're done, we're going to dump you over there. But for now, we're here. Fab Daddy 44's in the house. Christine. Anyway. And you know what?
Well,
I
see, it is BS. I'm glad you said that.
and here's what I like about Fab Daddy.
Hi, Cheryl. Hi,
Cheryl.
Cheryl.
Right on.
You know Cheryl, don't you? Gary?
I don't think I had the pleasure of meeting Cheryl yet.
Cheryl and the cats, right? She's super cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's from my page. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Thanks for being here, Cheryl. That's so nice.
Yes. I had a lot of fun on tonight's show talking about Wicked and learning about this Oscar winner this year. What I don't understand, though, Lisa, is the timing. It's like you would think that they would have, because like I have my jammies in November because that's the end of the year. So you kind of give everyone a chance to win a jammy for that year. How could it be giving Oscars when you just got all these movies coming out this year?
I know. Don't ask me. I'm really not I've always been a little confusing when they did the Oscars, and why isn't this film in this one? And yeah, so yeah.
Right, like they should have the Oscars later in the year because it gives more months of people to release stuff to get a shot at winning that Oscar, right?
Well, I'm not sure. They do take it from the year and then the last year and then, you know what I mean, do it later. So, you know, yeah. Don't ask me. I mean, if it was my choice, you know, we would have the same universal time. We would all have the same time. So, so we could be more connected. You know what I mean? I hate that.
Cheryl says that your thumbnail is gorgeous.
Oh, thank you, Cheryl. Thank you so much.
And she also says that they had a tornado warning today.
Ooh, that's scary. But that also means you had a tornado warning today. That means what did it? The time passed and you did not have a tornado. I hope that's what it means. Tornadoes are like really scary.
Right.
Isn't that what they had in the Wizard of Oz? A tornado.
I like what Fab Daddy says here. I like that he says, because I don't. Richard Howard in the house. Look at that. Pudding. It's going to be unicorn on it. Oh, fucking.
It's targeted to kids. Well, it just hit me like, yeah, they target the kids for everything. Mommy, it's a unicorn.
You guys ready? Let's say goodbye. KV much. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, everybody, so much for being here.
Kristen, Rachel Howard, Fab Daddy. We missing anyone? Cheryl Atkinson.
Yeah.
Who else? All of you.
Thank you so much.
We love you. We are the 420 Flower Power People. And we are all pretty in the dark.
I watch my world blow apart. The shrapnel always gonna leave a mark. And tried to cure my broken heart, but couldn't do it. It was shattered from the start. And like a twisted work of art, I'm only pretty in the dark. I'm only pretty, yeah, in the dark. I never claimed to be too smart. I'd be swimming, with the sharks. My paranoia's off the charts. I be creeping, avoiding all the knocks. And like a twisted work of art, I'm only pretty in the dark. I'm only pretty, yeah, in the dark. Open your eyes to see, yeah, that beauty only lies skin deep. Seems the only time you think I'm pretty, is in the dark.